Hey guys, it's been a long time coming. We're finally making a definitive guide to Branded overall. This guide's going to compile everything you need to know about the Branded deck in general, including deck profile, how to build the deck, including deck theory, going into most of the matchups, on top of even going into all the good combos that you really need to know while playing Branded Despia in the TCG, and you can even use these in Master Duel and other places. Now, Branded Despia is one of the best decks out there, and it has been since the structure deck came out, and it's one of the most misunderstood decks in my opinion, where not a lot of people just see it as a gimmick puppet turbo deck, or maybe not that good, but the deck is a lot more than just that, and I want to show you guys today why Branded is one of the best decks and one of the most fun, diverse decks that you should probably be playing, or at least know. This video is going to be for everybody. It's going to be for well-seasoned veterans that know what to do, but just want to find the new edge on Branded Despia. This is definitely tailored for the beginners as well, who want to dive into Branded. This is perfect for you because this will be several hours of Branded gameplay, combos, knowledge, deck building theory, basically everything you need to know in one video, and I wanted to bring it all here today. I'm going through all my years of Branded Despia. We've been on YouTube now for the last year, just covering Branded in general, having the top players on every week on the podcast, on the live streams, from Nightfall to Ryzeal to Galzo to Pack to everybody else, and week to week we go through meta trends. We see what's being used in Branded, what's being used in the meta, and how we need to adjust, and we talk about it. So overall, I feel like my experience with the deck definitely well warrants just putting it all into one place. Obviously, some things might be left out of this video, but I wanted to give you guys a 4-hour kind of full guide for Branded so that you can just throw it on in the background and really just absorb the knowledge, learn the deck, learn more about the deck, just become better at Yu-Gi-Oh! And all that fun stuff. So we're going to go over all the parts, of course. So the table contents is going to go as followed. We're going to go over part 1 is going to be the deck profile. We're going to go in depth on every card in Branded Despia, what you need to know, every very single little thing you can do with the most common cards in Branded Despia. You should be running into this format. Then in the second part, we're going to go over all the tech cards, all the side deck choices, all the hand traps and board breakers and spicy cards that you should be running with Branded Despia, or at least consider the best ones, the 100 best ones we're going to be going over. Then in part 3, we're going to go over combos. We're going to have combos that I've collected from many videos, on top of some new ones, some ones very relevant for the upcoming format, 1-card combos, 2-card combos, and 3-card combos for Branded, so that you guys know how to play through hand traps, how to gimmick lock, how to set up triple mirror jade, and how to do everything in between, like summoning cool cards like Thunder Dragon Colossus and Light and Darkness Dragon, while also playing through things like Bestials and triple hand traps. So definitely going to be interesting right there. And then of course the next part will be, then we're going to go into the matchups. We are going to have 20 replays of different meta decks that you will definitely be able to go against, and we're going to talk about the weaknesses and the strengths of Branded into these decks, and how you can combat them, side deck choices, main deck choices, and how you can break their board, and how you can set up a board that they cannot play through. We're going to be going into how to play through Ash Blossom and other hand traps. So you've been ashed, what do I do next, is the integral question of playing that you have to ask yourself as a Branded player, because you can just be sure that you will get Ash Blossomed on the Branded Fusion if your opponent knows what they're doing. So you have to have a game plan for what that happens, and we're going to give you that game plan, including alternatives to Triple Tactics Thrust if you don't want to afford that one, because of course that's very expensive, but I think Branded could still play without. We have lots of other options, so definitely very good. Then I'll be giving you guys a short explanation on Branded Lost, because this is one of the most confusing cards in Branded Despia, but you also just have to know what this card does and how to use it, because you can use it to basically completely win and change game states over to your favor. And then in the next part, we're going to have a live feature match from a few months ago. This was right after Quem came out, but it's still a very relevant and a good game to kind of show you how Branded can play through hand traps and just how an IRL game goes. So I thought it would be interesting to do that. So guys, we might add a few more parts in there, put in so much effort, so much editing and time for this guide to be good and to be the best damn Branded guide on YouTube. So with that being said, make sure to leave a like, comment below, and let's get right into it. All right, so this is the profile. We're gonna go card by card and get really granular with every card, explain everything you can do with basically every card, and yeah, I hope you guys kind of like this. So we're gonna first get into Fallen of Albaz. It's the backbone of Branded Despia. It is what the deck revolves around. It is the card that started it all, and on normal or special summon, you can discard a card for cost and then fusion summon a monster using itself and another monster on your opponent's side of the field. It has to use itself, so if your opponent removes it for whatever reason, or if it's Book of Moon, it will not be able to fuse off, basically. As long as you have your opponent has a monster that is a applicable target, so Mirror Jade obviously uses any monster from the extra deck, so this is typically what you're going to be summoning off of Fallen of Albaz, but there's other scenarios where, like, if you're going against a dragon deck, you can summon Alba Lunatus, or more generally an Albion or a Lubellion if there's light or darks, but there's things like Guardian Chimera you won't be able to make, so you have to keep that in mind. Fallen of Albaz is one of the best board breaking cards in the whole deck because of this fact. On normal or special summon, it can basically take out one of your opponent's monsters and then give you another monster to take out another point of your opponent's monster, another point of your opponent's board. So essentially Fallen of Albaz is this deck's best board breaking monster by far because of this fact. You have many ways of getting him out through things like Despia and Quertus. When it leaves the field, you can just straight up special summon a Fallen of Albaz, and then also so you have an interruption on your opponent's turn if they remove the Quertus for whatever reason. But then you also have things like Rinbrum the Striking Dragon, which can be sent off of Mirror Jade in order to activate on your opponent's turn to target an Albaz in your graveyard, and then banish the Rinbrum to summon the Albaz on your opponent's turn in any phase to basically take out one of your opponent's monsters and act as another line of interruption, which gives the card Mirror Jade a lot more credibility, but obviously we'll get into Mirror Jade once we get there. Now, Albaz being a level 4 1800, it also doesn't really help you extend, it just helps you board break, so it's much more of a going second card. There's certain instances going first, you might actually summon Fallen of Albaz. Let's just say you already have a Cartesia in hand, and you want to have a wider resource option pool, so you go fusion deployment and go into Albaz instead of a second Cartesia, because if you get ashed on your branded fusion, at least you'll have access to either an Albion or a Sanctifier Dragon through the Cartesia with your Albaz you have off of fusion deployment, which you wouldn't have if you only went double Cartesia. Now, I think that Fallen of Albaz is sometimes ran at 2 instead of 3, which I think is incorrect, because you need it for the grind game. This format in particular, where there's lots of hand traps, lots of Bystials, Fallen of Albaz, and lots of Runic, Fallen of Albaz has a high chance of either just being removed from play or just outgrinded, so you lose steam halfway into the game when you try to resolve a branded fusion, but you don't have Fallen of Albaz in deck, which is the main focal point of this deck. So I recommend running 3 of this card at all times. Also, it's a dark, so it synergizes well with Allure of Darkness and things like Branded and High Spirits in order to debrick your hand. Also, cards like Super Poly is very good with Fallen of Albaz, so we'll get into that then. Aluber the Jester of Despia is really one of the best extenders of the whole deck, if not the best. It's a 1-card combo because whenever it's summoned, you can add 1 branded spell or trap card from your deck to your hand, and then in the graveyard. So this basically makes it a 1-card combo. You can search out Branded Fusion and basically just make a whole board, go for Gimmick Lock or triple Mirror Jade from there, just off of your 1 Aluber, which is just very insane. This also basically makes it so your deck is a lot more susceptible to imperm, but that's why you have other cards such as Cartesia to use with conjunction with Aluber to have the Cartesia out before you summon the Aluber so you can dodge imperm, but we'll get more into that when we get to Cartesia. It's a level 4 dark 1800, so it has a pretty big body, and it's a nice normal summon for that reason, but also the fact is Aluber is just also can get other things like Branded Opening, Branded Lost, and Branded High Spirits, and Branded and Red, which are typically better options to search off of Aluber than Branded Fusion, obviously if you already have Branded Fusion. Also, if you have a Fallen of Albaz in hand, it's typically better to just search out the Branded and High Spirits than the Branded Fusion if you don't have either, because you can go Branded and High Spirits, pitch the Albaz, and then get a kit out of hand, and then also you can then at that point pitch a Titanclad or an Albion from your extra deck in order to extend further without even going into Branded Fusion. So if you get ashed on your Branded Fusion, you still have a Titanclad or an Albion in your graveyard to play past the Ash Blossom. on top of maybe even a Cartesia or something if you ended up already having access to kit. Luber's other great effect is that in the graveyard, when a fusion monster leaves because of your opponent's card effect, while this card is in your graveyard, you can target one effect monster your opponent controls, special summon this card, and if you do, negate the targeted monster's effects until the end of the turn. This is really, really good and a great part of disruption with just a Luber, because it will usually be in graveyard from just fusing off with Guignol with Cartesia or something like that. So it will always be live as an interruption in your graveyard to negate one of your opponent's monster effects, which is quite relevant, even though it's not when you want it to. If your opponent, let's just say, removes your Mirror Jade, or they remove your Guignol, or remove your Quertus, this could very easily set yourself up for denying an OTK opportunity from your opponent, because you get a free body that you can special summon in defense, and also it targets from grave to effect negate. So by the time it hits the field, the effect is already negated on your opponent's card, so a Luber cannot be impermed to negate this effect. So it really can mess up your opponent if they don't play carefully, and this is something that will catch off guard a lot of people who are not familiar with the Branded Despia matchup and forget to count their graveyard. This is something that new players also tend to forget. So always remember, if you have an Luber in graveyard, to keep track of that. Luber can also be summoned off of Branded Opening, but it does not mention Fallen of Albaz, so it doesn't have a ton of other extension options with the deck. But next we have Blazing Cartesia the Virtuous. This is basically when Branded changed forever, when this card released. Blazing Cartesia released with Guignol, the Dust Dragon, and these two cards go hand in hand as some of the best extenders in Branded and some of the best cards in Branded. Cartesia is a level 4 light tuner with 1500 defense and attack, which is very relevant, and it's a spellcaster tuner monster. Great typing. If you control Fallen of Albaz or it's in your graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand, and then during the main phase, you can then quick effect. You can fusion summon one level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as materials. During the end phase, if a fusion monster was sent there this turn, you can add this card to your hand. You can only use each effect per turn. So it has two great effects. They can be used both in the same turn, which is quite relevant a lot of the time, but the first effect is a lot better than the second effect. Now, of course, it can just special summon itself out for free, which is an activated effect. However, this is usually never going to get negated. You will usually be able to get out on field, and you can set up with things like Albion the Shrouded Dragon to send the Fallen of Albaz to graveyard before you special summon out the Cartesia. You could also send it off of Saranir a Bestial Luber, which also counts as a Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard, so that you can just special summon out Cartesia. A lot of the time, you're just working on getting Cartesia out before you get to a Luber, because Cartesia's quick effect fusion summon effect is one of the most powerful aspects of this whole deck. It makes it so cards like Effect Veiler, Mourner, and Imperm are near useless against this deck as long as Cartesia is on the field, because it has the ability to quick effect fuse. So let's just say your opponent goes Effect Veiler on a Luber, and while you have Cartesia and a Luber out, you can chain Cartesia to fuse off the Luber that's being targeted, and then with Cartesia into a Guignol or even a Quertus at that point. It doesn't really matter, because the fact of the matter is that if the card is that the Effect Veiler was not targeting, it's not in the field no longer, as the chain resolves, and the fusion was chain link 2 or was chain link 3. Effect Veiler was chain link 2 in this scenario, and Aluber was chainlink 1. Well, Aluber is no longer on the field on chainlink 2, so its effect goes through. So Cartesia basically allows you to make cards like Imperm completely useless against this deck, which is a huge point of play, because Aluber is one of your focal points. If this thing gets Impermed, it can be lights out. Imperm is actually sometimes more devastating against Branded Despia than Ash Blossom nowadays, because of this fact. If you just don't have a Cartesia access, usually you're just at 50% strength, and if you're at 50% strength and getting Ash Blossomed, that's not looking good unless you have a card like Triple Tactics Thrust or Branded in High Spirits in order to play through it. So Cartesia access is of utmost importance in Branded Despia for this very reason. Cartesia's other effect is also extraordinarily important, because it's the part of the whole grind game of Branded Despia. In the end phase, as long as the fusion monster was sent there that turn, even if it's not there at the end of the turn, as long as Cartesia was in the graveyard the moment a fusion hit the graveyard anytime during the turn, and Cartesia is in the graveyard at the end of phase, you can add it back to hand, which is a really important point. It allows you to have discard fodder for future uses. It also allows you to have a light spellcaster in rotation, which, as you guys will see it through this guide, is a huge sticking point of completing things like the Gimmick Puppet lock, because a light spellcaster access basically grants you unlimited combo potential with anything else. So having one in hand at all times is usually a really good thing as a safe keeping measure, so you can play through interruptions and still complete something like a Gimmick Puppet lock. Now, Cartesia, also being a tuner in the level 4 monster, gives it great typing. It also allows it to be played in builds like Branded Synchro and even other decks, which is kind of cool. But Branded Synchro definitely uses this card a lot differently than we do, but we'll get into that when we get to the Branded Synchro list. Now, I think that Cartesia's relevancy in the deck and just utility just makes it an instant 3 of. A lot of people used to run it at 2 or even 1, but I think nowadays it's almost standard to see it at 3. However, we're running a 50 card build, which I think into info is completely correct with the uptick of Droll. You do not want to be running Pot of Desires and things like that to automatically play into Droll, at least until people stop playing Droll in the format. So I think 3 Cartesia is just fine in a format like that, when we might see even more board breakers. Cartesia also only being able to fusion summon a level 8 or higher fusion monster is also pretty relevant. Sometimes new branded players will try to summon a Garura or a Mud Dragon off of this, but this is an illegal play, so just make sure that you're summoning something like a Grand Guignol for common instance, or other things like Dracostapelia is a common thing to make off of this, just off of some of your spare monsters. Cartesia also can basically fuse for free when you combine with things like Albion the Branded Dragon and Lubellion, because these cards are already going to the graveyard for their fusion summons, or will already be fused back or banished for their fusion summons. So if you just use Cartesia and fuse off the Lubellion or Branded Dragon during their when you chain to their fusion effects, you basically just get free fusion fodder to make a Grand Guignol, or even something like a Dracostapelia, like I said. Borreload Savage Dragon is also a very common card to make in this scenario. Light and Darkness Dragon is something that is also common, but we'll talk about that when we get to the extra cards. And the fact it's a 1500 makes it, plus a light spellcaster, makes it synergize with the Whitewoods cards as well as Despia and Luluwal Lilith. So this card can typically be special summoned out quite easily, since especially it also synergizes with fusion deployment, just like Fallen of Albaz, which makes fusion deployment one of the best board breakers or just extension tools going first in the game. The fact you also can just use fusion deployment to get to Cartesia means you basically can run 5 to 6 copies of Cartesia all times. Next, we have Guiding Quem the Virtuous. This came out a set after Cartesia and arguably added even more to the deck than Cartesia. Guiding Quem, this card is always treated as a Dogmatica or Despia card. If this card is normal or special summon, you can send one Fallen of Albaz or one card that mentions it from your deck to the graveyard, which is a ton of cards. Branded Fusion, Brand High Spirits, not Branded Opening, Branded in Red, Branded Lost, and then also Branded Retribution, Cartesia, Shrouded Dragon, Mercurier, Quem itself, Fallen of Albaz, and Kit, and Bestial Luber, and Mercurier are all legal targets in this deck. So you have a wide swath of options to basically let Quem complete most of your combos. It's also a level 4 light spellcaster, with a 1500, just like Cartesia. If a card leaves the extra deck, except during the damage step, you can target one Fallen of Albaz or one monster that mentions it in your graveyard, except for Guiding Quem. Special summon it, and you can only use each effect per turn. It has 2 very busted effects, which makes Quem an easy imperm target, which, for that reason, Guiding Quem is typically something that will get impermed if you lead with it. So if you have access to Guiding Quem and a Luber but no Cartesia, it's usually a good idea to lead with the Quem first, because that will your opponent will be forced to imperm that, because if they don't, well, they're going to end up just negating one of their effects and letting the other one through, which doesn't make too much sense. So usually an imperm will just stick to this card, and then you'll just be safe to go into a Luber and combo from there. Also, the fact is, its effect will automatically trigger when it's summoned, so when you're doing fusion summoning, you can use Guiding Quem to chain block, even if it's completely negated. Now, its first effect is very good. Like I said, it completes combos by getting you to combo pieces. You can send Branded Fusion, Branded Retribution when you have things like Albion the Shrouded Dragon or Sireneer activating. or Branded High Spirits in order to basically get the other piece to your puzzle to get the Branded Fusion, which is very relevant. But the second effect is the more powerful effect in my opinion, because you can target any monster or a Fallen of Albaz that mentions in the graveyard, except for Guy and Quem, and special summon it anytime a monster leaves the extra deck, which things like Paw Prosperity does proc this, for instance. So anytime, or if a monster is just summoned from the extra deck, it procs by this, or like something like Keshira Unicorn, it will proc Quem. So make sure you realize that, because basically this card can target even things like Mirror Jade, Sanctifier Dragon, Albion the Shrouded Dragon, not Grand Guignol. It can target Rinbrum, Titanclad. It can target any of the fusion Fallen of Albaz monsters, which is insane for that reason. So basically, Quem can just recycle Mirror Jade. It's another way to loop Mirror Jade, which is a common win condition in Branded, to basically use Mirror Jade soft once per turn effect multiple times. If you just fuse off or destroy the first Mirror Jade that already used its effect, well, you can just revive it or from the banished pile or the graveyard, and then bring it back. Quem also has really neat interactions where you can like send a Mercourier and then basically go Branded Fusion in order to set up an effect negate, because Mercourier is on field, and it mentions Fallen of Albaz, so Guiding Quem just helps you get everything. And the fact it's treated as a Dogmatica and a Despia card is actually disgusting, because that means you can special summon it off of Branded Opening for free, and that also means that, more importantly, Grand Guignol can special summon it, since it summons out a Dogmatica monster from your deck. So basically that's why 2 Guiding Quem is standard at this point, because you need one for combo or for summoning off a Titanclad to finish off your combo and in your first turn, and then you need a second one for like follow-up, or you need the second one for Nibiru, so you can at least go into a Quem and then have interruptions for your opponent off the Grand Guignol. This is why a second Grand Guignol is great too. It's also an amazing card in Branded Synchro. It's probably the best card in Branded Synchro too. Just the fact that it basically extends and sends a card. It's just very disgusting in that kind of version. Next is One Spriggan's Kit. This card's actually quite interesting. It's a card that we used to run more of. But it's a beast, 1700, level 4 dark. If you have a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as a material, or in your field or graveyard, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summon, you can add one card to your hand that mentions that's a branded spell or trap card that's banished from your deck or graveyard. So this, and then you put one card from your deck back to your hand, essentially, to pay for the effect. So this card can get back your banished cards like Branded Retribution, which is very good. So you can cycle your grind game card, and then Spriggan's Kit is usually that card you can search off of Branded High Spirits in order to get a Branded Fusion. So this is very nice, because Branded High Spirits cannot search a Luber, so you need the kit to search off if you need to get a Branded Fusion through the High Spirits line. It also pairs very well with the fusion monster, the Sprine the Iron Dash Dragon, because you can summon out the kit in the end phase and continue to combo. There's actually a really nice combo line I'll show you guys in the combo that you can use with Sprine and kit in the combo guide, so you can actually play through multiple hand traps, and it costs very little resources. So I think this card's actually a mandatory one of for the most part, as long as you run Branded and High Spirit. It can also special summon itself, which is huge if you have a Fallen of Albaz fusion monster in your graveyard or on the field, as long as it mentions it. So it's very much a free card that you can summon out. It's automatically live off of Branded High Spirits if you send a Dark Dragon. Also, it's 1700. Body is quite good. It could be also searched off of Mercourier, since it mentions Fallen of Albaz. It can be summoned off of Quem as well. So your ways to kit is unlimited. It is a Spriggan's monster, but it doesn't have much to do with Spriggans. Now, the next monster is Albion the Shrouded Dragon. This is one of the best extenders in the whole deck for sure. It's a level 8 dragon, 2500, 2000, so it's very big, and this card's name becomes Fallen of Albaz while in the field or graveyard. And then while it's in your hand or graveyard, you can send one Fallen of Albaz or one Branded Spell or Trap card from your hand or deck to the graveyard, and you can apply this. Basically, you can special summon this card if you sent the card from your hand, and then, or you could place it at the bottom of your deck and then draw a card if it's from your hand. So this card basically can get you a free draw 1 while also setting up your graveyard through sending something like a Fallen of Albaz, or even more importantly, a Branded Retribution, so you can get another combo piece out of your graveyard like a Branded Fusion. But it also gives you a +1 through the draw, so you're basically getting a +1 through this card as long as you send a Branded Retribution. So this card has been getting ran at 3-ofs in the Branded Despia deck recently because of its just versatility and the fact that it counts as a Fallen of Albaz. So a lot of the time this could be a combo piece as long as it's in the graveyard, or you can special summon out to your field. You can summon off of Quem, for instance, and also just the fact it's a big body gives it a lot of utility. So the fact is it's a +1, so this thing has been getting ran a lot more, and it's just a great card. Now, you can use this card under Droll, but as long as it's in the graveyard. You can't use it under Droll if it's in your hand. And also, if you use it in your graveyard and you send from your deck, you just don't draw a card with how it's worded. The fact it's counted as a Fallen of Albaz is a huge sticking point for this card, because you can revive off a Quem, and then you can, I'll show you guys a combo line where if you have the Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, plus another Dark Dragon, or plus the Fallen of Albaz. If you have Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, plus another dragon, you can contact Fuse off for an Alba Lunatus. And if you have a Mercurier in hand, which you can search off a Branded High Spirits, also if you have things like Branded Sword, very easy to get, then you can basically have Mercurier in hand with a Fallen of Albaz fusion before you resolve the Branded fusion. So you can out the Ash Blossom with your own Mercurier, which is a very cool combo line you can only do really with Shrouded Dragon possible. Also, it's a level 8 Dark Dragon, so it's very much a synergized piece with things like Allure of Darkness. And then also, Borreload Furious Dragon, just giving you more Dark Dragon access is very big, especially when Borreload Furious Dragon is one of the best cards. It's also a Branded in red target. It's great with Branded in white for that reason. Also, sending off a Branded High Spirits is one of the best 2-card combos in all Branded. You can also send things like Branded Opening, which is really huge in the fire matchup or other matchups where they have a lot of destruction effects. So Shrouded Dragon is one of the only cards that can really send Opening besides Saronir in the whole deck. So it's very much useful to send the Opening, or you could even send a Fallen of Albaz, so you can set up Branded in red. So let's just say you have Shrouded Dragon plus Aluber. Well, you could go plus Branded in red. Well, you could go Shrouded Dragon, send Albaz, and then you can normal summon Aluber. If they go Imperm, you can just chain the Branded in red and then make a Lubellion, and then just like the Cartesian Aluber interaction, you will still get your search because Aluber is no longer on field to be targeted and negated. Next, we have Despian Tragedy, which is a funny little card whenever it's sent to the graveyard or banished by a card effect. You can add one Despia monster from your deck to your hand, except for Tragedy, and then on a separate effect, which you can't use in the same turn that you used the first effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then target one Branded Spell or Trap card in your graveyard set to your field. You only use one effect per turn and only once that turn. So basically, this card is a nice extension piece off of stuff like Foolish Burial. It's also great to banish off of Allure of Darkness because it has an effect when it's banished. It's also great to send off a Branded Fusion because you can chain block Branded Fusion by sending Tragedy plus Fallen of Albaz, make a Lubellion the Searing Dragon, and then go chainlink one Lubellion, chainlink 2 Tragedy, and now they can't really, like, you know, it chain blocks at least the Lubellion, which can be very relevant for on-field effects like Appaloosa, because Appaloosa has to respond to the last chain. So I think it's definitely a must run, but in builds like with Patchwork and things like that, Despian Tragedy is a lot better in. So I think at 1 in a build like this is just fine. When you're running things like High Spirits, it's not a High Spirits bridge, so it loses a lot more value. However, its Graveyard Effect is one of the best grind game parts of it, because a lot of the time you can just put in the graveyard through Foolish Burial or Branded Fusion, and then next turn on the follow-up you can banish this card from your graveyard. Then you can target any Branded Spell or Trap card like a Branded Fusion, Branded Retribution, Branded Lost, in order to basically just keep going and keep up your grind game. Branded actually has an insane grind game as long as you play it completely perfectly and just know all your options at hand, like things like Tragedy. You can also special summon or add it off of Opening, which is only really relevant if you have Allure of Darkness, because you can go Branded Opening and then go Allure of Darkness. So you have a Tragedy to basically search out a Aluber, so you can kind of mitigate all the discards and the loss. Next, we have Tri-Brigade Mercurier, which is one of the best hand traps in the whole deck. It's an in-engine hand trap. It's level 4 Dark Winged Beast. When your opponent activates a monster effect while you control a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material, quick effect, you can send this card from your hand or face up field to the graveyard, negate that effect. If this card is banished, you can add from your deck to your hand. You can add from your deck to your hand one Fallen of Albaz or one monster that mentions it, except for Mercurier. You can only use each effect once per turn, so you can use both effects in the same turn, which is very relevant. So you can basically go Allure of Darkness, banish a Mercurier to search then a Cartesia or an Albion or a Quem or something like that, even a Fallen of Albaz if you want, and then you can basically search out the second Mercourier off a Branded Lost to have an interruption on your opponent's turn. Also, things like Branded Sword, like I mentioned, can recur Branded Tri-Brigade Mercourier, which is very good. I think with Allure of Darkness, you want to run at least Tragedy or Mercourier at 2 so that it helps out the ratios. Basically, with Allure of Darkness, you want to have a decent amount of banishes that will give you a +1, so Mercourier and Tragedy, at least being a 2-to-1 ratio, is basically needed. I've seen some people do 2-2, but I think that's too many bricks. They are hard bricks, but in a 50-51 card build like this, I think Mercourier is perfect at 2 because, like I said, the interaction of being able to banish one and search is very relevant. If you only run one, you're going to find yourself missing one, in my opinion. So as long as I'm on a Allure of Darkness build, I think Tri-Brigade Mercourier is standard at 2. Alright, then we have the Bestials. In Branded Despia, there's traditionally 2 Bestials that we've been running since they came out. It's the Bestial Saronir and Bestial Lubellion. Now, why does Branded run these cards? Because they're basically engine pieces for the most part. The Bestial Lubellion's a level 8 dragon, 2500, 3000. That can't be normal, but it must be special summoned from your hand or graveyard by tributing 1 level 6 or higher Dark Dragon monster. You have plenty of those between Shrouded Dragon, Saronir itself, and Albion the Branded Dragon, plus some worse options like Borreload and Titaniclad. So it's very easy to summon in this deck, especially off the fact that you can send it off a Branded Fusion for your light target to make an Albion. Also, you can make a Titanclad. Now, the hand effect is even better because you can send this card from your hand to the graveyard and add 1 Bestial monster from your deck to your hand, except for Lubellion. And then during the main phase, you can place 1 branded continuous spell or trap card from your deck face up to your field. So its on-field effect is very devastating because you can get cards like Branded Lost, Branded Regained, and Branded Beast to just keep extending. So this card really does get you a Bestial, also gets you a +1, so it comes back itself, so it can basically turn into a +2. It's a very good card on its own. It gets out the Bestial Saronir or even the Bestial Luber, which we are choosing to run, which mentions Fallen of Albaz, so this card can get you to Albaz if you want to. Also, it's a very good Brand High Spirits target. Now, in this build, you're typically searching out Saronir because Saronir is one of your best extension tools because you can target 1 light or dark monster in either graveyard, banish it to special summon it, but this is typically not how you're summoning it. What you usually do is you just send it to the graveyard off a Branded Fusion, Foolish Burial, or just fusing off with Cartesia or sending it as a discard fodder for Lubellion the Searing Dragon, because it will proc at any point. It can be sent for cost or sent by card effect to activate its graveyard effect to pitch a Bestial monster from your deck, or send a branded spell or trap card from your deck to your graveyard as well. So this card can send obviously Branded Retribution, Branded Opening, Branded Loss, Branded Fusion, Branded High Spirits, which are all very good combo pieces. So Bestial Saronir has become a mainstay in the Branded pile because basically it's a extension piece. You can get to it through Branded Fusion, Lubellion, and it combos very well with things like Cartesia and just as a general discard fodder because it can typically get you back itself through back the card advantage by sending a Branded Retribution. What also a neat new interaction now is sending the Bestial Aluber off of the Saronir, because the Bestial Aluber is a Bestial monster, but it also mentions Fallen of Albaz, and its name becomes Fallen of Albaz while on the field or graveyard. So you can very easily send this off of Saronir, like let's just say with Brand High Spirits, and then search the Cartesia, and then you can special summon Cartesia immediately because you have a Fallen of Albaz in graveyard. This is something that's not traditionally ran in a lot of branded builds. However, I chose to opt to run it because we need more darks and we need more dragons for the branded and high spirits. So, and I think that interaction with the Cartesia with high spirits is a very, very good interaction because it'll allow you to play through things like Imperm and Effect Veiler a lot more. Its on-field effect is a lot less relevant, but it's pretty good against fusion or against dragon decks, things like Tenpai or old Snake Eye, because you can basically send this card to the graveyard and you can take control of a dragon on your opponent's side of the field after you discard a card on its normal or special summon. And since it mentions Fallen of Albaz, you can also obviously summon off a Rinbrum in the graveyard, so it's pretty decent in like a Tenpai matchup for that reason. Or you can send this card to the graveyard if you do special summon that monster from your graveyard to your field, so it's not bad. I don't think it's necessary in every build, and you can very well cut it in this build to get an exact 50 if that so pleases you. Now, do you have to run the Bestials? No, I got my first regional top with actually not even running Bestials in Branded. They aren't necessary, but I think the Bestial Lubellion gets you to your second best spell card that's a branded card, and that's Branded Lost. Branded Lost basically says your opponent can't respond, and it searches you a card each turn. And it basically means that your fusions cannot be negated. So it gets you to a very important combo piece, as well as just being a big body that can get you to other combo pieces such as Saronir or Bestial Lubellion, or the Bestial Luber. So I think that very much so the Saronir and Lubellion should be staples in any branded deck. And if you aren't running them, you are missing out on a huge play line, because you can't just go Branded Fusion, send Lubellion, Branded Fusion, send Saronir, chain block. It's just, or set up branded, other cards, set up the Branded Lost. It's very much an integral part of the deck, in my opinion, at this point in the game. The Bestial Lubellion can also search out things like Bestial Magnamut, which Magnamut in turn can search out any dragon. So it's very broken. It can search out a lot of different cards that are very relevant for your deck. Also, like I said, its synergy with High Spirits and Allure of Darkness just warrants it very much. And also, Saronir is just very good as a hand trap in your deck. A lot of really good decks right now have light or dark cards, such as the Fiendsmiths, or sending IP Masquerena to the graveyard, or even in the past, things like Tear Lament, or even the Mirror Match against Branded, which I'll get into later, but the Mirror Match is very tough to play against if you lose the die roll, and the Bestials are very key in that matchup. Branded loses to Bestials. And so even if it's Fiendsmith, when you banish one of their level 6s to prevent the Beatrice, or if you banish the IP Masquerena when they link it off on Snake Eye, I think that very much so the Bestials are very worthwhile to run at your deck. And I've even seen some builds max out on Bestials and max out on Branded and High Spirits in order to facilitate even a better going second. And I think depending on the format, as it becomes more of a light and dark heavy format, I think Bestials become a lot better in our deck. Currently, it's not like every deck's a tier 0 light or dark deck, but a lot of these decks use very important combo pieces that are light or darks. So it can definitely still hurt your opponent by interrupting them there. And when Branded is a deck that you can't fit many hand traps into, a lot of the time you just have to settle for engine and go for board breakers, because you have things like Triple Tactics Thrust, which can get you any board breaker on top of Branded Fusion, or on top of Fusion Duplication, which is a Cult by the Grave for your deck. So you're basically relegated to running board breakers, because Triple Tactics Thrust is basically the best board breaker in our deck. So I think that means that just having an option tree that has a quick effect to banish a card out of your opponent's graveyard, even though it's only light or dark, is very good, and give you a body that's very big. Also, this card can obviously then be tributed for Lubellion on your opponent's turn if you already summon the Saronir. Very good card. Now, I highly recommend running more than one target, because a lot of the time it's Saronir and Lubellion, but if you draw either or, obviously, then Lubellion becomes dead, so that's why I do like the Bestial Luber. Next, we have Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, and right next to it, Ad Libitum of Despia. So I want you guys to choose basically your 50th card. You can either choose Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, or you could choose Ad Libitum of Despia. And I want this to be relevant even past any sort of ban that prevents the Gimmick Puppet lock from becoming a thing. So I do want you guys to know that this build will be good with or without Gimmick Puppet. However, I think that in most cases you should choose the Gimmick Puppet, but I think it is very much an either-or scenario. But both of these cards are huge bricks. Both of these cards fill up the same combo line where you could send either or off a Branded Fusion, or most of the time off a Grand Guignol, in order to set up a Fusion summon on your opponent's turn that basically gets this card out. One of these cards out. Ad Libitum is a very explosive card and was originally a part of the the Albaz strategy, when people would be setting it up through sending it to the graveyard through things like Grand Guignol, and then go Branded in red, targeting it, and then banishing off the Mirror Jade you might have already used. And like I mentioned before, since Mirror Jade is a soft once per turn, you can then go Ad Libitum's effect to target one level 8 or higher fusion monster in your graveyard, or that's banished, so you can target the Mirror Jade and you can special summon it, and then you can use Mirror Jade for a second time, and then you can go to things like Guiding Quem to use it for a third time. If you fuse it off, then that Mirror Jade with the Cartesia for something like a Draco Stapelia. And if you think about that, that's so many interruptions, especially if you have lost up. That's Mercurier on top of Stapelia, on top of Quem, on top of 3 Mirror Jades. Like, no one's playing through those interruptions. So I think that Ad Lib is a very good option, and there have been people who have top forward YCSs even with Gimmick Puppet out, without Gimmick Puppet. Branded has plenty of tops without Gimmick Puppet. I think Adlib is one of the biggest reasons for that. So if Sanctifier gets banned, Adlib's getting stuck right back into our deck. However, I think right now a lot of people are choosing not to run the Adlib for the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare because this card basically tells your opponent they can't play the game. It is a walking, talking floodgate that you can special summon to your opponent's side of the field. And the moment it's special summon to your opponent's side of the field, the instant it's special summon, it just happens. It's like a continuous inherent effect. Basically, what will happen is your opponent cannot special summon any monsters except for Gimmick Puppets. Now, this is only relevant if you're playing against Gimmick Puppets, which is a pretty good deck out of info. This previously was not the case. So you do have to be careful with Gimmick Puppet locks to make sure you're not going against Gimmick Puppets. But outside of that very niche scenario, Gimmick Puppet Nightmare represents a FTK against your opponent, essentially going first. If you're able to achieve this card, putting it in the graveyard and special summoning it to your opponent's side of the field through Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. In the past, we used Branded Expulsion for this, but Sanctifier has become our only option after the ban of Expulsion. So Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, basically any way you can set this card up plus a Sanctifier Dragon basically means your opponent can't play the game. Now you have to pick and choose when you Gimmick Puppet lock. Is it right to Gimmick Puppet lock every deck? No. If you go against things like Stun, Labyrinth, and Fluwandereeze, or Gimmick Puppets, for instance, you will lose the second you go Gimmick Puppet Nightmare. So you have to be careful on what you do, but generally 80% of the decks out there insta-lose to Gimmick Puppet if it resolves, even 90% I'd say. So I think overall that Gimmick Puppet's very much worth to run, at least in the side, but you've been seeing most branded players nowadays main decking it alongside Grand Guignol and at 2 and Sanctifier Dragon to basically just make Branded Fusion into a 1-card Gimmick Lock combo. There are plenty of other combos to get the Gimmick Puppet, which we'll go over in the combo guide section, especially with cards like Nadir Servant or even Brandon High Spirits. But the fact is, it's a brick, just like Adlib is a brick, but these are the best bricks in your deck. If you see them, you're just doing fine because you obviously don't have to get it to the graveyard as hard. A lot of the time, you have to use Grand Guignol to send Adlib or Gimmick Puppet since they're level 6 or higher dark monsters. Like I said, the other reason, the way to do it is through Branded Fusion. These cards can also be banished off of Allure of Darkness, which is pretty relevant when you're running Allure because they're bricks. You don't want to see them going second. I mean, Adlib's way better going second. Gimmick Puppet it's still good going second. I would say these cards you actually want to keep in going second most of the time because if you break a board, especially in Fire format right now, where a lot of the time you can't basically kill the Fire deck. You can basically crack their board, but you can't quite kill them, and they have a lot of follow-up through things like Flamebird's Dragon and your Snake Eyes Ash and Promethea Princess. So Gimmick Puppet Nightmare just being there going second to secure the lock is very good because you can half break their board and set up a Sanctifier Dragon with a Gimmick Puppet in graveyard and basically kill your opponent even if you didn't OTK them that turn, and it allows you to basically make quick games but also not give you another win condition. You don't have to OTK your opponent. You can just keep Gimmick locking them until you whittle down their resources, which is very relevant against the Fire deck. However, most of the time Gimmick Puppet lock will just be a straight blowout and your opponent will just scoop, which you'll see a lot of the time when you just go for Gimmick Puppet. Your opponent will just scoop so they don't give you information of what deck they're on. So a lot of the time if you go first, you win die roll, you don't see that many hand traps, you're gonna be fine. There are plenty of combos to basically play through multiple hand traps. There are combos that play through 4 hand traps or 5 hand traps with Gimmick Puppet. It's not the that's like a 4 card combo to be fair, but you know, very much so Gimmick Puppet is a easy way to play through hand traps too. That's the best reason to play it, frankly, because if you get ashed, impermed, belled, you can still Gimmick Puppet, you know, as long as you have the right cards. If you have a fusion duplication, triple tactics thrust, and you get triple hand trap, you can still Gimmick Puppet. So I think very much so it gives you a win condition through hand traps, which is very important. Why it's better than Adlib. Adlib is much more of a board breaker and also lets you achieve a triple Mirror Jade, which is good, but also doesn't just FTK your opponent. Your opponent can still do things like Dark Ruler no more evenly matched to play through things like Adlib. So it's less safe for that reason. All right, now we have the heart and soul of the deck, Branded Fusion. This thing is at 3 in the TCG, thank God, and you basically get to fusion summon 1 monster from your extra deck that mentions Fallen Valbaz's material by sending 2 monsters from your hand, field, or deck, most importantly, to the graveyard. You cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck except for fusion monsters the turn you activate this turn. This card, you can only activate 1 Branded Fusion per turn. So Branded Fusion is a very important card. It's one of the best cards in the whole game. It's a 1 card just end board. It does everything for this deck. It's one of the only cards that doesn't already expect you to have prior setup. All you need is Branded Fusion, and then you're off to the races. It's not like the 2-card, because everything else in this deck is basically a 2-card combo outside of Branded Fusion. So Branded Fusion is just the heart and soul of this deck, and the fact it's at 3 is just like a blessing. I would say that it gets you into everything, and the fact it can send from deck is the most powerful part about this card. Shaddoll Fusion back in the day was very broken because you could send from your deck to make it. Basically means you don't have to go neg to go for your fusion, and the fact is you have so many strong options such as Albion, Mirror Jade, or Sanctify, or even Boral to pop things that Branded Fusion's use cases are endless, and you can always just find a way to shove a Branded Fusion into breaking a board. Now, because of that factor that it's the only 1-card combo in the game, because of the fact that it's the only 1-card combo in Branded, essentially, it is also why Ash Blossom hurts so much when this card gets negated on Ash Blossom. Because Branded Fusion is one of the only 1-card combos in Branded, that is why Ash Blossom on Branded Fusion hurts Branded players so much in their ability to play, because it is the only 1-card combo, and then you have to have other options to follow up Branded Fusion in order to keep playing the game. However, Branded Fusion can be used as a board breaker, like I said, or it could even be used to set up an unbreakable board against your opponent with things like Gimmick Puppet, Ad Lib, and things like that. It also, you can only activate 1 Branded Fusion per turn, which is very relevant, because if it gets negated by something such as an Omni negate like Skull Guardian of the Voiceless Voice, you get to reuse Branded Fusion again, because of the fact that you can only activate 1 Branded Fusion once per turn, but they're negating the activation. On Ash Blossom, this doesn't apply because Ash is negating the effect. You also have things like Triple Tactics Thrust in this build in order to play through the Ash Blossom. So when your Brand Fusion gets ashed, one of your best ways to play through it is to see the Triple Tactics Thrust. Triple Tactics Thrust gets you into any normal spell or trap card when your opponent has activated a monster effect during any phase of the turn. So this card usually going first after getting Ash Blossomed, you will go out to Fusion Duplication, which Fusion Duplication will be able to target a fusion in either player's graveyard, including a polymerization. So targets would be Deployment and Branded Fusion in this deck, but Super Poly is also a target. And then you can banish that spell and then apply the spell's effect when that card is activating. And since you're applying it, Fusion Duplication actually cannot be Ash Blossom. You're only applying the effect, so it's copying the effect, which is not Ash Blossom being activated. The activation effect is a Ghost Spell effect. You would have to Ghost Spell the Fusion Duplication. So it's very strong for playing around hand traps. If you see Fusion Duplication going first, you are 10 out of 10 times going to basically Gimmick Lock. This card is very custom, and it's why a lot of people are running this card at 3, even with 3 Triple Tactics Thrust. For that reason, Triple Tactics Thrust is one of the best cards in the whole deck and justifies the $80 price tag, because of the fact that it is basically called by, but even better, it helps you extend, and even better, it helps you board break, because going second Thrust is even better. You get to search out any normal spell card in your deck when you could search out Branded Fusion or a Dark Ruler No More or a Triple Tactics Talents or a Fusion Deployment. It means that your options are endless for trying to break a board. So I think that Thrust, this is why we have to run board breakers, because Thrust can search any board breaker in the game, essentially, from Evenly Matched to Feather Duster, so that Thrust just lines up nice in a board breaker package. So you run Thrust plus a bunch of board breakers, and you don't really run a ton of hand traps, but you guys see in the side deck. We'll get into that. In terms of other options for playing through Ash Blossom, you have Branded and High Spirits. Branded High Spirits is one of the most insane cards in the whole Branded deck and allows you to basically combo infinitely. The card is basically a small world for Branded, and what you do is you reveal 1 monster in your hand and send 1 level 8 fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard with the same type that has 2500 attack or defense. Then you can apply this effect, discard the reveal monster. If you do, add 1 monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz or Albaz from your deck to your hand, and basically has the Cartesia effect in the end phase to recur to your hand as long as you didn't use the first effect that turn, so that it is able to give you discard fodder. But the most important part is it's a quick play, so that you can also just set up the graveyard by sending a dragon of any nature. As long as you have a dragon, you can send the dragon to the graveyard and then send either an Albion or a Titaniclad to basically set up a Quem in the end phase or a Branded and Red in the end phase in order to continue your combo and play through Ash Blossom. It also lets you play through Droll because it's a quick play, so you can chain to Droll, which is very nice, and you can still get your search. It's very versatile for that reason. You can search out any monster feature in your deck essentially. So you can even search out things like Mercurier and keep your opponent, catch your opponent off guard when they don't think that you have a Mercurier, but then you get the Mercurier. I've blown out people because of that. You can even search the Bestial Luber, Cartesia, Quem. You basically get any other combo piece you need for the whole deck while setting up your graveyard, which is very huge. It also has tons of combos. So when we get to the combo section, you guys will see a lot of the combos have to do with High Spirits. High Spirits is one of the most combo heavy cards in the whole deck. It's one of the toughest cards to really just know all the proper lines. But when you know all the lines and figure them out and learn this card more, you actually get a lot more rewarded with it because it's one of the best cards in Branded, right next to Branded Fusion. Next up, we have Branded in red, which is a quick play fusion spell card that allows you to target one Despia or Fallen of Albaz in your graveyard, add to your hand, and then you can fusion summon one level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extract by banishing the materials mentioned on it from your hand or field, but it cannot attack directly this turn. So this card is basically like an El Shaddai fusion for the deck. It can be used on either player's turn, which is a huge point on at basically any point, so it makes it extraordinarily versatile. But one of the best parts is you get to add a Despia or Fallen of Albaz to your hand, so you at least get to pay for the Branded and run, and then you can choose to fuse, which most of the time you will, and then you can basically target a Fallen of Albaz and then fuse off with the dark, make a Lubellion, go into obviously Mirror Jade. A lot of the time you'll sometimes do cheeky plays, go into Lubellion and then make a Sanctifier, and then you can puppet lock just through the Branded in red. But Branded red is just there to basically set off of Albion in the end phase most of the time. However, a lot of people have been running Branded in red at 2. I elected to cut it to 1 in this build because sometimes it can be bricky. If you see 2 Branded red going first in your opening hand, that is a pretty bad hand in my opinion. So I would like to just see my singleton. If I see it, I see it, and then I can search something else in the end phase. If not, I get off of the Albion in the end phase. However, Branded red is really nice in the main phase as well if you're playing a lot of things like Albion and Quem, or Sarniers and High Spirits, because then you can target either Albaz or Despia in the graveyard, add to your hand when something like an Aluber is using its effect, and then it gets imperm, so you can dodge the imperm, and that's all thanks to Branded in red. So it's like a Cartesia in that effect, except that you get the fusion like I mentioned before. So Branded red's a very versatile card, and you need to run in Branded Despia, but make sure to know it's a level 8 or higher. A lot of the time, though, this just ends up being a Guardian Chimera or a Sanctifier on your opponent's turn to crack the board or set up Gimmick Puppet. Next, we have Branded Opening. This is a 3 of. It's at 1 in Master Duel, but it's one of the best cards in our whole deck. We get to special summon or add a Despia from our deck by just discarding a card for card effect. So one of the best 2-card combos I'll show off is a Luber plus Tragedy, because you can pitch the Tragedy and get a +1 off the opening, and then opening can get you a Luber, so you basically go +2 off that combo. It's really nice, but most of the time you're just going to summon out a Luber. But because also Dogmatica or Quem is considered a Despia in the deck, it's considered a Despia or Dogmatica no matter where it is, which is really insane. So you can obviously summon it off a Branded Opening if you want to. So a lot of the time, if you already have a Luber, you'll just get the Quem. And also a lot of the times you want to lead with Quem before a Luber, like I mentioned. There's that the Quem baits any imperm or anything on the Luber. Branded Opening can also get ad lib, which is most of the time not as relevant. Next, we have Branded Loss, which is kind of why I mentioned during the Bestial segment. I think Branded Loss is one of the best cards in the whole deck because it's like a magical meltdown. Essentially, when your fusion is chain link 1 on the following chain link, as long as a fusion summon occurred under Branded Loss, and it was chain link 1, then on the subsequent chain link, no effects can be activated by the opponent facing the Branded Lost. So I can go, if I have Branded Lost, I go Branded Fusion is chain link 1. On the next chain link, your opponent cannot activate any effects whatsoever. They cannot Bestial you, they cannot nib you. So it's very good to have the Brand Lost on board before you go fusion summoning if possible, but a lot of the time you can just go Branded Fusion, send the Lubellion plus Albaz, make Albion, make Lubellion go to Mirror Jade, and tribute off the Albion for the Lubellion, then get the Branded Lost, and then you can do Cartesia. Alright, so next we have on the list, I think Brand Loss you need to run. A lot of people have thought about running multiples in the past, actually. I've seen some people run even 2 or 3, because Brand Loss is amazing. It negates basically the activations. Brand Loss is amazing. It prevents the negations of your fusions. So if you go Branded Lost and your opponent doesn't negate it, and you just go Branded Fusion, they cannot negate it unless they have an Ash Blossom or another effect that negates the effect of a spell card. your Branded Fusion is going to go through. So if this makes Branded Loss a must target for your opponent. They basically have to pop it or negate it once it's activated, because they never know what's going to come next. If they do nothing, they could just get blown out right there from a Branded Fusion. So this makes Branded Fusion Branded Loss a very easy target. So that's why running 2 or 3 is very good to bait the first one, but also that's why I like Brand Retribution, to set Branded Retribution in the graveyard, so that when they destroy your Brand Loss, you can just activate Brand Loss again. It's a continuous spell card, so you can activate it again. There's no restriction on activating a continuous spell card most of the time. And for the last branded spell or trap card, we have Branded Retribution, like I mentioned just right now. Basically, it is one of the best ways it's your best grind game card. Basically, when it's in the graveyard, you can banish it and target any branded spell or trap card and add it to your hand. You can only use 1 effect per turn, and the first effect is an Omni Summon negate by shuffling back 1 fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz on your field, or 2 that mention Fallen of Albaz in your graveyard. It's worded a little oddly, but they all have to mention Fallen of Albaz no matter where you're shuffling back from. So Retribution basically is really nice for preventing Bystials. It's a great end board piece if you already have the branded and red as well. So it's definitely something you need to run, but the most important part is that grind game aspect, because you can use it to complete a lot of your combos. It makes it so Shrouded Dragon, Bystial Saronir and Quem are all just nuts cards in this decks, because they can all send Retribution to the graveyard, and they can all send Branded Fusion to the graveyard, which is just another way to get to your 1-card combo. As you guys can see, Branded is, at the end of the day, a lot about just getting to Branded Fusion and then the spice that you can add on top of it. Branded Retribution is also very nice for dodging a Forbidden Droplet on your Sanctifier, because it can no longer get targeted so it's something to consider by chaining Branded red and then chaining the Retribution if you've been dropleted. Next, for the non-engine, we have 3 Allure of Darkness. I think in anything above 45 cards for Branded, that's when you're starting to get to a really heavy main deck count. So you got to have something to sift through your deck to really give you draw power for your deck, to give you consistency to see your good cards, because one of the best points of having a shorter count with your branded deck is you see your power cards more. You see Thrust, you see Branded Fusion. However, the best part about having a 50 to 60 card deck is that you have more options, and your deck has a lot better of a grind game, and you're able to break boards a lot better. So Allure of Darkness kind of bridges that and lets you see your cards even though. So it's one of those cards that can convert all your darks into +2s, and like I said before, if you run the Mercurier and Tragedy, it's very good. So I think this card is almost an auto run in Branded Despia. It hasn't always been an auto run, but it's one of my favorite cards to run. Just the draw 2 is just insane. If you go Allure of Darkness into Banished Mercurier, into, opening into Pitch Tragedy, and then also like Albion the Shrouded Dragon, you're going +3 right there. It's very easy to just overwhelm your opponent and go from 6-card hand to an 8-card hand, and then break the board because of that. And like I said, all the darks it's a good way to convert your bricks into basically draw power. And also, since you have the Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, any of your banishes will be able to be spun back. And this card also very much pairs with Branded Sword very well. Then we have 3 Forbidden Droplet and 3 Dark Ruler No More. I think, like I mentioned before, you need kind of board breakers in Branded, because you are running the Triple Tactics Thrust, which searches any normal spell or trap card. So you need something to search off a Thrust going second most of the time. And I think Dark Ruler No More is one of the best cards currently, with a lot of the boards being Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, and Yubel, which could put up multiple negates. So Dark Ruler No More is a card that you don't have much commitment to do. It basically just means you can't kill your opponent because you can't do damage, but it negates the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls until the end of the turn. So a lot of the time you can just slap this down during main phase 1 and then just proceed to play, because your opponent can't respond. So it's going to be very hard for them to negate this, and then it will basically just go -1 on you. You won't have to use Forbidden Droplet, which is also, I think, one of the best board breakers in Branded. It's a quick play that says basically you can send any number of cards. Everyone knows what Droplet does, but it's one of the best cards in Branded, because you can send cards to the graveyard, which helps you. You can send a Saronir, it procs the Saronir. You can send a Tragedy, use the Tragedy banish effect in the graveyard, or send an Albaz or a Shrouded Dragon. You know the drill. So I think that Droplet's very versatile, because it's a quick play, and you kind of need to run it alongside the Dark Ruler to prevent any negation of the Dark Ruler. So that's why I'm running it in conjunction with the Dark Ruler. It is a quick play. It's not searchable off a Thrust, but I think for the past 6 months, Droplet has been the best board breaker in Branded ever since Keshira Ryzeal got banned. As long as Droplet is usable with no like shifter monsters, I think Droplet's going to be one of the best board breaker in Branded for the most part. But right now we are going into a meta with huge end boards where Droplet, it's not as great to go neg3 by using Droplet to pitch 3 to clear all the negations on the board, because if you only have 1 or 2 cards in hand, if they aren't really good cards, and even sometimes then you won't be able to play through Ash. So I think that's why Dark Ruler is a lot better, but you know, other options in the past have been evenly matched. Book of Eclipse is very good because you get to dodge Imperm basically on Ash or on your Aluber by chaining Book of Eclipse going first, so it's Called by the Grave going first. And then speaking of Called by the Grave, we do have Called by the Grave. I don't know why this wasn't in the deck profile before, but we should be on Called by the Grave. Called by the Grave is an auto run. Basically, target one monster in your opponent's graveyard, banish it. You can target either Effect Veiler, Mourner, Ash Blossom, Ghost Bell. It's very good. It's also amazing in the Mirror Match. It's one of the only cards you can use in the Mirror Match to blow out the Gimmick Puppet lock. So I think it's very much well worth the run. You can also use it on Promethea Princess and a lot of your opponent's graveyard effects to interrupt them. On top of that, you have Triple Tactics Talents to, like I said, search off the Thrust, going second to break a board, or even going first. If you get Ash Blossom, you can obviously just hand rip, which is one of the best parts about Talents, is when they use an effect, you can hand rip and then check them for an Ash Blossom. So I think Talents is a must run in Branded with Thrust, because it allows you to check your opponent's hand for any nuisance cards, and also just being able to play around your whole opponent's hand is a huge thing in Branded Despia. Like I said, it's a very technical deck, so if you have more knowledge, you will be able to play your game plan better, make an end board that will be able to suit their hand. Also, the draw 2 is not bad, and then the take is pretty good for like an Appaloosa since it doesn't target, or even in the Mirror Match. Then you have Gold Sark and Foolish Burial. We aren't running Foolish Burial because at the end of the day, Foolish Burial is only ever getting you Shrouded, Saronir, or Gimmick Puppet, but that's always a card you can run. I think Gold Sark gives you a lot more searchability because you banish one of our 2 Mercuriers, and they can search any monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz, which is a far bigger search pool than Tragedy, so I think that's why we're running this over the Foolish. And then Gold Sark is just one of those really good, just staple cards that you see in most Branded lists. If you see most Brand lists, they're usually running Called by, Foolish, and Gold Sark. I'm making a conscious effort to cut right now Foolish to play around the Droll, and also the fact it's just the weaker of those 3 cards. But, you know, I've seen people cut Gold Sark and Foolish Burial when a Droll format has kind of come into fruition. All right, now we're going to go over the extra deck. Of course, we have 2 Albion, the Branded Dragon, which is the heart and soul of the extra deck. It's a combo piece, and it's one of your best extenders, because when all you need is a Fallen of Albaz and a light monster, and then if it's Fusion Summon, you can get one at level 8 or lower from the extra deck by banishing materials from the field, graveyard, or hand, which is very good. And during the end phase, if it was sent there that turn, you can add or set a Branded spell or trap card. So a lot of the time, you either tribute this off for Lubellion or fuse it off with Cartesia, and then have it in the graveyard during the end phase in order to set a Branded in red or a Branded Retribution, which is very good. So you'll always fuse and use its end phase effect, and having 2 for that reason is very good. So you have 1 for the follow-up, or if it gets banished for whatever reason, you just want to always have options to be able to keep fusing and playing on your opponent's turn, because you can very easily make an Albion on your turn, then make another one on your opponent's turn with the Branded in red. Next, we have 1 Lubellion, the Searing Dragon, which is the counterpart to Albion, the Branded Dragon. All you need is 1 Dark one, 1 Fallen of Albaz, so you can send things like Saronir, Tragedy to chain block with this one, but you need to discard. But it has a lot better of a fusion condition, because you have to shuffle back cards from your banished, graveyard, or field. You can't do it from hand, but the fact you can shuffle back from banish is huge. So if they banish your Fallen of Albaz, or if you have a banished Fallen of Albaz from the Albion, you can just shuffle it back, and this is one of the ways you have infinite resource loop. You also have an infinite resource loop because you can always just shuffle it back. So you always want to make sure you're shuffling back Lubellion for the most part, because then you will always and you only need to run 1. In the past, we've run 2 because of like things like Kashira Unicorn, but that's not too prevalent anymore. So Lubellion being at 1 is just fine. You will always spin it back. You don't need more than 1 for that reason. It's just kind of your backbone to your fusion extra deck. Next, of course, we have the Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, Of course, next we have Mirror Jade, the Ice Blade Dragon, which is the best boss monster in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't mean to say that, but it's basically one of the best boss monster that's basically unbanned. and it requires one Fallen of Albaz plus any extra deck monster essentially, and then you can only control one Mirror Jade. If you could control two, it would be so nuts. There are so many scenarios where I wish I could control two, but it has a quick effect where you can send one fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albaz for cost, which is pretty good. And then you can banish one monster on the field. Also, this card cannot use this effect the next turn. Also, if this fusion summon card leaves the field, you basically destroy all monsters your opponent controls during the end phase. So it's very hard to get around that effect. You can only get around the floating effect to destroy your opponent's field if they bounce it or if they slot it and make it useless, like with a Snake Eyes Flamebird. So you do have to be careful on Flamebird with Mirror Jade or with around bounce effects. But besides that, it's one of the best boss monsters. It has a non-targeting banish of any monster, and the fact is you get to send a extra deck monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz. You get to send Albion and set Branded Red or search Branded Fusion. You get to send Albinatus, get Branded Fusion. You get to send Titanclad and then get Quem or Fallen of Albaz, or you can send Striking Dragon. So, and the fact is it reads this copy can only use this effect once every other turn. So, like I said, if this card goes to the graveyard and then you revive it off of something like an Ad Libitum or a Quem, because it does mention Fallen of Albaz, so Quem can also special it back, you will basically be able to loop the Mirror Jade multiple times and send multiple cards in the end phase and have multiple things resolving in the end phase. And this is how you can kind of just always be on like 6 cards with Branded is through Mirror Jade. It's your best board breaker, it's your best boss monster, it's your best combo piece. And because the fact the card leaves the extra deck, it procs with Quem. It procs Quem's second effect, which is very good. I also do want to mention High Spirits does proc Quem's second effect, which is very important. So there's a lot of things that you can do to make Quem's second effect go off during the main phase or without your opponent triggering it. Quem, for that reason, you're also able to get like Cartesia, which is really nice. You're always able, Quem's one of your best grind game pieces. Next, we got Alba Lineatus, which goes really well with Lubellion. Alba Lineatus is something that hasn't traditionally always been ran, but with things like Tenpai and Flamebird Dragon running around, it's one of those cards that gives you a really good matchup into any deck that revolves around dragons, because it requires one Fallen Albaz plus one fusion or dragon monster. So, and you can contact fuse it off with your opponent's dragon monsters. As long as you have a Fallen of Albaz on the field, you can send the Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard and then send the cards on your opponent's side of the field that are dragon to the graveyard, or any on your field, and then as many as you want to. So if they have 5 dragons, you can fuse off 5 dragons and then make an Alba Lineatus that uses 6 materials, including your Albaz. And this monster can attack a number of times up to the number of materials, so it can very much just wipe a whole board. It has 2500, has very respectable stats. So it's very good for just having a combo piece. Also, you're able to contact fuse off on your own turn with, like, let's just say a Saronir and Shrouded Dragon off of the combo will show you, so you're able to get Mercurier in hand, and then also basically have the Alba Lineatus on board with Mercurier, and then have a Branded Fusion. So this card is actually very important as a combo piece as well, because a lot of the time you're able to send Saronir to the graveyard in order to make him, which Saronir will then trigger and then give you access to Branded Fusion. A lot of the time you just need this card to do certain combos to get to Branded Fusion or to break boards. Well warrants its spot, in my opinion, with or without dragons in the meta. Next, we have Albion the Sanctifier Dragon, which is probably the second best boss monster in the whole deck, because all it needs is a Fallen of Albaz and a light spellcaster monster. You run a ton being in Quem and Cartesia, but the more important part is it's untargetable and it cannot be used as a fusion material. So you can't be impermed, it can't be it can't be super polyed, which is really broken. And basically, once during your opponent's turn quick effect, you can target 2 monsters in any graveyard, special summon both monsters, 1 to each side of the field. You get to choose. Now, this basically means you can choose. This is how you set up the Gimmick Puppet lock. It's also your way to out evenly match. So this card well warrants its spot, even if you don't run the Gimmick Puppet, because of the fact it gets around evenly matched. You don't have a ton of evenly matched outs, and evenly matched can crater your board if you don't play around it. So that's why I think Sanctifier Dragon, the Puppet Lock, is kind of made a homestay, because it guarantees you the FTK, and also you don't get board broken because you put a monster on your opponent's side of the field, so they can't really activate things like Lightning Storm and evenly matched. So this card's just really broken. You always want to get into it, and because of the fact you only need a light spellcaster monster, you can make this off a Branded Red extraordinarily easily. You don't need to go into Lubellion or Albion in order to summon it, which is very important. You can just shotgun it off a Branded Fusion, worst case, in order to keep a Albaz and a Cartesia in graveyard. Sometimes it's correct to just go Branded Fusion Sanctifier into Sanctifier if you have like a Branded in red, or you need an Albaz and Cartesia in the graveyard and you have no other way to do that. It's very good in that respect, especially if you have a Cartesia in hand and you don't, and you already normal summon the Aluber. Well, you need to have a Albaz in graveyard to special summon that Cartesia now. Might as well make the Sanctifier Dragon. This card will likely get banned, and if it does get banned, we can replace this with something like a Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. Titanclad, the Ash Dragon, is the counterpart to Albion the Branded Dragon in terms of its graveyard effects. You are always sending this card in Albion in the end phase. Ideally, you want to have Titaniclad and Albion in the graveyard, and Titaniclad during every one of your end phases. And this card is made off of Fallen of Albaz plus 1 monster with 2,500 more attack, which is very important. Gains attack equal to all the levels times 100, so this thing can go actually up to 3,700, between 3,700 and like 4,500 attack, depending on what monsters you use. If you use a Shrouded Dragon plus a Nibiru, you get actually up to 4,300, which is very, very, very strong. So Titaniclad can actually be one of your biggest boss monsters, and for that reason alone, it's actually worth to run, because decks like Dinomorphia and Purely can't really do a whole lot about Titanclad, and you're out for a lot of those decks. So you have to run it for that reason, but outside of that, it's because it's also unaffected by the activated effects of other monsters special summoned from the extra deck, which is very good, so you can't just bounce with Noir. During the end phase, if this was sent there, you can basically add to your hand or special summon one Dogmaka or Fallen of Albaz from your deck, which allows you to extend if you need to get Quem to get access to Cartesia or send an Albaz in the end phase because you spun back your Albaz from the Lubellion. You kind of need to go into Titaniclad a lot of the times unless you already have 2 Albazes in rotation, which is why it's important to have 3 Albaz in your main deck, because you always want 2 in rotation anyways. Also, I do want to mention Sanctifier's second effect, which is really funny. If this card is in your graveyard, you can contribute 4 monsters, 2 in the extra monster zone and 2 in the central monster zone. So basically your 2 extra monster zones and then the 2 middle ones. You contribute those 4 while it's in the graveyard, and it is an activated effect, so it does not tribute for cost, but then you can tribute all those monsters and special summon that monster, which is really, really good. You can basically board break your opponent, but a lot of the time any good player will play around this. That's the thing, and a lot of the time it's almost impossible to pull off. So that the second effect is pretty fake overall. Then we have Rinbrum the Striking Dragon, which is 1 Fallen of Albaz plus 1 Beast or Wing Beast. So basically you can make this by sending Mercurier. It's a very good card against any deck that, like, Link decks that abuse extra deck monsters, because in the mirror match, this is how you beat the mirror match, is getting a Rinbrum on the field, because you can negate the Mirror Jade and bounce it. Because when basically when any extra deck monster activates its effect, you can negate the effect, then you can return 1 monster on the field to your hand, and then obviously it's a second effect during your opponent's turn. While this card is in your graveyard, you can target 1 Fallen of Albaz, special summon either that or this card to your field, so it can recur itself. But more important, most of the time, 99% of the time, you're using it to summon Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard, so you can activate from the graveyard so you can activate Fallen of Albaz's effect to fuse off one of your opponent's monsters during their turn, which is very good. It's a very good send off in Mirror Jade, but like I said, it's a very good end board piece for the mirror match and other heady things if you just need another interruption piece. It's also a very cool combo piece where you could go Mirror Jade effect, and then you can chain Rinbrum on your own Mirror Jade to negate the Mirror Jade effect. It will then be able to use its effect next turn again, so you get 2 Mirror Jade Suns, which is really cool. And then you also get to bounce something on your own field if you want, or your opponent's field if they have something. A lot of the time though, you can bounce like the Bestial Lubellion to your hand and then use Lubellion's effect, because you sent it off the Branded Fusion. Then you can use Lubellion to search out a Bestial, which gives you even more plus, and you still got the Branded Lost. So Rinbrum's actually a very good combo piece in that respect. Next, we have Despian Quertus, which is one of the best grind game pieces of this deck. It's the backbone, because you could special summon it off of Grand Guignol, which we went over before. When Grand Guignol is banished, because your opponent special summoned a monster through a activated monster effect, you bash the Grand Guignol, and you can either go into Quem, but you could also go into Despian Quertus, which is a card that basically says during the main phase, you can quick effect change the attack of all the monsters your opponent controls to 0, and then when this card leaves the field due to your opponent's card effect, you can special summon a Despia or a Fallen of Albaz from your deck. So basically this pays for itself, and it's very hard to remove. Your opponent basically has to bounce it once again or slot it just like Mirror Jade, or else they are going to be dealing with a Fallen of Albaz, which is going to then in turn make a Mirror Jade. So I think very much so you kind of have to run this card. In a lot of decks, they can't deal with the attack effect of it. They basically can't bounce it, and the fact is you can make all the attack 0 of your opponent's monsters. As long as you're not going against Branded, you're basically blanking their whole board, which is very good against stuff like Snake IF, OTK, and anything like that. Quirtus is also a very integral piece of Branded in order to OTK your opponent. It's one of the ways to enable OTKs with 3 monsters on board. With Quirtus plus Aluber plus Guardian Chimera, that is actually OTK right there, and that's a very common on board. So the fact is, Quirtus allows you to enable OTKs, and it's one of your best cards actually going second to go into, so you can blank your opponent's attack, and you don't actually have to kill all their monsters. They're all going to be 0 attack, so all you have to do is 8k damage. So it's a very good card to run. Grand Guignol, we talked about before, is the best extender in Branded Despia. You're sending things like Gimmick Puppet and Adlib, Lubellion, Saronir, and Shrouded Dragon to the graveyard, but of course you're mostly going to be sending Albion and Titanclad in order to complete your combos. For the most part, you do want to run 2 though. We're going to show you guys a combo where you need 2 in order to open up more play lines. It's kind of like running 2 Quem without the 2 Quem, without the 2 Guignol. You lose a lot of combos. You have to be able to go 1 Guignol on your turn and then a Guignol on your opponent's turn in order to set up Gimmick Puppet lock with Branded Loss, so your opponent can't really interact with the Gimmick Puppet, and they have to have the called by. And without 2 Guignol, that combo line does not exist, so you kind of have to run it. We also have Predaplant Dracostapelia for more generic fusions that I think are pretty staple in the Branded main extra deck. It requires 1 fusion monster plus 1 dark monster, and it's a level 8 fusion monster, so basically all your fusion abilities, such as Cartesia, such as Branded in red, will be able to make Dracostapelia extraordinarily easily. Also, you can just make off a Lubellion very easily, especially when you already have like a Gimmick Puppet banished. You could just spin back the Lubellion in the Gimmick Puppet and then make a Dracostapelia and continue to Gimmick Lock. It's very good for that reason. Also, it's just great against most decks. A lot of decks can't deal with a once per turn quick effect negation that also makes it level 1, so a lot of decks right now have to manipulate, such as Tenpai, like Synchro decks, Xyz decks. This basically shits on them, so I think you do kind of have to run it. It is one of the more cuttable cards in the extra deck. I would say between this and Alba are the most cuttable cards in the extra deck. However, this card is very good and you still have to run it, in my opinion, for just the niche cases. Also, when you under Shifter, it's your anti-shifter card. If you get shiftered, you can make a Stapelia, which is still a very good option, will usually clear most shifter decks. Speaking of shifter options, we have Borreload Furious Dragon, which is the one of the newest additions to the Branded extra deck. All you need is 2 dark dragon monsters. It's not a Branded monster, but it might as well be, because it's a quick effect. You can target 1 monster you control and 1 card your opponent controls, destroy them. So that's the most relevant effect, because it's a 3k Dark Dragon, so it's very easy to summon being 2 Dark Dragons. You have Albion, you have Albaz, and you have Albion in the extra deck, and you have Bestial Luber and Saronirs and Titanclad, so you have tons of options, all the options that you could possibly need in order to make the Borreload. However, the Borreload can also, it's a quick effect, so it's an on-field every turn. You'll be able to pop 1 of your opponent's cards, which is very relevant. The Branded Despia deck really loses to back row. It loses to floodgates. So Borreload Furious Dragon is your only option for the most part, besides Guardian Chimera, to out spells and traps. So having an option to have that spell and trap card, MST, out basically once per turn is very important, and you can basically mitigate the loss, because you have to pop one of your monsters to pop a card they control. But that's not bad when you have cards like Cartesia, because you can go Borreload Furious Dragon, target one of your monsters, target one of their cards, and then if they have no response, you can chain the Cartesia and fuse off the card that you targeted with the Borrel on your side of the field. And then Borrel, he doesn't have to pop both cards to activate its effect. As long as one of the cards is getting popped, it will continue to pop. So very much so you can get around the you can mitigate the loss factors of this card very easily. And for the value you gain out of this, it's just a uncuttable card going forward. I think it beats the Runic Stun matchup, it beats Labyrinth. I mentioned before how Sanctifier, you don't always want to do Gimmick Puppet locks. If you're wondering what you do over Sanctifier against those matchups like Flu, Labyrinth, and Runic Stun, you make Borreload Furious Dragon immediately, because they can't really deal with this. This can continuously pop Runic Fountain and their back row before they can really establish any sort of chokehold on the field. So for that reason, definitely a staple, and definitely a must run in Branded nowadays. And for the 15th extra deck, fusion monster, we do have the Guardian Chimera, which this card is just nuts. It's level 9, 3300, big beefy dark fusion, but you have to fuse You have to fusion summon it with fusion materials from your hand or field, with at least one monster being from each. So you can't just fuse from your field or your hand, it has to be a combination. And if it's special fusion summoned by a spell or effect, so it has to be a spell card, you can draw cards equal to the number of cards used from materials from your hand, and if you do, destroy cards equal to the number of cards used from your field. So a lot of the times, if you use 2 monsters from hand and 1 from field to make Guardian Chimera off of Branded in red, which is your most common way of making it, there's no other really way to make it in this deck. You don't want to make it off of Cartesia, it won't get its effect. You will draw 2 and then pop 1 monster. Also, the destroy is not a target, and also you can destroy back row, so it's very much a good card for clearing those stun decks and just being that thing you summon off a Branded red in order to crack your opponent's board. Now, I think that the draw is very good. It can be Ash though, but that's why you like to do it under Branded Lost, so your opponent can't respond, which makes it a very devastating card to resolve under Branded Lost. Just like Mirror Jade, if your opponent can't respond to that banish, they're just blown out. Just like Sanctifier, if your opponent can't respond to that banish, it's a blowout. So you really have to work on making Branded Lost around these blowout boss monsters you have, even Borreload Furious. If you chain these monsters to your Branded Lost protection, you win the game essentially on the spot because your opponent can't respond. So things you have to keep in mind with Branded Despia going forward. All right, so now let's talk about the side deck, because the side deck is a very important aspect about Yu-Gi-Oh! You want to cover your deck's weaknesses. You want to also cover your bad matchups while also preparing for the meta. It's always a balance of what you think you're going to see and then what you don't want to see in options that you auto lose against. It's always a balance. So I think that a lot of the time you want to have a nice spread of your extra deck to cover basically the things your main deck doesn't cover. So for this format with Fiend Smith cards basically coming out and making it so you kind of need a hand trap in order to stop them, because they'll either FTK you with blue tier or just go full combo with no return. So I'm making cards like Droll and Lockbird and Fantastical Dragon Phantasme, because you're able to draw into the Droll and Lockbird, and Phantasme just gives you more cards, and there's a lot of Link monsters going around, and it's also a Dark Dragon, so it synergizes with the Allure and High Spirits, and same with Droll, because it's still a High Spirits target. You can send Rinbrum. I think Droll is overall one of the better hand traps in Branded. In terms of hand traps with Branded, you want to run blowouts versus small niche cards like Imperm or Valor. Even though they are good cards, they don't have much impact. So the thing is that Droll is going to have a higher impact. I do think that Imperm is still fine though in a format like this and has tested well, so that's something you could consider. But traditionally, like I said, hand traps aren't very good in Branded. You can run them, but this is what I'm opting to do for this format. You know, we're covering our weaknesses, and our weakness is the going second against Fiendsmith. This will help our going second versus Fiendsmith decks. Next, we have 2 Bestials, a Bestial Magnuma and Saranir. They're more hand traps, essentially. A lot of decks right now summon a light or dark and put in the graveyard. That's pretty relevant, so having a Bestial in order to snipe and draw off a Phantasme is very good. They're also big bodies, and it hits the mirror match, which is one of our worst matchups, because the mirror match, whoever wins die roll essentially wins the game, unless you get lucky. So the Bestials are very much there in order to have a safeguard versus the mirror match as well, which is very important. Just like, it's not a very relevant mirror match, but the fact it hits multiple decks while also covering one of my worst matchups, I mean, these are very high value side deck cards in my opinion. That's always something you want to see for your side deck cards. You want it to be pretty general use, but then also be able to cover your very niche matchups. Like Phantasme is very good against a lot of decks, but it does cover the Fiendsmith matchup. Same with Droll. It covers almost all my rogue matchups, and maybe not exactly maybe a couple decks, but like I think it covers most decks. So evenly matched for that reason is also very good, because it board breaks and it also gets rid of spells and traps, which is something that we struggle with in Branded Despia. Decks like Labyrinth and Runic and just big boards, evenly matched will just crush, so it's very much a good card to have. I think one of the best board breakers in Branded Despia, you know, Dark Ruler plus Evenly is full combo. Essentially, it breaks any board, so I think you have to run Evenly when you're running the Dark Ruler, especially with Thrust. You can just thrust it out, worst case. A lot of the time it just clears up big boards that you can't get rid of. It's very hard for Branded to get rid of multiple spell and trap cards, so Evenly being there to do that is very good. For that reason, we do also run the 1 Feather Duster. I think that Feather Duster is very good in a format without a lot of Runic, so I think potentially it could be great this format. However, I think there's lots of Omni negates, so things like Evenly and Feather Duster will struggle a little bit, but I still think that they are mainstays in the Branded side deck, so that's why we're going to have them in here. Feather Duster just being a thrust target that can clean up all your opponent's spells and traps is very huge in the main phase. One, it's one of the best cards to see against decks like Labyrinth and Runic, which are some of your worst. I mean, Runic, Stun and Runic are some of your worst matchups, so I think having the Feather Duster for that is very good. And then just a lot of decks like Yubel, you can clean up the Nightmare Pain, very good, especially with the Shadal Dragon is another consideration, because like I said, off of Branded Fusion, you can send any dark or any light with Branded Fusion essentially. So sending the Shadal Dragon will proc it, making the Lubellion the Searing Dragon. You can go Lubellion 1 and then Shadal Dragon 2 in order to chain block the Lubellion, or you could chain block the Dragon. But one of the best plays that I'll show you in the combo guide is that you can play through Skill Drain in Branded if you have Shadal Dragon with Lubellion, because you could go Chainlink 1 Lubellion, Chainlink 2 Shadal Dragon in the graveyard, pop the Skill Drain, and then Lubellion will resolve. And then we also have 2 Fusion Duplication, because I think you also have to consider going first. There's still a lot of hand traps, and we just got out of a very heavy hand trap format, and we might be sticking into that format. So I think having Fusion Duplication, having some going first options is very important. It's very good for the mirror match as well, but of course it's very good for just going first. It goes in any game going first to play through more hand traps. So I think when you're talking about a side deck, you have to focus on things like siding patterns and things like that. I think that a lot of the cuttable cards in Branded Despia tend to be the extra stuff. So like Branded High Spirits, you could definitely cut Branded High Spirits. I do typically like to keep one. I like to keep one Fusion Duplication even going second. I think these cards have a lot of value even going second for grind game. And then, so we could cut really just not the stuff we need, the fat. We could cut Bestial Luber. We could cut second Mercurier. I do like the Allure of Darkness going second. However, if we're siding in hand traps, you want to take out Allure because you want to see your hand traps over Allure. So Allure can go out for the hand traps, but if you aren't siding the hand traps, obviously you can start working on some of the fat. You could side out Called By going second. You could side out, like, one Quem worst case. I probably would keep the 2 Quem. The 2 Quem typically comes up for me. I would keep it in the Bestials personally, and you can kind of like side out one Aluber like I said before, which could really work out for you. And then one Opening is not bad, one Deployment isn't terrible either, and the Gold Star could go out as well. And then going second, a lot of the time against like Fiendsmith, you'll want to put in the Droll, you'll want to put in the Phantasme, you'll want to put in, you don't want to put in the Bestials against them unless you're going second games 2 and 3, which obviously I think still can hit the level 6 Fiend. So basically everything you can side in, you could side in the Evenlies. Now, it's kind of hard to side in all these cards in a non-60 card build, so you could probably just start working on things like this, just siding out, to Aluber. You could side out one of the Mercurier, you could side out the Bestial Aluber, side out High Spirit, and then you could side out Opening, because Opening isn't great going second all the time because you have to discard a card, so it does put you behind a little bit. You could theoretically still side out Fusion Duplication, and then you have your cards right there. So that's kind of like the sign. We have to side out one more card, I guess. So I guess at that point it would just be Kit, because Kit isn't perfect going second because you do have to return a card. So not bad as a siding pattern for going second against most of the decks. Now going first, obviously you could take out all those cards and then put in the duplications and side out the Dark Ruler No Mores, because Dark Ruler is not great going first. So Dark Ruler No More is your easy going first side out. I think having a third card would be really good also for the siding pattern of the Dark Ruler. So you might want to consider something like a D Barrier or like a Branded Banishment in order to side for the third Dark Ruler No More. So now we're going to get into side deck options and other things that you could be running in Branded Despia. We're going to be getting into different kinds of deck builds right after this section, but this section is going to be about other tech cards, hand traps, non-engine, board breakers, and side deck cards, while also just having some cool engine tech cards that you could also be putting into your deck. I put the basically 100 most relevant cards all in a row, and we're going to go over them one by one. Alright, so we're going to be going over hand traps in Branded. Obviously, we have basically all the hand traps in Branded, but alright, so we're going to be going over hand traps in Branded. I'd say the hand traps generally were ran in Branded kind of back since the deck was first made. However, I think nowadays a lot of people choose to run board breakers because of Triple Tactics Thrust in the main deck, being able to search out basically any good board breaker, such as Dark Ruler No More being a normal spell card. So I think that spell or trap card or hand traps have really just fallen to the wayside in Branded. However, that doesn't mean that they're not bad. I think it just depends on the build or the meta, or really just like ratios of your deck, because if you build your deck to have good ratios, you can always run hand traps. I just think that it's kind of hard to build with good ratios, because branded, you obviously, it's a bunch of 2-card combos unless it's branded fusion, so having hand traps really don't contribute to those combos. So having the board breakers you can just search off a thrust is a lot better. So Ash Blossom is obviously probably one of the best hand traps in branded, because you could use things like cross out designator to call Ash Blossom and then also interrupt your opponent on their turn. Now, also, what is nice about Ash is it covers your mirror match. You can obviously just Ash Blossom the branded matchup. It also covers a lot of really nice matchups such as Labyrinth on the Welcome Labyrinth. So I think Ash Blossom, when branded and Labyrinth are really relevant decks, is just an amazing option, as well as when everyone, I mean, it's the hand trap that everyone is usually on. However, I think that cross out isn't always necessary, but definitely something you could consider your side or main deck. To that effect, we have Effect Veiler, Infinite Impermanence, and then also Ghost Mourner, which are the most popular targeting negate effect negates right now in the forms of hand traps. I think these cards are quite good, especially Effect Veiler in branded, and Imperm being just basically a diet forbidden droplet that you can use on your opponent's turn. In branded, it's also a thrust target. It's a thrust target going first, which is really nice. You could be a hand trapped if you didn't even resolve branded fusion. Like, let's just say you get D-shifted. It's kind of nice to have an Imperm in your deck with thrust, so you can just set it off a thrust, have an interruption on your opponent's turn. Effect Veiler also has really nice synergy with the deck because it's a light spellcaster with equal attack and defense, so it can be special summoned out by Despia and Lulu Wall Lilith, but it's also more importantly a combo piece in the deck because it gets you into Sanctifier, which just requires a light spellcaster, so you can send this off a branded fusion to make Sanctifier. If you're going to be running any hand traps in branded, these are probably the ones you should be considering on top of Nibiru. Nibiru is very good because it's a light monster and it's a big body, so you can make Titaniclad really big. If you just send the Nibiru plus a Felon of Albaz, you can make it quite big. Also, just the fact you can use it since it's a light card, so it combos with Cartesia very well, so you can fuse off into Grand Guignol, means that it's actually not a bad hand trap in our deck. It's also a big body and it's a high impact hand trap. That's the thing about hand traps in branded. You want to be running high impact hand traps, and this is a high impact hand trap. If you place a good Nibiru, you can clear the whole board, but decks nowadays really just need 2 hand traps alongside the Nibiru, another hand trap alongside the Nibiru, in order to make the Nibiru really hit. So I think that Nibiru has fallen out of favor in our deck for that reason, because we can't facilitate really more than 6 to 9 hand traps, and a lot of the time Nibiru is really nice when you have 12 or more hand traps in the main deck. Speaking of high impact hand traps, we do have things like Molchummy Pyrolia, which is a new card out of Infinite Forbidden, which allows you to draw every time your opponent normal summons or special summons from the hand, which is very good because it gets you card advantage, which is really nice in a non-hand trap version, or even with hand traps. You can draw into your hand traps, or you could obviously draw into your board breakers. So I think this card is actually a pretty good option in our side deck. I would never main it, but it's good in our side deck. When the new Max C Pyrolia comes out, I think that we could actually main this card. So if you're watching this guide and we have the new Max C out in Rage of the Abyss, which is Molchummy Pyrolia, except it's able to draw every time your opponent special summons from the deck or extra deck, well then I think that we could actually be maining that, because it will be live 50% of the time and will be quite good. Will always get you about 5 to 10 cards. Molchummy Pyrolia won't always get you more than 1 or 2 cards, so I think that's very good against Fiendsmith. It's very good against Yubel. It's very good against Memento, so I think that when those kinds of decks are kind of in the fray, and also Sprite in general for past decks, I think Pyrolia does have its use cases in our deck. You could also play things like Phantasme. Phantasme is also very good in this format with Fiendsmith, and anytime there's a Link deck that you could really have an issue with, I think Phantasme is an amazing option to have alongside High Spirits. Now, I think Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbits it has its formats as well. It also synergizes very well with Sanctifier, since it has an on-field effect as well, kind of like Mercurier. So you can pop a card basically as long as you have this on the field. You can also just revive off of Sanctifier for that reason. Droll and Lockbird is also very high impact for that reason. Very nice to run. You're able to just search and be able to completely shut off your opponents from most plays. I think it's actually going to be something that you could consider to run through the new format, when a lot of people are running Fiendsmith, and you basically have to start your turn with searching unless you have the perfect hand to basically do the combo without searching. Especially with Beatrice ban, I think Droll will be very nice. Also, we have Gizmek Ugo, which is a new goo kind of card that you guys will see me be running at Nationals once this video is already uploaded. But this card basically is a hand trap Fallen of Albaz. It's very cool. When your opponent normal or special summons a monster, or special summons from the main deck, you can special summon this card from your hand, and then if this card is normal or special, you can target one face-up monster your opponent controls, special summon one from your hand or deck, a monster with the same attribute with attack and defense equal to each other. So I think that this card basically can summon out Credible Ecclesia the Virtuous after they've special summoned from the main deck of Fiendsmith Engraver. So then Ecclesia can obviously tribute itself, summon a Fallen of Albaz, and the Fallen of Albaz effect can then fuse off your opponent's field and basically be able to make a Mirror Jade on your opponent's turn 0, which is very good. If you have Gimmick Puppet in hand, or if you have Mercurier, you could also make that live turn 0 because Credible Ecclesia is a light spellcaster, so you can make Sanctifier as well. Then we have extra Bestials. I think things like Bestial Baldrake and Bestial Druid Swarm and Bestial... I think like things like Bestial Baldrake are very good also in the side deck if you want to up your Bestial count or just more Bestials. You also have things like DD Crow and Skullmeister. I think DD Crow is quite good too because it is a high spirits target, but I think you should go through the Bestials. If not, in a light or dark format, there's always light and darks. So I think right now Bestials are better, but Crow could also hit a lot of different things. It can hit the Gimmick Puppet rank up magic, for instance. It could also hit a lot of the different decks, just basically any deck. It can hit the purely Noir when it targets in the graveyard to upgrade. It's very good for that reason and very versatile in our deck into dark. So it can synergize with Allura Darkness or just sending off a Lubellion, not a bad thing, or just fusing off a Cartesia. You know, I think that with Branded, you always have to consider the holistic picture of what a card can do for your deck, including its, you know, down to its attribute, you know, and down to its typing. That's why I love Branded. You could really use every single part of a card very effectively. Then you have Vidos, the Interruption Dragon of Extinction. This is the last hand trap we're going to cover here. This is a new hand trap, but it has a very cool interaction Branded because it's a Pyro Dark, so it's a dark for Allura Darkness at least. But the thing is that during the main phase, if this card is in your hand, you can quick effect target one card in the field zone, special summon this card from your opponent's field. If you do destroy that, and then you can add to your hand or set one Ashen's continuous trap. And if this card is sent to the graveyard, you basically get to pop the board. So basically what you can do is you can pop your opponent's field spell. Let's just say you're going against Gimmick Puppets or Tenpai, which have extraordinarily oppressive field spells that do a lot for their deck, and if you don't address their field spell, you're going to probably lose. Vidos is actually quite good into those matchups if those decks become too much of an issue or more prevalent. So I think Vidos also has the interaction, though, if you guys have noticed, since it's a dark and it will pop your opponent's field, what you could do is summon it to your opponent's field and then fuse off with it with a Fallen of Albaz, and then you get to blow up your opponent's field. So it's very cool for that reason. You also have things like Bestial Luber, Albaz the Ash, and Golden Sword Soul. For other little tech cards that you could be running in your Branded deck, I don't think Albaz the Ashen is very good, but it does give you untarget ability, and then Bestial Luber's amazing. I think you all should be running this at 1 or something, because the combination with Saronir High Spirits is too broken, where you pitch the Aluber, or you pitch the Aluber off of the Saronir because it's a Bestial, and then you search the Cartesia, can spec the Cartesia since this counts as a Albaz in graveyard, too good. You also have the Tier Limits cards, which have traditionally, actually, this is how people were mostly running Branded during full power tier, because you had interactions like, you had cards like Kikalos, which allowed you to use Branded in High Spirits to get free roll Kalos on any tier limit. And then also, obviously, the Mill 5s allowed you to mill things into Tragedy, Retribution to get you into Branded Fusion. So I think that when Kikalos left, I basically saw most people drop the Tier Limits build, but you still see in like Master Duel with Kikalos still legal that Tier Limits for Branded is still amazing. So until Kikalos comes back, I don't think Tier Brand is the play, however. So I don't think you should be running Pearl Rhino for that reason, but I think that you can still tech a Shiren or a Havness in because they're very good in our deck. You can pitch, unbreak your hand, pitch a Tragedy, mill 3, maybe mill a Retribution, and then also, but the more important part is you can send off a Branded Fusion as a dark requirement for Lubellion, and then also use Shiren's effect since it's sent to the graveyard, or Havness's effect, and then obviously you can fuse again, so you can get a double fuse, which is really nice for making things like Masquerade. And Masquerade, for that reason, is something you guys do have to be running as well. It's basically your best time card, but also puts a lot of people on pressure because it does 600 whenever your opponent activates a card, which is very good. It's a lot of damage, so your opponent will usually burn through about at least 4,000 trying to get rid of it, and things like Snake Eye, Fiendsmith, sometimes they have to go through like about 10 plays, so you know, if you have double Masquerade, you could just burn them to death. Very cool. But I think that overall, when you're in an IRL event, especially going into new formats, having a Masquerade in your side deck so that you don't just automatically lose time is something that is very valuable. I think things like Super Poly has been very much ran traditionally in Branded. It's one of our best board breakers, a quick play board breaker that can't be responded to, that basically makes it so that you can clear your opponent's board, and it's very good. However, a lot of the newer decks kind of play around Super Poly. Fiendsmith with Dire Eye basically can get around Super Poly, and so I think Super Poly has kind of fallen out of favor recently. You don't see a ton of Branded builds using it, but will still have its formats. When you have a format that you can just clean up the best board in the game with the Super Poly, it will be there. And you have different targets such as Mud Dragon of the Swamp, you have Garura the Resonant Life, you have G Golem Adignister for basically the Snake Eye on board. You can fuse off an SP plus an Apo, which is very good, a Starving Venom for any dark deck, a Gearfried for any warrior deck such as Infernoble, and then you also have Yubel the Loving Defender to basically fuse off your opponent's Yubel board, which is very good against them. Super Poly can have its use cases in the side deck and the main deck, and I recommend you guys try it out because it's one of our best board breakers. You also have tribute cards like Lava Golem, Wing Dragon Sphere Mode, and Radiant the Kaiju, and Herald of the Abyss. These cards all have something in common, and they out unaffected monsters, and I think these cards have found a home in Branded because we typically have a very tough time with outing an unaffected boss tower monster that has a ton of attack. So I think that traditionally things like Kaijus have been ran in Herald of the Abyss for things like purely Noir, which is a 4300 defense unaffected monster, so you usually can't make a monster that's over 4300 to get over it unless you're really lucky, and then you have Herald the Abyss to clean that up. You can search off with Triple Tactics Thrust, or you have the Radiant to kind of give you a dark and also do the same thing, but you give your opponent a body, obviously, which is the part that sucks. However, the thing is that it's a dark, so it can synergize with Alert Darkness. It can also synergize with Cartesia, so it definitely has its use cases. I think Wing Dragon Sphere Mode and Lava Golem have been more for bigger boards to have to deal with them. I think Sphere Mode might find a use case in the Fiendsmith meta with so many big boards. Same with Lava Golem, but you know, these are a little bit worse than the Herald and the Kaiju for sure in our deck, but they definitely have very good use cases for just clearing a board. I know Raw Sphere Mode was used by Andre Torres in his top 32 WCQ from Central America last year for Kashtira format, so something to consider. And then you have Ejim Chain, which obviously can be paired with Polymerization and the Fright for Patchwork engine, and I do think that those cards are very good right now, and have been very good in the past, and ran in the past and Branded specifically, because it gives you access to basically Guardian Chimera on your turn that is completely untargetable, which has a ton of value. And Ejim Chain being a dark and a fiend, so it's a high spirits target with Despia and Quertus, and also Magnum the Reliever, so you're able to go Ejim Chain and search off once you pitch it, because you only need, it can be pitched for cost for its effect too, so you're always getting card advantage back. And Fright for Patchwork is a automatic +1 by getting you out to Super Poly and Ejim, which you can then use to discard, go Allure Darkness, High Spirits, or even go Polymerization to play through an Ash Blossom if you already have like an Albaz or a Cartesia on field. It's very good for that reason, and it helps you break boards with the Guardian Chimera plays, and you can definitely run them. It's usually a 6-card engine, 2-2-2, 2-2-1. You usually have to at least run 2 Ejim to Fright for, and then the amount of polys is up to you. You also have things like Harpy's Feather Duster and other board breakers to run in Branded, such as which Harpy's Feather Duster really does help you with your spell and trap card removal, so it's actually been a mainstay in most Branded side decks. I just think in a format with a ton of Omni Negates, it might not be that great, but I think to clean up matches like Labyrinth and Runic Stun, this card is indispensable. Then you have things like Mind Control and Snatch Steal, which can help take your opponent's monsters. It's a single target, basically. But you get to take control of your opponent's monsters. Now, this isn't traditionally the best in Branded because we can't link off the monster, which is why these cards are pretty good in those other decks. However, what we can do is we can fuse off the monsters if they're light or darks, or they meet the summoning requirements for something. But I think also what the point is that you can force out a negate. It's all there. This is Mind Control and Change of Heart are also triple tactics thrust targets, so I think that's very strong. You can also use it to go for game, force the Appaloosa. You can take an Appaloosa and now you have a bunch of negates on your board. It's very good. Or you could just take a monster that you need to get rid of by fusing off with it, or just using it to get onto Snatch Steal. Also has a really nice interaction with, because it's a continuous effect, so if you use it on something like an unaffected monster, it will continuously target it. And even if they basically if you target a Noir with Snatch Steal and they don't respond, you will take the Noir because it will continuously try to keep taking it, so they have to basically spin it, so it forces out the Noir. It's very good for that reason. And also you can obviously just go for OTK. Then you have different things like Twin Twister and Cosmic Cyclone for more spell and trap card removal. I think those are definitely some of your best options, and are your best options for spell and trap card removal, since they are quick plays, so you can obviously chain to them, which is nice. It also Cosmic Cyclone with Hugin, Runic Hugin basically being a card is very integral, because you can play around Hugin with Cosmic. I think these cards have fallen out of favor slightly ever since anti-spell and summon limit basically have gone to 1 or / banned, but these cards will come back into play if we ever get more continuous floodgates. There are spells or traps that we have to deal with, and also just the 1 of anti-spell is still a factor that you have to consider. Then you have Crossout, like I mentioned before. It's great if you don't have a triple tactics thrust in your main deck. So it's something that you can use to play around Ash Blossom, which is very good. We have different ways to play around Ash Blossom that we're going over right now. Crossout is one of your best ways to do it. You can run 3 Crossout and then an Ash Blossom plus like a package of like the most popular hand traps at the moment, probably like Imperm or things that affect you. You could also obviously just cross out Triple Tactics Talents, which is also one of the best things to cross out on your opponent's turn. It's also just a very good card for being able to offensively target your opponent. So it's something that you can run, and I've heard some people say like they prefer this over Thrust. I still think Thrust is better, but you know, I think maybe in a more charmy format where everybody is running the same hand traps, I think it could definitely find a place back in our main deck for the mainstay. I do think that Nadir Servant and Dogmatica Maximus are some of your best ways to play past Ash Blossom though. Nadir Servant being basically a 1-card gimmick lock. We're gonna show off a combo or 2 in the combo section that shows you guys the pure power of Nadir Servant and Branded Despia. This card, if it resolves, basically gets you more advantage than Branded Fusion would. If you run a Dogmatica Maximus with it, now you don't need to run the Maximus. You could always run Nadir on its own, search a Fallen of Albaz or a Quem, and then obviously just send an Albion or a Titanclad to complete your combo piece. And that's how a lot of people traditionally ran this in Branded. However, with Dogmatica Maximus, you can banish any extra deck monster in your graveyard to special summon it, and then you can make you and your opponent send 2 monsters from each other's extra decks to the graveyard. And this basically means you can send an addition 50% more cards you would have already off of Nadir, but also Nadir can send Garura, and then you can send 2 more, so you're just going plus 1 billion. And Maximus also gives you card knowledge of what your opponent is playing if they're able to send cards from the extra deck. Obviously, it really sucks in a mirror match. You don't want to be sending branded extra decks cards to the graveyard, so this is something not for the mirror match. And if you do see you're in a mirror, you gotta be careful with this card and probably side it out. But Nadir is such a good card for playing through Ash Blossom and other hand traps, and a great thrust alternative. In terms of other thrust alternatives, I've ran Duality in the past, which allows you to tribute a Lair Dark monster and special summon a Lair Dark from your hand or extra deck with the same original type and level, but different original attribute. So this thing can be used on Grand Guignol to summon out Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, which is an Omni negate, which is very good. It also has a graveyard effect to basically shuffle back a light and dark from your graveyard and draw 1 card, which can be very useful for Branded. We don't have a lot of cards that shuffle back monsters from our graveyard outside of Lubellion, so having another access to do that when you can use each effect per turn is very good and makes Duality a very solid card to consider, especially when you can bait your opponent by leading with a Grand Guignol line and then going into Dragoon while they still have Ash in hand while they were saving it and basically blowing them out. You also have Triple Tactics Talents. You could be running this at 3 instead of just Thrust. You could also be running Fusion Duplication at 3 instead of just 1 to play around the just not having the Thrust in your deck. So you guys see there's plenty of alternatives to not running Triple Tactics Thrust and Branded. There's plenty of alternatives. Now we also have Shaddoll Fusion package, which can consist of Nel Shaddoll Ariel, Shaddoll Dragon, and Shaddoll Fusion, and also Shaddoll Genius, which are all cards that basically neg your opponent whenever they go to the graveyard. So you can obviously send them off of App Cologne, but what you would also run is the App Cologne, and then you can go to Shaddoll Fusion, make the App Cologne, by sending 2 of your Shadal names, and then you basically get 3 negates, 1 off the App Cologne, then 1 off the Ryzeal, 1 off the Dragon, 1 off the Genius. It's very good. Shadal Fusion, just being basically branded fusion on your opponent's turn, is very broken and should be considered. It's a bit of a big package. However, App Cologne could be mained for us because it's a very good send off of Grand Guignol. So if you want to send the App Cologne off of Grand Guignol in the main deck, you could also always main a Shadal Dragon. Now, I don't recommend that, but it's something to do. You should know your options while playing Branded. Now, there's Pot of Prosperity, which has an interesting interaction with Branded, and it's why I've seen other Branded players play Pot of Prosperity before, because of the fact that when Quem is activated, to activate Quem's second effect, basically, a card has to leave the extra deck. With Pot of Prosperity, a card leaves the extra deck because you have to bash 3 to 6 face down, so you can bash 3, get a card, and then you can proc Quem automatically. Now, how good is this interaction? It's okay. It's definitely something to consider when Pot of Prosperity is one of the best cards. In Yu-Gi-Oh, however, I think that's not one that we can really facilitate ourselves very easily, so it's something to consider. You also have Pot of Desires at that point, which is also just an extremely great card. It's an automatic +1, but you have to bash 10 face down, so you can't even use those cards anymore. Certainly something to consider in Branded when you go over 50 to 60 cards, because when you go 50 to 60, your banishes matter a lot less, because the only things that really matter when you bash off of Desires are 3 Albaz or 3 Branded Fusion, and if you don't do all 3 of either, you're basically just doing fine. So it's one of those high skill, high reward cards, because if you know how to play around with not these resources, if you banish your Lost, you banish your Lubellion, you banish your Puppet, if you still know how to play Branded at that point, because you realize Branded can play through just not having some of these options, it's still an amazing deck. It's definitely a card that will respect your time investment into the card. You do have you also have other branded cards that you could be running besides the traditional ones that we had in the deck profile. You have Branded Regained and Branded Beast, which are amazing and more bestial variants of the deck, because Branded Regained just synergizes extraordinarily well with the bestials. It basically gives you card advantage. It lets you shuffle back a banish, and then also lets you draw a card basically each turn. It lets you also special summon a monster from your graveyard, or bestial from your graveyard, so you can get things like Dissipator back if you run the synchro variant, or you could get things like Magnamut to keep looping the Magnamut. It's definitely something to consider, but it's also just more of a win more card at the end of the day. It does help your grind game out a lot, but it doesn't facilitate you winning the game all too much, and it doesn't help you with that game plan. So it's also a card that has kind of fallen out of favor in Branded ever since tier format ended. People used to run this in tier when we ran like 9 bestials, but not really anymore. Branded Beast is a lot better in my opinion. I think it's actually quite a good side deck card, because you can tribute 1 dragon monster and then target 1 card your opponent controls, destroy it. So as long as you control a bestial monster, Branded Beast is quite live, and you can just set it off of Lubellion if you already have the Lost, which there's a combo line to get Lost and Beast. So I think Beast is actually quite good for that reason, because it could also target 1 your Branded Continuous is in the graveyard, and then you can activate it from your graveyard, which is very good. So you could like send a Branded Lost and activate it. Same with Branded Etude, which is a lot better in the synchro branded variant, because you can basically on either turn you can synchro summon by using monsters you control, including a dragon monster, and also it's a floodgate, which is really nice, because while you control Bestial, you can banish any monsters that would be sent to your opponent's graveyard as tributes for their ritual summons, or materials for any of their extra deck monsters, which is quite nice actually as a floodgate for your opponent specifically. You also have other branded cards such as Brightest Blazing Branded King, which is going to be your #1 stoppage to a deck like Runic or Yubel. It basically can negate all face-up cards on your opponent's side of the it negates all face-up cards on the field, including your own, as long as you choose 1 fusion monster you control that mentions Fallen of Albaz and material, except the monster you chose. So very much so, you can use this to get over floodgates. You can get over basically any card, because it can negate any face-up card, spell, trap, or monster. And it has a wonderful effect where in the end phase, you can add this card from your graveyard to your hand, as long as a fusion monster was sent there this turn, kind of like Artesia. So it always will come back to your hand. It's always live, and it's always recursive. So it's very good. It's your #1 stop against any deck that runs floodgates or stun kind of variant. For that reason, I think it's well warranted in the side deck, and I've seen people like Yuri Diaz in his top 16 YCS indie list even main deck it to great success when he had to go against Runic Stun in round 7 of Swiss. Then you have cards like Branded Sword, where I have an extensive combo guide on this card, but I think a lot of people don't put a lot of value into Branded Sword when it's easily one of the best cards in Branded. I think that people do not use. The first effect is not relevant. Basically summons a bunch of tokens by banishing Branded Spell or Trap cards. It's only relevant if you want to go for OTK, but this comes up in very little scenarios. However, the more important point is it's a branded retribution for monsters, because you can banish it from your graveyard and you can target one of your banished monsters that has Fallen of Albaz or mentions it, you can add it to your hand. You can only use one effect per turn, only once that turn. However, that second effect is amazing because you can send this off of Albion the Shrouded Dragon, off of Quem, off of Saronir, and you can basically get back one of your banished monsters. Let's just say you banish a Mercurier off of Allure of Darkness or Albion to get your search, but you want to get that Mercurier back. Well, Branded Sword helps you there, and there's lots of combo lines to show you guys that will go over in this guide that you guys need to know for Branded Sword, and why you guys will see that Branded Sword is actually one of the best combo pieces in Branded. It enables a super high ceiling for the deck, and it combos with cards like Allure of Darkness and Branded and High Spirits very well, and it helps you with the grind game. Obviously, get your banished Albaz's back, your banished Mirror Jade back. Very, very good, and very good card just in general. Then we have Branded in White, which is also traditionally has been run in Branded. I think that right now it's not so much been ran, but is a miracle fusion for Branded. You can fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field, including a dragon monster, but you could also banish monsters from your graveyard if you use a Fallen of Albaz as a material, which is very good from anywhere. So I think that, except for banish, so I think that this card allows you to basically go for top deck, or in like a turn 3 scenario, basically when you're cracking back your opponent. Having a full graveyard makes it so Branded White is automatically live. You can make Branded White with Lubellion to make a, which is very good. Then you have Despia Theater of the Branded, which is a card that was ran in early Branded but isn't much anymore. It's basically it's a field spell. It's our only field spell that's really good, but you can fusion summon one level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. And basically, if a non-fusion fairy monster you control leaves the field by your opponent's card effect or destroyed by battle, you can target one fusion monster or 8 or higher fusion monster in your graveyard and special summon it. So it doesn't have a bad second effect, and it doesn't have a bad first effect, but it's not that searchable in Branded because it's a Despia. Is a Branded card, though. However, I don't think it's that powerful because Brand Fusion's a lot better. It doesn't really help you facilitate your game plan. It doesn't get you anywhere on space. It's like another Branded Lost. However, you don't really want to run more bricks with Branded. With Branded, the deck building concessions you have to make are a lot, so you don't want to run more bricks than you have to, and this is kind of just falls into that category a lot of the time, but definitely could be interesting in certain builds. You also have cards like Exchange, which was used in one of the previous YCSs by a Branded player who used it on stream because both players can reveal their hands and add one card from each other's hands to their hand. So you can take the Ash Blossom out of your opponent's hand and give it to yourself, so you have an interruption, which is pretty nice to use. It's not great outside of mirror matches or that scenario, but obviously you can take a hand trap or something. It's a good way to get hand knowledge too. It's also a thrust target, so very spicy for that reason. You will also have Dark Magician in the Light Hex Sealed Fusion, which allow you to get into cards like Red Eye's Dark Dragoon, which is an Omni Negate once again and has been ran and Branded basically since the deck has been out, because we can make this guy very easily since he's a level 8 fusion monster. You can make him through Lubellion, you can make him through Albion, and he allows you to non-target pop a monster and inflict damage to your opponent, so it's great for time and just clearing a board, but also it can Omni Negate anything by discarding a card, negate the activation, destroy the card, and if you do, it gains 1,000 attack, so it can even raise itself over to 4,000, 5,000, which can get over the Purely, so it's one of your outs for Purely if you're able to just keep negating. Very good for that reason. I think it's fallen out of favor in Branded recently, though, because of cards like Typhon, Super Sky Striker Typhon, which basically can automatically out the Dragoon, and you can't do anything about it because it negates the Dragoon's effects, so it will bounce the Dragoon automatically after that. So Dragoon's gotten a lot worse, but it's still a very good option. You have Despia and Proskinion, which allows you to get out of Grand Guignol. If you banish the Grand Guignol, you can get Despia and Proskinion. It's also a pretty good super poly target, because if you summon a Luber and your opponent has a light and dark monster, you can take their light and dark monster off the field and make the Proskinion. Proskinion can also target one of your opponent's extra deck monsters in their graveyard, and you can just special summon it, so you can very easily go for OTK, and then also you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the original attack. of the monster it destroys. So it's very much an easy OTK machine. It's a hefty body. You usually aren't going to make this off of Cartesia, but you can. Outside of that, though, it's definitely just one of the weaker options. I still prefer Quertus. You have Mysterion the Dragon Crown, which is pretty decent against certain things. That you can make it off of the Branded Fusion line since it's a level 8 fusion. It's a spellcaster light, also, which aren't bad typings. However, I do think the issue is that it doesn't really solve your issues. You can bash, you can target one of those special summon monster, bash that monster, also bash all monsters on the field with the same original type. So not a lot of decks run all the same type, so it's very much not going to ever get you where you want to be exactly. You have the Shadal cards, which you could run if you're running the Shadal package, plus like Schism. Like if Sanctifier ever gets banned, I think we could very easily just run the Shadal package with Schism plus Into a Window with Apicalone. And you could also always run Construct for a High Spirits target with Despian Tragedy, which is pretty cool. Then for other main deck options, you have Brigand the Glory Dragon, which basically makes all your monsters untargetable, and also it just requires a Fallen of Albaz and one level 8 or higher fusion monster, or one level 8 or higher monster, so it's a nice Albaz target or Super Poly target for Albaz. It cannot be destroyed by battle too, so it's quite good against Tenpai for that reason. And then also during the end phase, if it was sent there that turn, you can special summon or add one Tri-Brigade or a Fallen of Albaz from your deck, so you can get Mercurier, which is very nice, not bad card. And alternatively, you have Sprine the Iron Dash Dragon, which requires a Fallen of Albaz and one effect monster special summon this turn, which makes it another great target for Fallen of Albaz to fuse into. Sprine also is one of the best cards for getting around the card Contact C because of the fact that you can summon this off with the Contact C and Fallen of Albaz. Also, you can move this card to any face-up of your monster zones and destroy all their face-up cards in that monster's column. So basically, Sprine can destroy all monsters in the same column it moves to, so you can easily destroy spells or traps or face up floodgates, which is very nice of it. And then also in the end phase, it's integral for the combo with Spriggan's Kit. You can add or special summon one Spriggan's monster or Fallen of Albaz from your deck. Very good, very good. You also have Despian Lulu Wall Lilith, which is another target for Grand Guignol to summon into because it is a Despian from the extra deck. And also it's an Omni Negate on field. It's also great as a target in Synchro Branded. Just requires a level 4 tuner plus 1 or non-tuner monster, so you can easily Synchro off with Bestial Lubellion plus Quem or Cartesia. And also gives all your monsters plus 500 after Omni negates a face-up card when a card leaves the extra deck, just like Quem. And also, one of the best parts of this card is its end phase effect, because it makes it a great Nadir Servant target if this card was sent there this turn. You can special summon one light spellcaster from your hand or deck whose attack equals its own defense. So you can get things like Cartesia, Estrella of the Whitewoods, and Quem out of your deck, which makes it very useful. And also the art just really goes hard. Next, you have cards that would go into like Branded Synchro, which would be like Bestial Dissipator and SP Little Knight. These cards are great in These cards are great in Branded Synchro because of the fact that Bestial Dissipator works really great with your Bestial monsters already. Also, your levels are all level 4. And also, you can just infinitely recur cards with Dissipator. You can revive with its effect. And also, you can use it as an Omni Negate and revive it back with Regain. Makes it very useful and basically your main Synchro monster you're using in Branded Synchro. SP Little Knight just being one of the best options you can use in any sort of deck that goes into Links or Synchros, but also I've seen people tech in a 1-of SP Little Knight and even Dissipator sometimes in Pure Branded, just for the game for the second turns or the third turns where you don't necessarily need to be resolving Branded Fusion, but having an option would be nice. Also, SP Little Knight's effect to just be able to like link off is nice for getting around Ibli Lock. Thunder Dragon Hawk is a nice card because you can run it with the Thunder Dragon Colossus that was recently unbanned and branded in Yu-Gi-Oh! Thunder Dragon Colossus being one of the strongest floodgates in the game, making it so your opponent cannot add any cards from their deck to their hand. So if there's a 1-card combo where you can go into you basically go for Branded Fusions, then send a Dark, and you go from there, and you're able to end on the Colossus and Stapelia under Shifter, and I will show you guys that line. It's very good for that reason. Then you also have the Contact C. But I recommend this version of Branded? Not really, unless you want to have a nice package for Shifter, but still very good. Other hand traps that are nice are Contact C and Ghost Reaper Winter Cherries, but they aren't really used too much anymore. Ghost Reaper could really be a targeted thing if you have a matchup you really don't like, such as like Purely, that you're unsure about. You could always run the Ghost Reaper plus a Purely Noir or even the Fiendsmith cards if you want, if just until you learn how to interact with those decks. But overall, I don't recommend it. Same with Contact C. It's usually something that your opponent can play around. And then when this new guy comes out, Dogmatica Calamity Alba System, this card is Branded's newest boss monster. I don't know when it's going to be announced in the TCG, but I did want to review it because it will come up eventually. It requires 1 Fallen of Albaz plus 6 monsters in your graveyard with different names. It's a level 8 fusion, so you can make it through the Branded fusion line, but it's kind of nice because you can make it through Lubellion quite easily. You just need 6 monsters with different names, which definitely takes some setup, but you can get there as 4,500 attack though, which is the best part about it. It automatically outs an Purely Noir at 4,300, and this card can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each, and you cannot declare an attack unless you send 1 card from your extra deck to the graveyard. Once per turn, if you control this fusion summon monster, you have 6 or more fusion monsters in the graveyard, and that mentions Fallen of Albaz, you can send all cards in your both players' extra decks to the graveyard. So it has like an FTK potential too. I don't think the FTK potential is going to really happen all too often. It's kind of hard for it to be able to resolve. Also, you need to declare an attack. You have to send 1 card from the extra deck to the graveyard. So it's definitely an interesting card. It's going to be, I don't think it's going to be a mainstay in Branded, but it does give us an option to out it Purely. It's also a 4,500 OTK machine, so you guys have to realize that. And also it does have an FTK effect, so you do have to consider it going forward. However, I don't think it's going to really find too much of a home in Branded decks going forward. And then always with Branded, you could run Floodgates. In the past, we've run Summon Limit, but with that being banned, I think the only Floodgates really being relevant, such as Skill Drain, and there can be only one besides your Gimmick Puppet, is still pretty good, because Skill Drain is, you can play under Skill Drain. You make a bunch of really big boss monsters, so if you flip Skill Drain on your own advantage, you know, basically by setting up your board and then going Skill Drain to prevent your opponent from breaking that board, it can definitely be very good. And I've seen people like Steven Outley really main deck 3 to pretty decent success, so I think that's definitely something that's untested in Brandon and could go forward. I also think that there can be only one. It was something that we used to run at 3, and it was amazing this format. It's only at 1 now, but I do think that it definitely should have a spot in your extra deck or in your side deck if you can fit it. Cards I forgot to mention would be Dramaturge of the Despia, which is not, it's basically Adlib's little brother that's kind of like a diet gimmick puppet. Besides that, though, it's not that very good. I wouldn't generally recommend it until Gimmick Puppet gets banned. It was decent in the Fire format, but overall I don't think it's that good. I think Ido the Supreme Magical Force and things like DD Orthoros and Ra's Disciple could be used if Gimmick Puppet Nightmare ever gets banned, while Sanctifier the Dragon would still be legal because Ido is the next best option. Also, Ido is great against things like Fluon de Riz because it prevents normal summons as well, so it's great against decks that don't normal or don't special summon as well. You can always fit this into the side deck for that reason too. Also, we have cards like Elder Entity Entis and Golden Beast Malong being nice Nadir servant targets that you could always send off a Nadir to break a board necessarily. So Malong bounces a card, and while an Entis destroys a card by targeting both of them when they're sent to the graveyard. So you could go Nadir servant, send them, then search the Maximus, help break the board, and then go Maximus. Not bad. And the last extra deck card I'm going to go over that you could potentially run in Branded would be Magnum the Reliever. Magnum the Reliever is an amazing card. It requires 1 monster special summon from the extra deck and 1 monster in your hand, and then you can target 1 poly spell or fusion spell in your graveyard, place that card to the bottom of the deck, and then draw 1 card. So it recycles your fusions in the graveyard and your poly if you're running the Edge package. This card is great, and it's also highly summonable off of cards like Branded in Red and Cartesia, and then all in Polymerization. And then when another card is activated, so if you activate an effect or your opponent activates any effect, quick effect, you can bash 1 poly or fusion spell from your graveyard, and then you can target 1 card on the field and destroy it. You can only use each effect once per turn, so it generates a card and it also pops a card, and it's a quick effect. You can't automatically activate it, but it's pretty easy to turn on, honestly, all things considered, because if you just activate an effect, you can turn on Magnum. For that reason, I think Borreload Furious is a lot better because you can turn it on whenever, but I still think Magnum has a lot of synergy. You could run both to really just have a extra deck that crushes spell and trap cards. but we're going to show off right now the 1-card gimmick lock with just a Luber. This lock also plays over Nib. So we go a Luber effect, getting the the Branded Fusion, and we will then send the Cartesia and the Fallen of Albaz. He's just skipping a few steps. Just pretend there's a Branded Fusion here, basically, and then we'll go Albion banishing the Cartesia, and then the Aluber, and this time we will get the Grand Guignol, which is not something that you typically make off of Albion, but you'll see why. And then we can go Grand Guignol effect to send the Bestial Saronir, and then Bestial Saronir will send Branded Sword, which is a tech card in Branded I've been using. They can get back a monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz from your banish when it's in the graveyard, quick effect. So you obviously use that and get back the Cartesia, which you are now able to special summon since you have an Albaz in the graveyard. And then you can go to Cartesia effect to make a Stapelia, at which point they are going to Nibiru. Your opponent's going to Nibiru. So then we see the Nibiru come down, killing the Cartesia, but we do have the Grand Guignol in the graveyard. Grand Guignol then can go into Quem. Quem effect will then send the Shrouded Dragon. Which will just be fine, because then we can Cartesia to hand, and then we can get Albion to get the Branded in red. And then we can pass to our opponent. We go Branded red in the main phase, getting the Shrouded Dragon, and then we can obviously just make the Grand Goyle. Then we can go Chainlink 1 Grand Goyle, Chainlink 2 Cartesia. Cartesia is going to make the Fallen of Albaz, and then the Grand Goyle is going to make the Gimmick Puppet. And then we can go Fallen of Albaz effect to make the Albion with the Nibiru. And then Albion is going to make Sanctifier. So that's through Nibiru. Let me show you without Nibiru. So this is the version without Nibiru. We're going to go into Aluber, into Branded Fusion. Branded Fusion is going to send the Cartesia, and then the Albaz, making the Albion. Albion is going to once again make the Grand Goyle, banishing the Cartesia and the Aluber. The Grand Goyle is then going to send a Saronir. Saronir is going to get the sword once again to get that Cartesia. Cartesia is going to be really good here because we do have the Albaz once again in the graveyard. We can go Cartesia effect to make the Stapelia here once again, because that just gives us one more interruption for free. And then in the end phase, we can go Albion effect, getting the Branded in red. And then we obviously still have the Cartesia on board, which can then make a second Grand Goyle, which is why 2 Grand Goyle is very important for gimmick locking. You see a lot of people on that. You see then the Grand Goyle send the puppet, and then you can go Brand red, banishing the Albaz and the Grand Goyle for the Albion. So that's a true 1-card gimmick lock with Branded Fusion. Very broken, because then Albion gets back the Stapelia, and then the Nightmare. Very, very good. Here's another version of the 1-card gimmick lock. Shout Nightfall for this one. We can go Brand Fusion into Lubellion, into Tragedy, into the Albaz, and then pitch one of our random discard fodders, and then we can go Tragedy effect to search out a Aluber so that we can now normal summon, and then we can make the Mirror Jade very obviously here. And this combo is pretty cool because it'll show how good Mirror Jade is in terms of a combo piece. With Quem, we will then go Aluber effect, and then Aluber effect will then get us Branded Opening, and then Branded Opening will be able to chain, and we'll get the Quem, and then Quem will then get Cartesia into the graveyard. Now what you can do is go Mirror Jade effect, sending Albion, and then you can banish probably the Aluber here. Doesn't really matter, because then what's more important is you're able to trigger the Quem, because the card left the extra deck from the Mirror Jade, and then you can go Mirror Jade, or you can go Cartesia effect with her and the Mirror Jade making the Grand Goyle, and then Grand Goyle can then make a at this point, I mean, what you really want to do is probably send. Then you want to send the Titaniclad, so you can get the other piece to your puzzle, and then you're going to end your turn, go to the end phase. Then you are going to get the Titanclad effect to get Albaz into on the field. Doesn't really matter, it could go to the hand too. Then you can go Albion effect to go into Branded red into the graveyard. Oh, sorry. To set Branded red, since you do have that Tragedy in the graveyard. And then you have to keep the Cartesia in the graveyard, because what you're going to be able to do next turn is go Branded red, targeting the Tragedy, and then you are going to make a Sanctifier out of the Albaz and the Guignol, and then you can go Quem effect, summoning out the Cartesia, and then you can go into the main phase, wait for your opponent to do a single action, and then you can go Cartesia to make the second Guignol to send the Gimmick Puppet. So this is another way to play around Gimmick Puppet without Branded Sword, or to 1-card Gimmick Lock with the Branded Fusion without Branded Sword. So the version we just showed you guys were combos with branded sword, 2 playthrough gimmick or 2 1-card gimmick lock.
So let's just get a couple of cards. Actually, Gold Sark might be a fun one. The golds.
Yeah, because Gold Sark's actually very good in this build. It's actually a lot better than in the standard
like,
builds.
With the sword, it's custom as hell, bro. Bro, that card is so crazy. And we'll just use the Desires as a discard. That could be any card, right? So you activate this, banish the Merc. Mercs will be the Shrouded Dragon. And this is what I call like the Shrouded Trick Shot in a sort of way, right? So you send a card. So let's say you'll just send a card and you'll chain an effect. You can also use this interaction with multiple cards, because like having Shroud Dragon in graveyard is always good. You can do this with Droplet, Opening, High Spirits is one of them. You can even go Shroud Effect, chain Super Bali to make your Cartesian hand live, make your Branded Red live, all sorts of things.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So we'll just send this, and we'll just add.
Saying the Titan Clad because we're presumably gonna send a Albion ourselves.
Yeah. Like we're just keeping in mind we're not getting hand trapped in this line. So yeah, we'll activate that. We'll chain that just for the extra card in hand. Add the fusion. Put back the random card we just added for the combo fusion, and like from here it gets standard, right? Like the thing is, like, this card is like so broken because like it's like I already have a Titanic Lad that's gonna summon a Quem later to add back my Merc, which is also like super custom, right? Like that's already like disgustingly broken.
Yep.
And yeah.
Then we get the banish. Yep.
Banish. Let's do the combo real quick. Damn, I'm rusty, man. I need to play more DB, bro. I'm kind of slow right now. Jeez. Alright, so this. Like in this line, like we already have friends in the red life, right? So it's kind of clean. Not gonna lie.
Oh, that's super nice. Yeah, because in a lot of times you won't even have that live in this situation.
Like exactly. Like it's just nice, bro. And like I already told you, most of the times I don't even go for Puppet because I think the ceiling of the list I'm playing right now is just too high. Like look at this. Like it's already too clean, right?
Yep, you get to set Brand Red, which is live with a Quem with a Mercurier, which that loss is going to search again. So if like they tried to hand trap you this turn, like maybe on something, I don't know. That's just super nice, super nice.
Yeah, it's super nice. It's like, yeah, because like as I said, like I had no Dear Servant and a way to get access to Fusion, which is like crazy. So all right, let's show another one. It's also pretty cool. Well, I'm gonna go through the standard ones first.
Yeah.
Because I think most people don't even know how these cards work. Interactions.
100%.
This.
Sending Retribution. Yep. And what's cool is you can chain the High Spirits when you use Albion, because Albion will send for the cost. It's in hand, so you can then chain High Spirits to it to get more value.
Yeah. Like most of the times I also do it with Opening, which is nice. Like just imagine having Branded Red in hand or anything else, right? Like Opening or anything like red, white, Artesia in hand. It's always nice to do it like this, right?
Yep, and this is just showing a really nice line with, you know, playing around Droll, getting in the graveyard with the Retribution, and it's just like why these cards can, you know, High Spirits and Shroud Dragon is basically full combo. I've said that before. Like I literally have I think a thumbnail showing those 2 cards are FTK.
Yeah. I seen that one, I think. That one was nice. But like, yeah, the cards are just too broken, right? Like there's no, yeah. Like also this line is really good. Like the only thing we need right now is access to Lost. This one, Lubellion.
Oh, that's cool. You can send Lubellion here. Yep. That's neat.
Yeah, but like I normally just don't go for Puppet, so that's why I don't think I need 2 Grango, but I might switch it up because like I had a game today and like I could have won through the full Snake Eyes board with True Swarm, Nibiru, Veiler if I played the second Grangoyle.
Oh wow. Yeah.
You know, like
it's a good card.
That requires some more testing.
But yeah, this is nice, and like obviously this is only like a 2-card combo, so you could obviously like layer this with Puppet most likely.
Yeah, you can 100% do this also with Puppet. Like yeah, bro. Like yeah, you could 100% do this with Puppet. All right, let's get a new one. So
it's a beautiful
one
board.
With Gold Sark High Spirits. I showed one with Shrouded High Spirits. let's show one with the Lubellion. I think most people know that one. That one is like, yeah, that's the combo everyone knows, I think. This. Oh, Lubellion.
Yep. Close.
Yeah, it was close. It was close. I don't play free anymore. I did play free. I don't disagree with people playing free. I do kind of like it.
Yeah, it's a nice card.
Exactly. Yeah, bro, it's broken. Like, if Branded Fusion were to be limited, I would have been playing free Lubellion. But we can get to that topic some other day. Like,
yeah, for sure.
When it happens. Don't think it will, but when it happens, bro. When it happens.
The Sireneers can obviously get the Retribution here, which is just so clean with the Shrouded, which just starts off the high spirits.
Yeah, and for this one, I'm just gonna add a Desires, like the draw doesn't matter, right?
Yep.
Alright, so get this. You could also do this one without discarding, and then just make a Borreload Furious Dragon, which is also cool in some matchups.
Yep,
so, really depends. Or should I do the cool one? Okay, there are two variations of this one, but I'll show you this one first.
Sure.
Because we could have also done the Nightfall one, right?
Okay.
Fair enough.
Shout Nightfall.
Like I liked the one card, yeah, the one opening puppet block. Kinda did like it.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. It doesn't really come up, but sometimes.
Like you never open like a hand with just opening, right? So that's just the thing. I'm like, yeah, you know, like always having Albion with the Titanic Lad setup is like so custom, bro. Like I swear, bro.
A lot of people like don't understand that actually, because it's like a lot of people will see Lulu Wall Lilith and they're like, oh, I need to use this card to get to my puppet lock, or even just my end board. But I think like, Titanclad plus Albion gets you there 110% of the time, like more so those cards. You just gotta know the lines.
I think like Lulu is like just not needed, bro. Like honestly.
Yep.
Alright, so I want to show the same combo, but then simply. Actually, we can do it with Summoner. It doesn't really matter. Let's do Summoner for this one.
Sure.
Because we're not getting access to Lost with one. Oh no, yeah. This. Yep. So this.
I'm gonna grab my water super quickly.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
Alright. Getting that kit to extend.
Yeah. Let's just call this the Nightfall combo, but then with high spirits.
Sure.
I don't. Yeah. Bro. Like honestly, it might have been a little bit better just because we kind of did have an idea, right?
Oh yeah.
Fusion. Right. This two.
Quem now. Shuffle back Jade.
Artesia. Fact. Albion.
Banishing that off. Specking the Cartesia, since it triggers Quem. Like Quem just changes how this deck plays. It makes it way more of a combo deck.
Bro, Quem was the best card ever made for this deck. Like I hope the next support will be just like Quem. Like, bro, what do you think the next support is gonna be? Like honestly.
Oh, see, that's the thing. We are getting another card. I'm not sure, to be honest, because like Quem to me reads like that card does everything that we need it to. I think that
does kind of read W.
Yeah, I think that it's like they're gonna have to like reassess like once they've hit the deck and then kind of go from there. Like give us some non-broken options. Like if they ban Sanctifier, maybe they'll give us like a non-broken way of doing Expulsion Sanctifier things that are like targetable and like be like stuff like that. I don't know. Also, we need spell and trap card removal, so maybe that would be something good.
We already have it, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's true.
The goo.
The goo.
No, Borrel was the craziest goo ever, bro. Like, Borrel is the goo, bro. Like, bro, good players have been on this card, ever since the beginning.
Yep.
When Branded Structure deck came out, like, that card is so good. But yeah, this like the Nightmare gimmick the Puppet Lock Nightfall showed, but like instead he made one Grangoyle that sent the Titanic Lab, but because we used high spirits, we can just send it with high spirits, right? So we can only we can do it with one Grangoyle.
Okay.
Which is like
that's super nice.
Dope.
Yep.
Yeah.
And all you needed was a high spirits plus like I guess a Bastille.
yeah, a dragon, like whatever.
Quite literally just a dragon, which is like, I feel like that's super nice. So you have a bunch of just 1 card extenders in this deck.
Yeah, yeah, with the broken. Oh no, I want to say it got you the thing, but I forgot we banished kit for the Mirror Jade. But yeah, like this is simple.
Yeah,
it's
that's
like
super
the
nice.
thing Nightfall did with one opening, this with 1 high spirits in it. So it's kind of
Very nice. I love it. Maybe do what do you think is, what do you want to do next? Maybe a sword combo.
Alright, you want to do a sword? Let's right. Let's show the people why Alba Natus is a broken custom card.
Why you all should be running Alba Lunatus. I think it's really relevant too, because a lot of people are ending on Savage and Flameburge. Like, it's actually quite relevant.
Like, honestly, I think good players, like when I play high rated and I play like against 1600, let's say that, I will never be able to go for that unless I already, how should I put it?
I get it.
I already bestialed their Masquerada when they try to spell trap it with the flank. Then the combo like is 100% doable if you do it like that. Alright, this line is like too broken. Like, I love this line.
So Lubellion into Sireneer, into the normal summon of Quem. Oh, this is classic.
Because, yeah, bro, it's so beautiful. Also with Branded Synchro, what Nash was doing, like, I love that a lot. Like, I got a lot of inspiration for these type of combos just by watching his videos too.
Yeah, it's awesome that you integrated them into like regular Branded Fusion branded.
Yeah, I just made Branded Synchro like the combo deck to Fusion combo, like basically.
This is really important here.
Here's the sword's important because we sent it with Shrouded, and we're gonna do another cool trick with it. We sent Albion. We'll add the Cortesia, and now we're gonna use Quem to reborn the Shrouded Dragon. And like, as you can see, Shrouded Dragon is also Fawn of Albas on the field, so what can we do? We get contacted away.
Crazy.
And now we get the Sireneer effect, Ryzeal Chain Sword, to add back the Mercurier. So let's say we were to get Bestialed on Branded Fusion, or we were to get Nips everywhere in the combo, or we were to get Ashed, we have an answer for it. And that's our Call by the Grave, right? Search Call by the Grave.
Yeah, no, Mercurier just like gets all your issues. Like, you're under 5 summons at this point, so you know you could just go Branded Fusion and game.
You know what the funny thing is?
What?
I just did it wrong. Oopsie. Wait a sec. Alright, guys, just remember this happens. Like, sometimes, you know, like, happens to everyone. We had to summon this first and to get the Lost Life. Just to remember that one.
Yes. Okay. We'll just.
Alright. So, alright, the same thing, but like, just summon Lip first. It's important. And no, for the people that might think, oh, this triggers Lost, it does not trigger Lost. It's a special summon. Lost only triggers on Fusion summons.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Alright. For the people that don't know, right? That want some cheating happening, you know? Happens to the best of us. Like.
Yeah, sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh wording do be damned. Searching that kit out, which will get us into Branded Fusion now. Because it can be sparked.
Alright, we'll just show the puppet variation. You have also a variation without puppet. Let's show one with the puppet. What I love most about this combo is like, even if we were to get like Impermed Ash, we still would have had a board.
Yep.
Like at worst we still would have had probably puppet lock, so it's kind of clean.
At worst.
Yeah, at worst. Like, we're still puppet locking, but like in a broken way, right? Like, it's just the FTK. And it's important to not trigger the tragedy here, because I'm gonna use tragedy here to reset the retribution.
Nice way to play around Bestials.
And we can now also put back the Shrouded Dragon to.
That's so much use of it.
So when we use Mirror Jade effect, we can just send Brim and we still have all balls here. So like, we'll still have a big board, even let's say we got No, this version plays around drop. I think about it. No, this is just FTK. Let's be honest, it's just FTK.
Yep, because we go Albion with the Cartesia. That's immediately a Sanctifier.
Yeah. This plays around Droplet, also drop. So alright, we did the combo. They could have had Ash Droplet, and we still would have won.
Yeah,
which is kind of crazy.
Yeah. So how do you play it? You play around Droplet because you can chain Retribution, and then you can chain for.
Oh no! That variant doesn't work in this one, because then we would have needed to have a Sanctifier Heart open.
Oh yeah.
But we're playing around droplet because we're gonna use, so in their draw phase, we're just gonna go red, starting all boss, and banish it with the Sanctifier. We could have also used the Cartesian hand, but I like to do it this way because like if I were to puppet lock turbo everyone, I would have played 2 granular. But you know, this
My
so
man
they
has
go
a soul.
lost and they go Sanctifier on the Fusion Summon window. So your opponent gets FTK'd 100%. So we're playing around the droplet, and yeah, bro, there's no way he's winning now, right?
Yeah, because
Unless...
he could go droplet and that doesn't matter.
yeah, like he has to droplet now. Like he cannot droplet on this fusion, so it's crazy. And like we even have an answer for double Bastille. Like
Oh
it's kinda
yeah.
goated.
Yep, very nice, very nice. And that was just
The only thing this variation loses to is like Foolish Return Kappa or Shark Cannon if they're on the Snake Eyes good.
honestly probably not too relevant, but yeah, no, I get it. No, that's a sick ass combo. That's why Branded Sword is really, I think, worth it at the end of the day. It allows you to play under hand traps extraordinarily well.
Yeah, really well. Alright, now let's show one. Sorry, these two. Alright, now I'll show you the line that I am doing in a mirror match or in a match where I think Bestials are very prevalent going first. So
Sure.
the greatest thing I think Branded has is that it can search Bestials, which is kinda broken, right? Because Bestials in some matchups are just the FTK.
Searching Bestials.
Yeah, bro, searching Bestials, bro. We're searching them, honestly.
So let's see how we search some Bestials here.
This same as before, right? Do this.
Sang the sword.
This time we're gonna send out Tanaglad because we're getting to Albion anyway, right? Ash doesn't matter. Like he's still getting FTK no matter what. Not really FTK. We're just gonna have too big of a board to break.
Gotta love that high spirits triggering the Shrouded Dragon, so you can then go into Cartesia effect. The Shrouded Dragon's Alba's on board, into Albion the Branded Dragon. Banishing the Mercurier for effect, which is just crazy value for the Rinbrum.
And now you can kind of see why I said we're gonna search Bestials because we'll show it later, right? We'll show it. This.
Now I believe this is on 5 summons, right? But like they would have to nib you there, and even then you can just keep playing from there.
Yeah, like you're chilling. Like even if they get nipped, yeah, you're just chilling. Because you can still puppet lock. Yeah, you
Yep.
can still puppet lock even if they nib you, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, they have to like nib you on a really bad spot for it to like for them to actually get off a nib.
All right, yeah, we'll just do that like a little after this combo. Let's just finish this first and like we'll see what will happen when we got nipped here and Ash on Brand Fusion at worst, right?
Yeah.
This Soranir, Lubalion.
Saranir.
Is gonna dump the Bestial Lubalion, Mirror Jade, MJ. This activate lost. Now using Mirror Jade effect.
Sending Lenatus, then using Renbrum to negate the Mirror Jade, because remember Mirror Jade is now hard 1, so you can use it once per turn basically if you negate it to bounce the Lubellion, which is just crazy. That's how you can just search a any Bestial in your deck. Only possible through Sword, to be honest.
Effect.
Yep.
And like then we go to end phase. Like this board, like FTK is also Labyrinth. It's like, what are they gonna do against Retribution? Basically double Bestial, because against Labyrinth, what I like to do is just like bounce the Magnamute again. So I just go Mirror Jade effect, Rimbrum effect, bounce Magnamute.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And like then you can still do Quem Summon Cortesia and do some other crazy shenanigans, right? Well, now this will get you another Branded Fusion. And
really nice follow-up.
The thing is, the Magnamute's gonna get Ball Drake or True.
Another interruption.
So like, let's say we're up against Lab, right? And like they, you know what Lab Dines, kind of wants to do against like Branded is like go for Typhon as soon as possible, right? But we also have like 2 outs for that, and one of them is Rimbrum, the other one is Ball Drake, and also when he starts with Axe Trap, he can always summon the Cortesia back. So we can make another Albion, and then Albion into a ball. Which is also so crazy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this line is like, I love this line. This line's really broken.
Really good in a mirror match, Bestial kind of deck. Yeah, like Dragon Link, very good.
Alright, Now we're gonna go back to what it was before. And let's say we got nip this hand. DB doing DB things while lagging.
We love it.
Gotta love it, gotta love it. I think this, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this was, alright. So, if we got nipped here, we kind of do need to change, that we can let it go actually.
Well, can't they nib you before you add Mercurier? That's what I'm saying. Or that's why I was saying before. Can't they nib you before you add Mercurier, or is that before 5 summons?
This.
Because I've done this combo after you sent me it. I was like, oh, that's 5 summons. Because they have one opportunity, basically, to nib you, I think. And that's, like, before you add Mercurier back. And, like, that's still a bad place to Mercurier, or to nib, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's a really bad place to nib. Like, you 100% just, like, if you had nip Ash, I think you should just hold it. Like, when I just Ash, I'm a courier, and just you let me play, right?
Yep. That's just, like, it's a waste
but
of a card.
Albion would have been... No, the Rinbrim would have been 4, right? Or would have been 5th. So this would have went into this hand. It would have went Albion into Rinbrim.
Oh.
So we had Quem. Yeah, this would have been 5th summon. So I could have chained... No, because then... They need to nip you here.
Yep. I don't know if they're ever doing that.
Bad, right? It's also kind of bad, right? Like, okay, let's say we got nipped. I actually summon this later. So imagine Alright, we got nipped. You still have Branded Fusion Courier. Let's get damage. Alright, so then we activate Fusion. They Ash. I think this happened to me before, so I kind of know how to do it. So we go end phase, and you'll just add back Albion. Actually, this might be harder than I think, because we also need to get an Albos engraved, right? So we go...
I mean, can't we just do a puppet line from that angle?
Okay, you might have to cut this this part out, like, until I figure it out. So they would have had a nib.
Well, I think if you get nibbed here, you go down the puppet line, because you have a Quem in graveyard, so you can obviously just send, or off a Branded Fusion, you could send puppet and Albaz, and then make a Sanctifier, and you at least...
Oh, no. Yeah, I know that, but, like, I mean, like, we get nipped Merc. That's what I'm thinking. I don't nip Merc, I said nip Ashed. That's what I'm... Like, just imagine we got
if we get nip Ashed,
sword effect.
Yeah.
And then we would have activated Fusion and Day Ash, and now I'm thinking, because, like, this happened to me before in Raided, and I still got a board, but I don't remember if it was because I already hard opened Branded Fusion and I had Kid in hand. Could have been something like that.
That sounds about right. If you have, like, any other extender, it's fine.
Yeah, so make Grangoyle. Grangoyle will send... This might have been another line where a double Grangoyle would have come up. Because we can just go, alright, Titanic Lad, summon Allboss, and then Allboss still fuse with his monster card, make a new Albion, then this Albion will trigger in order to add yourself a Branded in red. Now you'll activate the Branded in red, punishing the token in Cartesia, adding back the Quem, making a Grangoyle, will send the Papito. And then in his... Alright, so you can still puppet lock through Ash Nip. The only thing is, it depends if your opponent has a light or dark on his board. Because now we can still Rinbrim into Allboss, and Allboss will either go with something else into the Sanctifier. Yeah, it's still puppet lock. Yeah, it's most likely puppet lock even through Ashnip. Alright, we might have to cut that or not. It was kinda noobish, bro. I was just thinking about it. Alright, let's show other lines. Let's show some lines with Nadir, right? So let's do Nadir.
I think a lot of people don't realize that Nadir is a pretty good card even without Maximus.
So broken still. Bro, at Euros I didn't even play Maximus. Like,
yeah.
Because like at Euros it made even more sense to just cut Nadir, because like there was Lab that played like so many targets. You would have been playing the mirror 100%, and yeah, like I think it was just bad.
Maximus was rough, that format. I was on it. It was rough because Cash you would just like nug on.
Bro, but honestly I had to play I had to be playing Droplet over Trust, because I couldn't afford the Trust back then, so it was so ass.
Oh, rip.
That was so ass, bro. Like, honestly. So now I'm just showing off the line with Nadir High Spirits.
Nadir High Spirits, okay.
It's also like really broken, right?
Nadir High Spirit sounds so nice, actually.
Yeah,
That really makes sense. You really don't need the Maximus when you run so many High Spirits. It's like those two cards combo quite well, actually.
Yeah, really well. Like just those two cards. Like I was considering maybe siding Maximus. I told you about it, but like that I would have had been. Yeah, I would have needed to cut something out of my extra deck, and like my extra deck's already too tight, right? So yeah.
You don't need the Magnum.
But even like Nadir High Spirits is still Puppet Luck. I don't even think I need to explain this, right?
I mean, we can just go from. I mean, it's basically.
Yeah, fuck it. I'll just show it like this.
Make the Grangoyle fucked. Poop it.
Poop it. This. Make
The red into the Sanctifier, and that's the McLaughlin folks with
So
Mercurier in hand.
Yeah, bro, but like Mercurier is kind of just chilling, you know, like it's not really doing stuff right now, but it's chilling. And we're just doesn't matter. Just a Puppet Luck, right? We're just already winning.
Very nice.
Alright, let's see. Is there another fun one? Should I just show them the line I showed you with how to beat Droplet?
Yeah, why not?
No, that's a cool one. So I'll just side one Droplet in. Showdown, Rebellion, High Spirits, and we're just gonna add. It's a 3-card combo with 2 discard.
Quite a normal opening hand, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly, yes. Like free, like honestly, bro, opening in 60 might have been like kind of fucked up, but we'll just run with it.
There might have been an issue.
Like honestly, bro, it happened to my last OTS, and I was sitting next to my friend, and like he opened free Bonfire, Veiler Imperm, and I opened free opening Talon Struss.
Oh gosh.
Bro, we laughed so hard, bro. Like our opponents were like, "What the fuck's happening?" Like, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
You just have to laugh when that happens. You can't even like.
Bro, I didn't even care anymore. It was the funny thing. Like I was like, "Yeah, bro, fuck it."
You get that Cartesia, then the Saronir. Saronir also just being a really good tool to like chain block in a lot of these things.
Bro, like Saronir, like I might just bump it back to free. I love the card.
So utilitarian.
I just also like the Patchwork engine, but that's like only against the pure Snake Eyes board. Even though like that deck's like very popular right now, like very popular. It even won the Open, I think. Won the Dutch Open.
Going for the Branded Fusion.
Some of the Albion. And like because I play free Cartesia, I don't even really care about banishing Cartesia, right? Like some people are scared to do it, but I do it like most of the time.
Yeah, for sure. I do it all the time.
Bro, I know people are scared to do it, bro. Like, but the +1, bro. It's +1. I'm like, chill. You're winning anyway.
Yep.
Chill.
You only need 1 in rotation.
Having 2 is nice though.
I
most of the times I just keep 1 in grave just for the Quem to reborn it later, right?
When you don't have Cartesia in rotation, it feels this deck actually feels like it doesn't have half its power, or like a third of its power.
Oh yeah, that's also why I think everybody should be running High Spirits for free. It also maximizes the waste to Cartesia.
Yep.
Which is also like very important for this deck, right? Because like, let's be honest, this deck is not as strong without Cartesia or Quem. Like maximizing on those cards is just.
We're gonna get the kit to get the Retribution, which is super broken. To out anything such as a Bestial. So many people are on Bestials again. I think Retribution's really coming up again. Like try to set that thing as much as possible.
Like, to be honest, I have been testing with my friend like the matchups, right? And like I was playing Branded against Fire King Snake Eye, and like the funny thing is, like he hand trapped me so many times that I just ended on Retribution Mirror Jade, and he couldn't out the board. He couldn't out the board. Like, it was so funny. He had wanted Snake Eye Ash and he couldn't out it. Like, it was so funny.
That's crazy.
Right. So, what's important here is we're gonna be playing around Droplet, right? Alright, let's get the Droplet, and let's say our opponent is cracked at this game. He's like broken, right? So he
opens the nuts.
He opens the goo, bro. He opens the Achimp. And let's say just a broken spell. High Spirit's broken. Alright, so we go Sanctifier effect. We cannot target the Oliver here because you'll see why we can target. So we're just gonna target Cartesia and Puppet for this one. He's gonna be chaining to Forbidden Droplet, sending Achimp Chain and the Branded High Spirit. We're gonna be chaining the Sword to add back to Cartesia. like if you and ask him, of course, if he has any more responses. If not, we're gonna chain red targeting Oliver. That's why we kept it engraved. We're gonna ask for a response. If he doesn't have any response, we're just gonna chain retribution, putting back our sanctify and
That's
making it so
good.
it cannot be dropleted. And Branded Red's still gonna be resolving because Lost is a broken card.
That's so
Really
good,
broken
and with
card.
how droplet works, yup, that exactly works that exact way. So you'll love to see it.
Like you can decide to fuse here because like he's not gonna out Stapelia most likely, right? So like most of the times I'll just make Stapelia here in defense. Like it's gonna be halved. These two are probably gonna be negated, right? Still gonna have a search. We could still be summoning Cartesio and the Papito.
Damn, they're out of 3 cards and they just still got puppeted.
Yeah, bro. Like, bro, this line I like this line. Like,
Go get a search here. If you have like Albaz anywhere in your hand, like you could. Oh, there you go.
yeah, you just add all best to hand. Like even like most of the times people won't just summon, right? Like let's say we're up against Snake Eye. Yeah, okay. Like let's say we're in the Branded Mirror because he sent Imp and High Spirits. It would have been kind of crazy if Snake Eyes did, right? So in the Branded Mirror, what people tend to do is like normal Oliver and just prep for our turn, right? So they can have Branded Red Sad with maybe a Retribution or Trust into Duplication. So what I like to do is like just keep a Cartesia and search the Albas here. So I can just go Cartesia effect, go with the Albion. Albion will banish 2 more in order to make Boral. Then on the fusion summon window, we're going to use effect and then pop the back row. If he were to have a back row, and then we go +5. Get this, we get this. Not +3, I mean.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really, really pretty. Even with beating like Droplet, sending spell monster, which is kind of crazy. Just by keeping a trap engrave. Like it's a nice thing to do, keeping a trap engrave, but like we cannot send the retribution, right? Yeah, we could have sent the retribution and left it engraved, but like I'd rather have retribution with red.
Retribution is your way to play around so much. I love it.
It's like also a good piece of your end board, which is also really nice.
Yep.
Alright. Is there something else we can show you guys? Like kind of cool.
Maybe one more cool one if you think of one. I mean, I think we got a lot of really good ones so far. Trying to think. It would have to be something you didn't already show me, I think, because you've showed me a lot of these ones. I mean, I know there's I mean just Bestial plus Wem, but I think we showed that.
Yeah, we showed Lubalia. Like it's different. You know what? I'll just add Soraner. It's different when you have to send Soraner. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I'll show you a better one. Like this one I came up with like at Dortmund. Because I was playing with Free Lub for the longest time. I liked Lubellion a lot. I love Lubellion, like honestly.
Good card.
Like if Patchwork wasn't like needed right now, I would have played Free Lubellion. Like, bro, that card's custom, bro. That card's free.
Surprised it's not one.
This
Yep.
summon.
Bestial's gonna bash the Merc effect.
The Shrouded Dragon like before. Let's go to hand because it is very important to do first. Always summon the lip. Now we can even send sort this if you wanted to. Just send sort this, like this. Now we activate the effects. And we're gonna do the Albion trick again. I'm chaining Cartesia here.
Love it.
I love it. Special the Grangoyle. Chain 1, chain 2, chain 3, adding back, adding Kid of course, because like we're searching Branded Fusion Wicket, important. This was the Shrouded Dragon, the Grangoyle, we'll be sending the Albion.
Yep.
And now we'll just use again, because it's a combo piece. Albonatus is a combo piece.
We love Alba Lenatus.
I love the card. Let's just imagine we had 2 more. Right? Fusion is gonna be added to hand, Fusion.
Nice Ash, bro.
Bro, like everybody should be playing Sword, in my opinion. Like this deck, I won't say it's full stash, but Ash Explosive is the most impactful hand trap against this deck. Like you cannot go tell me that's not true. So like running Sword's like such a good piece because like it's literally searching a monster in a gate. It was so crazy.
Exactly.
I like even making Alba Natus, Albion, Sanctifier even before activating Branded Fusion with a Merc in hand is something you should be doing all the time.
Start in-house out to Ash. So yeah, it really should be on. I think people are intimidated by it because they really don't know the line. So a video like this, and then also people being able to go check out your spreadsheet will be able to, you know, really help out. That I think like you'll start seeing it pop up more and more.
Oh, I would love to see it pop up more and more, because OCG has been on it for a long time, but I don't think they're doing the same thing I'm doing. Because like, I don't know, like, yeah, I would think it would top more if they were doing this. That might sound really cocky actually, but like, I don't know, I think this is too custom.
Yeah, I understand.
Like when I came up with this and I showed it to friends, like they're going crazy, bro. They were going crazy. We're just gonna keep the Cartesian engrave. Yeah, we'll just keep, so we can just reborn it, and I follow up with the Sanctifier, because yeah, if you play the 2 Grand Goyle, if you go for Puppet, you have to pay 2 Grand Goyle because it comes up like all the time, actually, all the time. But like if you were not to play the Puppets, you can just send, you could have sent with the Fusion, the Tragedy, and even not activate its effects, and then just say reset. So you have 2 choices, right? You have 3 choices actually. You can either with Tragedy effect at Adlib, or you'll use its effect right like I'm doing now to reset the Retribution, because Red's Retribution is kind of powerful, and like reshuffling your Albanates is also good, because you can also just use it to recycle all your banished dragons or graveyard dragons.
Oh, wow.
If people didn't know it, like you can also just go.
All right, so for this one, all you need is Nemesis Corridor plus basically an into Cartesia, or like a branded opening. So we're gonna go Quem into the Mercurier. We're gonna then go Branded Fusion into Cartesia Albaz into Albion, and then we're going to go Albion into Quem. Quem's going to get the Cartesia. This is into, I mean, important. This is standard kind of branded combo. And then we're going to go Mercurier effect to getting the Shrouded Dragon in order to then obviously go to the Mirror Jade. And at this point, though, we're going to be able to go into the Grand Goyle and obviously get the Puppet in Graveyard and then do Shrouded Dragon things. Now this is, there's a few extra cards in this combo, but in this, with this we see Nemesis Corridor returning the Mercurier, which is kind of nice if you only run 1, to be honest, and then you can obviously put that on top of Colossus, and that is Gimmick Lock essentially, because then in the end phase you'll get the Branded Red and you'll get the Cartesia back in hand with Albaz still in the graveyard in order to set up a board with a Mirror Jade, Grand Goyle plus Quem, and Colossus with Gimmick Puppet in graveyard with only just a couple cards. It's like a 2 or 3 card combo depending on, I mean, obviously if you have a Branded Fusion plus any other like branded card plus Nemesis Corridor, you know, basically Colossus is end board. Alright, so this time we're going to be doing a Gold Sark combo, just with Gold Sark and Nemesis Corridor. So we're going to get Gold Sark into Mercurier. Mercurier is going to get the Quem. Quem is going to get summoned. Quem is then going to send the Cartesia. Nemesis Corridor is then going to get back the Mercurier and then summon out Corridor. That's going to then get Colossus. Colossus is also going to proc here because a card is, or sorry, Quem is going to proc here because a card's leaving the extra deck very free. And then we get Cartesia back, and then we get, obviously, the Grand Goyle, and then Grand Goyle effect is going to go off, send an Albion to the graveyard, and then Albion in the end phase will get Branded in red, which will get the Quem, which will get him at least some follow-up in the end phase, because then you get Cartesia, and that is a Guardian Chimera, so that is at least a 2-card combo. So with Banishing Mercurier and getting Quem, it's Gran. We'll send, so let's see in the end board with Banishing Tragedy and getting a Luber. Okay, so here's a new version of it. So this time this is with Gold Sark with Tragedy. So we're going to go for Gold Sark with Tragedy. So this could be used, I guess, with, I mean, you just need to have a banished card. That's the thing with this combo. So you're going to go Luber for Brand Fusion off of the Tragedy search. We're going to send the Cartesia and the Albaz into the Albion off the Branded Fusion. Albion is going to get a Mirror Jade here, and then your Mirror Jade is going to send the Titanclad, banish the Aluber, and then your Corridor is going to spin back the Albion back to your extra deck, so then you can get a Colossus, and then also you're able to then go end phase, get the Titanclad, which then will get you an Albaz in the end phase, and then also a Cartesia to the hand as well, which is a nice, these are just nice little 2-card combos that you have that you can do obviously with the bestials as well. This improves your ability to use these combos. Shout out to Zelda Duelist, check out his channel down in the description below for the last 2 of those combos and the build that we are using for this combo. Shout out to Zelda, he's the GOAT for posting these combos in the Discord. We have a wonderful Discord community that we're all cooking in. If you're not already in it, you are missing out. So shout out to Zelda Duelist, check out his channel down below. Alright, so for this combo, we're going to get a little bit more crazy. We're going to see a Patchwork here, plus a Gold Sark, plus Nemesis. No, we aren't. We're going to see a Lure, I think. I guess it's just like 1 discard. So this time it's going to be Gold Sark into Tragedy into Quem. And then we are going to see Quem effect, then get the Cartesia. No, we're going to send a Kit instead. So this one gets a little interesting if you run Kit in your deck. So then we're going to get Corridor, spending back the Tragedy, and then Tragedy is going to go off for the Colossus. Quem is then going to proc the Kit. Kit is going to then get Branded Fusion, which is just broken here, which then allows us to go full combo essentially. We can then go Branded Fusion into Cartesia, into Albion, and then Albion into either Grangoyle. Grangoyle here basically gets us past everything, because then Saronir can then send the sword, which then will allow us to get back the Cartesia if we want to. And then Cartesia is going to go back to hand, and then Cartesia is going to be able to spec itself because we still have the Albaz in the graveyard for next turn. And then Cartesia is going to then go into the Stapelia, get the Albion and the Grangoyle in the graveyard in order to basically set up or Gimmick Puppet Lock, and then Brandon Red is going to get there. So yeah, next turn you can just obviously go Brandon Red, set the Gimmick Puppet Lock, because Cartesia will be on the field in order to make another Grangoyle, send the Puppet, and then you can have the Sanctifier on top of Colossus, on top of even a Mirror Jade if you want. Very broken. I think that's why this engine is extraordinarily free. I'd recommend getting 3 Nemesis Corridor if you guys want to test out this engine, because it's very free for Brandon. It's like the easiest way to get out So here's another variation of the combo that has a Luber plus 1 other card that will get you a Colossus plus a Masquerade on top of a few things. We go into the Aluber, into the Brand Diffusion, into sending Albaz and Dark. We then get the Lubellion. Lubellion is obviously then going to make a Albion. Then Albion is then going to make a Masquerade, and then Thunder Dragon Dark will then get the Dragonhawk from the hand. Dragonhawk will then spec to summon out the Dark, and then you will be able to get out the Colossus. Dragon combo with Thunder Dragon Dark, playing under Shifter, which is arguably why you should be playing this engine, because it combos really nicely under Shifter since you get all your effects under Shifter. So with this combo, you're under Shifter and you have Branded Fusion. So you're going to go Branded plus a discard. We're going to go Branded Fusion, Fallen of Albaz, and Dragon Dark, and then we are going to go into Lubellion. Lubellion is then going to be able to discard, and then Dragon Dark is going to get a Skyhawks, and so is banished from the deck. And then you will make obviously a Stapelia there. I mean, you could make a Mirror Jade there as well. It's just that this is under Shifter as well, because so Stapelia is better under Shifter, and then Dragonhawk can be discarded, get the Dragon, and then you can get the Colossus. That's so good. That's so good. Shout out to Raul for that combo. That's so good. You can trigger the Hawk too to fix your hand. This version is very interesting versus the Shifter deck. Might be the goo. Spirits plus Shrouded Dragon for the lad combos. With a Luber, it's going to be a 3-card combo, but for that reason, it's going to be an insane combo. So basically, we start Shrouded Dragon, activate effects, pitch the Retribution, chain the High Spirits. Importantly, you can actually do this since it's a quick play. You can chain with the Albion. It's still in hand to pitch it, then pitch the Titan Clad to get the Cartesia off the deck. You just won't search. Then you can go Cartesia since you have Albaz in graveyard to special, so you can dodge Impermanent Veiler on the Aluber effect, get the Branded Fusion, go Branded Fusion, hopefully you don't get Ash, send the Lubellion and Albaz, and then get the Albion effect to then get the Lubellion. Lubellion will then bash the, Albion will bash the Aluber and Albaz, and then Lubellion will summon. Lubellion will then discard for cost, special summon out a Mirror Jade by shuffling a Albaz plus itself. Then you can tribute the Albion for a Lubellion. Lubellion will then put the Albion in the graveyard for the end phase effect, and Lubellion will get Branded Lost activated from deck, so you can then go into the Cartesia to get a search off of it, which is really nice. Get the Grand Guignol 1, lost 2. You get the Spriggan's Kit, and then you get you can send the Saronir off of the Grand Guignol. You can go Saronir effect to oh sorry, we're gonna get the Mercurier for follow-up, and then we can go Sarnier effect then to get the Branded Banishment graveyard, since we already have the Retribution, which is really spicy since we did the trick shot before with Shroud Dragon and High Spirits. We can then go Retribution targeting the Branded Banishment to then set it, add to our hand and then set it, and then we can go End Phase Cartesia effect to add to hand for a discard. And then we can go Titaniclad for a Quem, which is super broken. Then we can go Quem, get an Albaz in graveyard, super loaded graveyard. At this point, we could actually be gimmick locking on top of this if we wanted to. Then we have Branded in red, which is super cool. We can go Brand red, banishing Albaz plus the Mercurier for a Lubellion. Then we can go Lubellion 1, discard the Cartesia, Brand lost 2, Quem 3 to get the Cartesia. And then Mercurier 4, and then Banishment 5 to then get the Albion. You're also chaining it here because you can do this under Branded Loss Protection, so they can't negate the Banishment. As long as Branded or Fusion was Chain Link 1 in the previous chain, your protection will apply on Branded Loss, so that's very important to play around hand traps. So we're going to go Brand Banishment, summon the Albion from graveyard, and then banish the Lubellion to then go into Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, and then you can search out the Shrouded Dragon, and then you can summon the Cartesia off the Quem, and then you can search the Mercurier off of Lost, and then the Shrouded was off of Mercurier, and then you can spin back the Lubellion and the Albion that you literally just banished in order to go into the Stapelia on top of the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord with a live for the channel. And let's get right into this. So yeah, Nadir Servant is, there's a lot to do with the Nadir Servant right now, because right now you just have Branded Fusion. This is typically the line I like to go down. We go Branded Fusion, Albaz, and then we can also send the Dark Magician. We're gonna need like another blank card just to discard, and then we can go Lubellion effect, discard our blank card, and then we can use effect to spin back Lubellion and Dark Magician for the Dragoon. And at this point, you are making the Dragoon so you can actually set up a secure gimmick lock or just like a secure board, because now you can go Nadir Servant, sending Garuda, and then you search obviously the Maximus, and then you draw one off of the Garura, and then you summon Maximus, banishing the Garura, and then you use Garura effect, or sorry, Maximus effect to make you send 2 to the graveyard, and then you can send Albion and Luluwal Lilith, and at that point you're actually kind of chilling, because then you can go End Phase, add Cartesia to hand. That gives you a discard for the Dragoon, which in this situation you usually have another card and you could go another way. Like you can make a Mirror Jade instead if you like, and get the Tragedy so you have another thing in hand. That's always a play too. This is just like something that I think is a more practical. This comes up a lot more. You can go End Phase, yeah, obviously, and then the Lulu effect. Lulu's just gonna get the Cartesia, and we still have the Albaz in graveyard, which is kind of huge. And then we use the Shrouded Dragon effect to set the Branded in red. It's all quite standard, but the fact that Dragoon, Nadir gives us just like a free Dragoon. That is what I really like about it, when Dragoon is such a good card this format. And we can still make the Grand Guignol at this point. We have not, so we pass turn. We give the main phase. They go like Bonfire. Okay, chain Cartesia. Use her in the Cartesia, or her in like probably Maximus, I guess. Yeah. So you keep a card in hand if that's your only card, but if not, like you could do the card in hand. And then go Grand Guignol effect. Granny G is going to send the puppet at this point. You could also send Rinbrum if you wanted. It's really just dependent, but like I think this is a better play, because then you can go Brandon Red, targeting Albaz, fuse off with either Granny G or Cartesia. Hopefully you have another card in hand. Let's just say you do. If not, you banish the Grand Guignol, so you keep the Dragoon negate, obviously. But that's not usually what you want to do, and most of the time you'll have the other card in hand. So yeah. And then you can go Brand Red, get the Sanctifier, target puppet, and likely Cartesia, because then you could also make, depending on your hand, like if you have the Albaz in hand, you can go, or if you have like a dark, you can make a Stapelia next turn. So Yeah, that was a... And then also there's a 1-card gimmick lock I should show you guys for the people that aren't necessarily familiar. The 1-card Nadir Servant is as followed. Remember, we're proxying, guys. Nadir Servant. Send Bucephalus. This is Tri-Brigade Arms Bucephalus the 5th. It's like the Link 5. Tri-Brigade. You do that, and then you get to search out a Maximus. And then on resolution, you get to go Bucephalus Effect. Bucephalus Effect makes you send another winged beast from your extra deck, Beast Wing Beast or Beast Warrior from your extra deck to the graveyard. At that point, you are sending... You have to send Brigand. So, yeah, you send the Brigand. Brigand's going to end up getting your Albaz access. So... Then this goes to the graveyard, obviously, and then you go Maximus Effect. Banish the Bucephalus, because that's no longer doing anything. Then you go Maximus Effect. And this can end up sending your Albion and now Lulu. You can basically just go end phase there. And then you can activate the Brigand effect to get a Albaz into your hand. Or you could special summon it. Either or. Probably just add to the hand. And then... Lulu effect will get out the Cartesia, and of course the Lulu Wall Lilith will get out the Branded Red, because we still need that to complete the Super Poly. Then we pass to our opponent's turn. We have to make them basically go into the main phase to activate Cartesia to get the Gimmick Puppet in graveyard. So we are going to then use Cartesia after they go their first action, and then use Cartesia effect. Sending specifically the Albaz, because we need to make Brandon Red go online. And then we get to summon out Guignol, and then Guignol effect will trigger. Guignol will then send the puppet, wherever the puppet is. And then we can immediately just go Brandon Red, targeting Albaz, fuse off the Maximus since it's a light spellcaster. And then we get a Sanctifier. Probably want to put in defense so they don't Talents take. And then... you go Sanctifier, target the Nightmare and the Cartesia, and then you spec 1 to each side of the field, and you win the game. This is the first combo. This is a very standard combo. It's just a Luber plus a Speller Trap card, or 2 Spellers or Traps in your hand, basically for discards. So you'll go a Luber effect into Branded Fusion. You're gonna send the Albaz and the Asteria, so you don't even have to send Lubellion. You don't even need Lubellion in this combo line. You guys will see why. So then you'll go Albion effect, banishing the Aluber plus the Fallen of Albaz into the Lubellion. Lubellion, discard your first card for cost, and then make sure it's a Spell or Trap, so Asteria procs by shuffling back Lubellion. And the Albaz for Mirror Jade, then Asteria procs. Asteria will be able to then get out Cartesia by pitching another Spell or Trap card. That's why you guys see the Whitewood Spell or Trap is very good, because you only have to use 1 card in that situation. But we still get the Cartesia, which is really good, because this gives us Cartesia access just through 1 Branded Fusion, which is usually a harder thing to achieve, because you have to, even with your normal summon use. So this line's actually really good. It makes the Aluber line way better, because usually the Aluber line won't get you till Cartesia till your opponent's turn. This time you're getting it very early, and you get the Cartesia effect to then make Grangoyle by fusing off the Asteria plus the Cartesia, and then we will use Granguignol effect to then send a Bestial Lubellion to the graveyard. And then Bestial Lubellion will tribute over the Albion, and then Bestial Lubellion will use this effect to set the Lost. And then you can go end phase, then use Mirror Jade effect to banish the Lubellion to send the Titanclad, and then Titanclad can obviously get your Quem there, and Quem can then get you your Albaz access, and then Albion can then get you a Branded in red, which is very good. So that is basically how the one card Aluber works with Asteria. You just need 2 Speller Trap cards, which is quite easy if you have like things like High Spirits, Retribution, Branded Sword. So it's definitely a combo line that comes up very often with this card, and it gives you access to everything you need out of just one Aluber. So it makes the standard Aluber line way better. The next combo is Branded Fusion plus Quem. So we can go Quem effect, send the Mercurier, then we can go Branded Fusion, sending Asteria plus the Albaz. Albion effect, Chainlink 1 to banish the Mercurier plus the Albaz. Chainlink 1 Lubellion, discard for cost, Chainlink 2 Mercurier to search out the Shrouded Dragon. Lubellion, spin back Albaz in itself for Mirror Jade. And then we could have also procced Asteria there, but we also just decided to go Albion here because we just have it. In order to go Branded Sword. Branded Sword that will give us a draw, and then Branded Sword will activate, giving us back, or sorry, the Asteria will activate as a trigger because we just sent off of cost for Shrouded Dragon, and Asteria will now be able to special summon. Then we can use Branded Sword to get us back the Mercurier, so we have a negate. Then we can go Asteria effect, pitch one of our spells in hand, and then Cartesia effect to fuse to then get us the Grand Guignol, Chainlink 1, Guignol, Chainlink 2, Quem targeting the Cartesia, and then send the Lubellion effect, tribute the in graveyard to tribute the Branded Dragon to then summon itself and get the Branded Loss, and then you can go end phase Albion effect, get the Branded Banishment, which is very spicy, and then so this is how you could make the Light and Darkness Dragon, essentially, because then you could go Light and Darkness Dragon, you could go on your opponent's turn, go Branded Banishment, revive the Albion the Branded Dragon, and then then fuse off the Lubellion plus the Branded Dragon for a Light and Darkness Dragon, which means that if you have any other access to Branded in red, you have Gimmick Lock on top of that. So it's very disgusting just from the 2 cards. All right, so the next combo is going to be Shrouded plus Branded Fusion plus Lubellion. So it's a bit of a more complicated combo, but I wanted to show you guys really the power of this card. And plus the versatility with the different cards in the deck. And then you have Lubellion, get the Saronir, you go Branded Fusion, send the Asteria. Albaz, as you guys can see, sending Asteria off of Branded Fusion is usually the play. You make Sanctifier this time, though, for all my Sanctifier heads. Then you go Shroud Dragon, send Sword, get a draw, go Asteria effect to proc off the Shrouded, Asteria effect, pitch one of your spells and traps, get the Quem effect, send the Mercurier, and then Saronir, banish the Mercurier to then use Mercurier effect to search out another Cartesia. Then you can go Branded Sword, get the Mercurier back to your hand, and then tribute off the Saronir for Lubellion. Then Saronir can send the Branded to High Spirits. If you didn't have Albaz in rotation too, you could just send the Bestial Aluber if you wanted to. That gives us Branded Lost, and now we can special summon the Cartesia and get into Grand Goyle access. And then go Grand Guignol 1, Lost 2, and we get the Asteria back in the graveyard, plus the Quem on 3 to get the Cartesia. And we get a Spring Ends Kit here, and then we can send the Albion off the Guignol. Spring Ends Kit gets us the Branded in Retribution, and then Albion gets us Branded in red. So this is a very strong board too, just basically unkillable, unbreakable. You don't lose to Droplet either, because if they go Droplet on your Albion, you can go Chain Branded in red, or Chain Branded red, Chain Retribution, basically, and then spin back the Albion or the Sanctifier Dragon, and then you dodge the Droplet. So it's very good. This does not lose to anything, this board, really, because you do have the Mercurier in hand, and then plus Asteria comes back next turn if you need to. So very, very, very solid combo. So I'm going to show you guys what happens when you just draw Asteria plus Cartesia. So Cartesia effect, pitch the Asteria for the fuse into Grand Guignol. Grand Guignol effect, send the Shrouded Dragon. Shrouded Dragon effect, send the Branded Fusion. And then Asteria effect, get back to field, which this is really cool, because then Asteria then pitches on field. to then get the Quem from deck, and then Quem can send the Retribution, which then gets you Branded Fusion access, which is really cool how Asteria can help unbrick your hands, and then also get you Branded Fusion access. So then you just do your standard line, send the Lubellion Albaz, Quem effect, target the Cartesia, make Albion, make Sanctifier, and then tribute the Albion. You make Sanctifier there because you don't have another Dark to play with. You always make Sanctifier if you don't have more than one Dark, essentially, besides the Albaz, and then you can Lubellion for the Branded Loss for your opponent's turn. Then you can go Albion effect at the Brightest Blazing Branded King. Or Branded Red if you wanted to. I think Brightest is technically better here, or Retribution rather, so stuff to consider. Alright, so this one is going to be Asteria plus High Spirits, because, like I said, I think Brand High Spirits works with Estrella really good. I keep calling it Asteria because that's the OCG, forgive me. So, Estrella, you're going to go Brand High Spirits, pitch the Asteria, pitch the Guignol, get the Quem, and then you can go Quem effect, send the Shrouded Dragon. Shrouded Dragon will then send for cost the Retribution, and then Asteria will trigger the Asteria effect, get the Cartesia effect to then fuse off Asteria for Grand Guignol, chainlink 2 Quem to get back the Cartesia for next turn, and then send the Saronir off of the Dust Dragon, and then Saronir effect, get the Branded Fusion. Then you can go Retribution to then get back Branded Fusion and just do your full combo. So then Branded Fusion into Lubellion, Lubellion into Albion into Lubellion to Mirjade, and then Lubellion tribute the Albion to then obviously get access to Branded Loss. So it's always like going back to this end board. This is the end board you're trying to have because you can obviously then go Gimmick Puppet on your opponent's turn, but this is also with a Branded Banishment if you want. Obviously, because with this setup, you have a better chance going into like Light and Darkness Dragon right here. And then you can search the Mercurier and you just use up the Light and Darkness Dragon negates on your opponent, and then you can just start using Mirjade, Cartesia, and then Mercurier, and your opponent cannot play through 8 interruptions. That's one of the best boards you can make and that's without Gimmick Puppet as well. So guys, remember, you don't need Gimmick Puppet, especially with Light and Darkness Dragon. It's something to consider going forward for sure. Here's another fun one. This is Asteria plus Bestial Lubellion, because I think Bestial Lubellion is one of those cards that's actually quite underrated in Brand and could be ran at more than one. We go Lubellion effect, get the Saronir, and then we can go Asteria effect, pitch the 1 spell or trap card to basically go into Quem. From deck, Quem effect, send the Mercurier, and then you can go Saronir effect to banish the Mercurier and just kind of go from there. It's a very similar structure to the last couple combos that we've been doing, but then we can go Lubellion, tribute the Saronir, Saronir sends Retribution, then we can get Lost, then we can go Shrouded Dragon effect to send the Branded Fusion and get a free draw, and then we can go Branded Retribution to go Branded Fusion, send the Cartesia, go Albion 1, Quem 2 to to special summon the Cartesia from graveyard, and 3 Branded Loss. But we get a Albaz here because we're gonna need another Albaz for rotation, and then you'll see why. We can go Lubellion to then go into the Draco Stapelia here, which is kind of interesting, instead of the Mirjade, because then we can go Mirjade here off of. Okay, so yeah, so we can go, okay, and then we go Asteria, we go Quem, revive the Cartesia, and then we can banish the Saronir and the Albaz off of the Albion for the Lubellion. Lubellion 1, discard Albaz, Cartesia 2 though, to fuse off Lubellion in the Branded Dragon, because we already went Branded Loss, so we don't need it on the board anymore, get in the graveyard. And then we can go into Stapelia, and then Lubellion resolves, fusing it back with the banished Fallen of Albaz for the Mirjade. And then we have a Stapelia, Mirjade, plus Quem, Cartesia, which is really good, plus Lost. And then we got Albion to get Brand Red, which lets us go Gimmick Puppet if we want to, because then on our opponent's turn, we can go make a Grand Guignol for Cartesia and the Whitewoods, send the Gimmick Puppet, and then chain Brand Red, make the Sanctifier and Gimmick Luck under Brand Loss. You still have Mirjade, Stapelia, and you'll get a Mercurier at that point. So Asteria, as you guys see, just makes every other combo in Branded really broken. I think the thing is you just kind of need a spell or trap in hand generally to use it, which I think that's where the Legend of the Whitewoods cards kind of come into play. All right, so guys, I do want to show off this very cool combo, because this allows you to basically play through Shifter. So what happens if you get Shiftered? Shifter is going to be very good post info. Well, I'll show you guys what you have to do if you get Shiftered. Essentially, what you can do is run the Thunder Dragon cards. The Thunder Dragon cards really do help you play through Shifter, so it might be some spice that you can bring into your events coming up. All you need is Thunder Dragon Dark and a Hawk in deck. Then all you need is a Branded Fusion plus a discard. So let's just say you get Shiftered. Okay, great. You go Branded Fusion, send Albaz and Dragon Dark, make a Lubellion. Lubellion effect, discard for cost, Dragon Dark effect because it's banished, search the Hawk. Spin back the Albaz, make a Stapelia. Thunder Dragon Hawk effect to revive out the Dark. And then you contribute off the Dark for a Colossus, and then you end on a Stapelia plus a Colossus under Shifter, which is way better than any board you can make without the Thunder Dragon package under Shifter, which allows you to really just crush any deck. There's going to be a lot of decks like Ritual Beast. They can't play under Colossus. They have to be doing all these things, the searching, and Stapelia also just FTKs them as well. So I think this is a very strong combo combo that you guys need to know post info that you guys could implement into your deck. All you need is one Thunder Dragon Dark and a Thunder Dragon Hawk. As you guys see, it's just through the Branded Fusion line. All right, so this is a combo under Shifter as well, where all you need is Cartesia plus a Luber plus a Dark Dragon, which is very common. So you get Shiftered, okay? Cartesia, deployment, a Luber effect to dodge the Imperm, then we get Branded Fusion. Branded Fusion is going to send the Albaz, banish the Mercurier, Lubellion effect, Chainlink 1, discard the Dark Dragon, then Mercurier 2, in order to get the Spriggan's kit, and then you will spin back the 2 Dark Dragons for a Borreload, and then you can go, so Borreload will be able to essentially pop one of your opponent's cards. This also gives you a setup if you're, so you'll pass turn at this point. You also have Cartesia to make a Stapelia if you want, so then you can go Borreload, pop the token, and then you can go Cartesia, make a Stapelia, or you could make a Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, which is way better. So guys, remember that's very spicy, that is a Light and Dark Dragon. So you thought we were going to make Stapelia there. Nah, we make Light and Darkness Dragon Lord. So very good, very spicy for the Light and Darkness Dragon Lord combos. All right, so this is a combo that you guys need to know. Shrouded plus High Spirits plus Branded Fusion, and this is under Shifter. So we get Shifter, Branded Fusion, send the Albion off of the Shrouded Dragon, and then go Cartesia effect since you still have the Albion, and you chained High Spirits to the Shifter. That's why High Spirits is so good, because you can chain to Shifter, you can chain to Droll, and then you banish the Albaz plus the Mercurier, or sorry, no, just 2 Albazes into a Lubellion, into a Borreload Furious, and then in the end phase you can obviously search the Branded Red, or no, set it, and then during your opponent's turn you can just pop one of their cards. Okay, great. Then chain the Brand Red on the chain of Borrel, because you can do Borrel, target the Lubellion, then go Brand Red, fuse off the Lubellion. You don't have to pop both cards for Borreload to resolve. And then you can go Light and Darkness Dragon Lord, which is very cool. Like, Light and Darkness Dragon Lord has a lot of different utility under Shifter. It fits into your deck very easily, especially when you run Borreload Furious Dragon. So you guys got to realize that. It's very, very good when you're running that kind of build. And like I said, you might not even have to run the Thunder Dragon cards. I wanted to show off that combo because Light and Darkness Dragon Lord just helps you play through Shifter as well. So guys, this is going to be the standard combo that I did show in the last video, but I want to show again because it is the best Light and Darkness Dragon combo. It's the 1 card to Luber combo. All you need is a discard. You go Luber, search Branded Fusion, send Albaz plus the Lubellion, make the Albion effect, make Lubellion, discard, spin back Lubellion, make Mirrorjade, tribute the Albion for the Lubellion, go Albion or Lubellion effect, set the brand or activate the Branded Loss, and then during the end phase go Albion effect, set the Branded Banishment, and then you're able to go Branded Banishment on your turn, revive the Albion, fuse off the Lubellion, make the Light and Darkness Dragon, then you can search off a Branded Lost for the Mercurier. As I mentioned before, that does work that way because you cannot negate a face-up card, guys. Learn rulings. Okay, so yeah, very, very good combo. This combo's been shown off a lot already. I just felt like if I'm making a comprehensive info guide, this combo kind of needs to be there. Alright guys, we're going to show you some combos with the other Whitewoods cards now. So for this combo, we have Legend of the Whitewood plus Fusion Deployment and Aluber. So we'll go Fusion Deployment, get Cartesia, Aluber normal summon, get the Branded Fusion, sending Lubellion plus Albion effect, Branded, basically standard line, pitching the Lubellion, but this time you're going to pitch the Legend of the Whitewood to then get Mirrorjade, Legend of the Whitewood resets, and then you can go Lubellion effect, tribute the Albion, get the Branded Beast, which is going to be very spicy, then Legend of the Whitewood effect, Asteria, and then Cartesia fuse off the Asteria into the Guignol effect to then send the Shrouded Dragon, send the Branded Regained to then shuffle it back to the graveyard, Asteria effect because Shrouded Dragon procced from the graveyard, Asteria effect then to pitch to send the Sylve, which is the other White Woods card that we didn't quite go over. If you normal summon or special summon, if this card is normal or special, you can add one White Wood Spell Trap from your deck to your hand, and basically it can do some synchro stuff outside of that. But the thing is that you run the trap. You can special summon one White Woods monster from your hand or deck. After this resolves, you can synchro summon. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can set it basically. So it's this is much more on the synchro variety of things. Woes of the White Woods gets set. We go end phase. And this was all with Branded Fusion still. We go Branded Beast to activate the regain from graveyard. And then we go Cartesia effect to get back to hand. And then we go Albion the Branded Dragon to then set the Etude of the Branded. So definitely doing some synchro plays here. Etude of the Branded is going to be able to basically on your opponent's turn synchro and all that fun stuff. So Woes of the Branded Woes of the White Woods will also let you synchro, and you have two different tuners, so obviously you would be able to get into a Chaos Angel here. You could also get into Dissipator very easily. You can get to any 12 with the Grand Guignol and the Sylve. Plus you have the Banish of the Mirror Jade, plus the pop on the Brand Beast, Etude being a Floodgate, and Regain being able to be constant recursion, means that we're going to have an awesome deck profile for the Synchro Branded build coming soon. So guys, make sure that you guys smash that like button for that build. All right, so for the next combo, we're going to be showing you guys a little bit more of a Synchro variant. We do have the Legend of the White Wood plus Branded Fusion plus Quem here for this combo. So, but it's technically a Sylve. So we'll go Branded Fusion, send the Cartesia, Albaz, Albion 1, Quem 2, get the Cartesia, banish the Mercurier and Albaz. That you send off a Quem, then you pitch the White Woods, Legend of the White Woods from Lubellion, and then you can go Mercurier effect to get the Shrouded from hand, and then you can make the Mirror Jade off a spinning back, and then you can go Legend effect, get the Sylve, or the Asteria rather, and then you can go Cartesia, fuse off the Asteria plus herself into the Grand Guignol effect, get the Lubellion, tribute over the Grand Guignol, then Lubellion effect, get the Branded Beast. And then you can go Shrouded Dragons, pitch the Branded Regained, and then you can go Asteria finally to then go Asteria effect to summon out the Sylve to search the Woes of the White Woods, which gives you a synchro on your opponent's turn, and then gets you also the Branded Regain off a Branded Beast in the graveyard, and then you can go Albion effect to then get an Etude of the Branded, which is really, really nice. So this allows you to obviously, like I said in the previous combo, just kind of gets you into 10s and 12s plus Mirror Jade plus Dracostapelia, whatever you kind of need. Plus you get infinite recursion through the regain and pops through. All right, so we're going to be going over matchups now. The first matchup is against Yubel Fiendsmith. Yubel is extraordinarily tough to go second against, even with any kind of deck, because you typically need post Fiendsmith 2 board breakers in order to break their field, because they make cards like Fiendsmith Diary, which can out a Dark Ruler no more very easily, and then also they can out Forbidden Droplet very easily, and it takes a lot of resources to go into Droplet. Droll and Lockbird really does stop this deck, but as we aren't much of a hand trap deck, we do have to kind of focus on prioritizing board breakers, and then also going second. Going first using the Gimmick Lock is very important because they cannot play through it. They cannot really sub any board or summon out a Yubel under Gimmick Puppet Lock in order to play around it. Also, just being able to target or having a Mercurier in hand or a Mirror Jade on field in order to banish the Spirit of Yubel is extraordinarily important, but the main focal point of the Yubel deck is the Nightmare Pain. So as long as you are able to have a constant way to pop the Nightmare Pain, Yubel can't do too much damage to you, because Nightmare Pain forces you to attack all of their Yubel monsters in the battle phase, so that you have to kill yourself on their own monsters. So cards like Borreload's Furious Dragon and Guardian Chimera are key in this matchup in order to pop the Nightmare Pain, and also the Spirit Gate, which gives them infinite follow-up, and also it searches out most of their monster, or the Dark Beckoning Beast, which is their biggest 1-card combo, Nightmare Pain is also an annoying card because anytime their Yubel cards leave the field, they summon out another from their deck. So you have to be careful about this with cards like Super Poly not being as effective or Mirror Jade not being as effective. But like I said, this is why Mercurier is very key in this matchup. Next, we have Fiendsmith Snake Eye. This is another very meta matchup where if they go first, it's very tough to break their board. They sub boards of Appaloosa with IP Masquerena and then Flameburge, and of course other even negates because of the fact that they have the Fiendsmith card, so they can go into Kashtira cards. So a lot of the time that you need, and then top of that, they also make the same Desiree, and they also go into Beatrice in order to FTK you. In this gameplay, you can see this there on the Kashtira cards, which very much do hurt your deck, so you can see the Kashtira cards in this matchup. For this reason, Dark Ruler No More, Forbidden Droplet, Evenly Matched are all great cards into this matchup, but typically post Fiendsmith, you need multiple board breakers in order to break the board. However, you're playing Branded Despia, so you have lots of cards like Fusion Deployment to play around and also get out your interruptions. Now, this deck also plays cards like Promethean Princess, which can really mess up your Albaz, because on Albaz special summon, it will be able to pop it. However, that's why Albaz normal summon is typically pretty good in this matchup. Sometimes Snake Eye also makes a board with number 38 Hope Harbinger, which is a dragon monster. On top of that, they end on Snake Eye's Flameburge dragon. So this is why Alba Lenatus comes up in this matchup. So you can contact, so commonly a very easy one card way to break a Snake Eye board is to set Albaz and then contact fuse off their Flameburge dragon and their number 38, and then attack over the Appaloosa that's most likely at 1600 attack with your 2500 attack Alba Lenatus. Also, the thing is with the Snake Eye matchup is most of the time you cannot completely OTK them because they have so much recursion, they have so many one-card combos, and they have a lot of battle phase effects. So the fact is that Gimmick Puppet Lock is very key in this matchup, because if a lot of the time you just won't be able to OTK them since you're using things like Dark Ruler No More and giving up resources to break their board. So the Gimmick Puppet Lock is very key in this matchup, especially going second, because you have to Gimmick Lock them after you half crack their board and put them in a state that they cannot respond to the Gimmick Lock. Triple Mirror Jade can definitely get you there against them. You just have to know, of course, stopping the Lurie is very important. Also stopping their ability to get to the rank 6 Beatrice is very important. So this is why Bestials are very good in this matchup as well, because you can banish their level 6s, and this goes for either any Fiendsmith variant. Now, I would also say that cards that you should prioritize are Mirror Jade, but of course they can use the Flameburge Dragon to slot the Mirror Jade into Quertus, so you have to be careful. With Snake Eye now having access to the Fiendsmith engine through plenty of one-card combos, with now the Link 2 Close of the Moon Sky, which allows them to go into a Fiendsmith line through any 2 effect monsters, you need to be careful of their FTKs, which they use Angel of Blue Tears to set D barrier out of their deck games 2 and 3. Alright, so the next matchup is going to be against Sky Striker. Sky Striker is one of those matchups that is actually traditionally not that great for you, because they have lots of ways to banish cards from your graveyard and effect negate you. However, they don't have a great way to play around the Gimmick Puppet Lock, and you run Bestials, so you have lots of ways to play around their cards. You should prioritize saving the Bestial for banishing the Ray in their graveyard. Also, the fact is they have multi-roll, which is a continuous spell card that consistently gives them advantage, and also has a Branded Lost-like effect that makes it so you can't respond to the Sky Striker player's activated card effects. So you should prioritize popping the multi-roll before anything else, so you can stop their advantage tree, because if you don't, they can very easily generate enough advantage to outgrind you. Now, the thing is that they don't have a lot of power plays. They can't OTK you very often, and what they're trying to do is just pick apart your board and prevent you from using your graveyard. So if you're able to play ahead of them and use cards like Branded Lost and make it so that they cannot respond, you're able to really go ahead of them and use cards like Borreload Furious, Magnum the Reliever, and then also other cards like Mirror Jade, which can still mess up a Sky Striker Ray since it doesn't banish and they have to tribute. So you can just chain Mirror Jade and you're going to banish whatever it brings out. They won't be able to use their summon effect or anything like that. Cards like Linkage is very strong, and they're able to sometimes OTK you, so you have to be careful about that. And like I said, Bestials are priority in this matchup, and Gimmick Lock might not be as strong as you think it is in this matchup, so it's definitely not a high priority. Next, we have Sprite, Ice Barrier with Frogs. This has been a very popular deck that just won the WCQ. This deck typically ends on board of multiple Omni Negates, like totally awesome. And Sprite Double Cross being a wonderful interruption, and the Melfi cards, and plus they have the Ice Barrier card, so you have to be careful. It's a lot about board breaking, because a single Dark Ruler no more can really mess up their whole board. So here you can see that you can prioritize just sifting through your deck for board breaker, so you can actually play the game, or else you have to use your engine to really play through their board, which is not ideal. Now, the Totally Awesome is always a card that can really mess you up, so you have to be careful. So you should prioritize going for things like Triple Tactics, Talents, and Thrust, or Called By, to try to get around the Totally Awesome before anything else, of course. But then they can use... So like I said, just prioritize on the board breakers, because with hand traps, you can hit them on the Gigantic Sprite. But besides that, there's not really other great focal points. Sprite has a lot of one-card starters, so things like Branded Lost, of course, is something that you can put them on huge pressure point with, to force them to use their effects. That's a very easy way to bait their effects. Also, things like Mirror Jade proves it to be an issue for them, because they don't have a great way to remove Mirror Jade without triggering its effect. They have no way to banish face down or really bounce. So things like that, and then also Despia and Quertus, which can really help you just OTK against them very easily, which is very good. Bestial should not be prioritized in this matchup. They don't do much. Next, we have the Mirror Match. The Mirror Match is one of those matchups that can be very tough, because of the fact that if you lose die roll, your opponent is likely going to go for a Gimmick Puppet Lock if you don't have a Bestial. So you have to be able to have a game plan if you lose die roll versus Branded. Now, there are cards that help you play through the Gimmick Puppet Lock, such as Fusion Duplication and Branded Banishment, which you can use after you've been Gimmick Puppet Locked in order to play through the Gimmick Puppet Lock. Branded Banishment being able to target a monster in your graveyard and then fuse off your opponent's field in order to go into something like a Stapelia is very strong, and then reverse Gimmick Locking them. Then also Fusion Duplication using their own Branded Fusion is very, very strong, so you can use their own Branded Fusion in their graveyard, and then make your own Sanctifier, and then use their own Gimmick Puppet, and then proceed to go from there. So you just need to know the interaction points. Super Poly isn't as good as you think because of Sanctifier not being able to be used as a fusion material. Bestials, Called By, Forbidden are very good. Forbidden Droplet you'd think is very good, but it really doesn't do much. Same with cards like Evenly Matched. Ash Blossom is also very good. Now you have the Salamangreat matchup, which is typically a pretty easy matchup for you, but it depends, because they do run Ash Blossom, so if they see a combination of hand traps, it can be very problematic. So you definitely want to prioritize trying to use combos that play around Ash Blossom with Salamangreat going first, or even going second, because they have ways to loop the Ash Blossom and search it out from their deck. So if they know that you're on Branded, you're going to have a game plan such as Triple Tactics Thrust and Nadir Servant in order to play around it. Now, Salad usually ends on a board of an Omni Negate plus a trap that pops 4 cards, so you have to typically use cards like Branded Opening and Branded Retribution in order to save your cards. Branded Opening being able to protect the fusions from the pop of Rage, and then of course the Branded Retribution being able to give you back either a Branded Fusion or Branded Lost after they've roared or Salamangreat raged it, because a lot of the time you can go Branded Lost to bait one of their traps like a Rage or a Roar, and then you can send off a Shrouded Dragon the Retribution, and then use Retribution and get back the Branded Lost. And also, since Roar negates activation, you can always use Branded Fusion for a second time, so that's a very high priority on the Branded Retribution. The Yugimoto deck, the focal point of the deck is obviously the Shining Sark. Once you get rid of the Shining Sark, most of their monsters can't really do much, and most of their spells can't do much, but they do have a card that lets them draw up to 6, so that during your battle phase you have to be wary of that card, or else they'll gain a ton of advantage, possibly draw hand traps. And also their big boss monster, Gandora, can basically, field nuke, and that card can easily be stopped by cards like Mercourier. Also, out of Infinite Forbidden, they get really good new extenders like the Shield and the new retrain of the old normal monster. That name escapes me. So typically their win condition isn't that great. They don't have any sort of blowout, but they do have very good recursion, and all their monsters do stuff. They all get advantage. So, and they all really kind of extend. So, I wouldn't doubt if these guys started going into Appaloosa and stuff like that. So board breakers such as Evenly Match really just being super integral in a matchup such as this, I think. And then also just making sure that you don't focus on destroying, because most of their monsters have effects once they're destroyed because Shining Star pops. So that's something that you definitely have to be wary of. And also they do love back row, so in general back row removal is definitely great, but overall things like Dark Ruler and Droplet don't seem as good against them. Now we have the Lightsworn matchup. Lightsworn can be pretty tricky, especially if you lose the die roll. Things like Gimmick Puppet Lock and triple mirror jading them and prioritizing going into cards like maybe even like the Thunder Dragon Colossus and that kind of build would be very important because they search a ton. Also, the fact is that they stop a huge board that typically either goes for a Psyframe Omega plus Bestial Dissipator loop, where they get to go Psyframe Lord Omega and use Dissipator to revive the Omega again to get another hand rip, and then setting up their closest thing to a few negates with their Horus engine, which also they get to run Bestials, and of course sometimes there's the tier limit engine, so you always have to be careful of that, because the tier limits can go into things like Baguska, but the Bestial variant typically spams rank 8s with the Horus engine plus the Bestial Lubellion, and then just hand loops you. So these are things you have to be considerate of. Also, sometimes they run things like Shufflers against you and Blackout Laughs, which can be really devastating at the graveyard effects. But overall, things like Bestials are definitely really good. So if you can hit whatever sends off the Lightsworn Dragonling with the Bestial, it will really hurt them. Also, obviously, hitting the Athena with something like a Mercourier is really huge. Also, just banishing it with Mirror Jade, you just have to get rid of the Athena. That thing resolving has 2 effects. It's like Quem. So preferably just dropletting it would be really good. But also, you just have to do what you got to do. Also, Alba Lineatus Contact Fuse goes very hard in this matchup, so having that card on hand is very good. Board breakers go very hard, and Gimmick Lock works. So the Blackwing matchup is a very, very tricky matchup, because Blackwings make a diverse field full of back row, and then a few negates such as Dissipator on top of a Towers monster such as Blackwing Full Armor Master, and then a burn card such as their Blackwing Dragon that burns for 500 for each time you use a monster effect. So typically they go into 2 of those plus the Dissipator plus the other negate, plus the Towers. So you really do have to just be able to focus on outing one at a time. Cards like Evenly Matched go very hard in this matchup because they typically can't get banish into your banish zone, so Dissipator will not be negating until you really turn it on. So you really just have to be able to play around the burn effect of the dragons, because you'll be taking 1,000 life every time you use a monster effect. So you have to be able to out those monsters before you die. That's the biggest point. Things like Dark Ruler No More go very hard for that reason. Now the thing is though, is that you do have things like Alba Lineatus to contact fuse off the dragons, because the Blackwing dragons are dragons, so that is your best and easiest way to out the tax dragons. And then also the second hardest thing to out basically is the fact that they do have a Full Armor Master, which is basically a Towers. It's unaffected and it has 3,000. So typically you just have to go into something like a Titaniclad to out it, and sometimes they also have ways to increase its attack, so you do have to be careful. Blackwings also have a few different hand traps that act as effect negates and engine, kind of like Mercourier, so you do have to be wary of that. They don't have a whole lot of other interruptions, but the thing is that when they get going and they make a huge board, and they're able to set on their Towers, which can be really devastating. And then also if you hit their black whirlwind cards, that's basically how you stop their advantage tree. So definitely using things like Borreload Furious and Guardian Chimera is very integral in this matchup in order to do that. If you Mercurier the Vayu, that's always pretty good. But, you know, things like Mirror Jade also completely out the tower, so focusing on Mirror Jade is very important because they can't really out it. That is always the thing. They also can go into cards like SP Little Knight and Chaos Angel, so you always have to be careful and have outs for those, but they can typically only make a dark only Chaos Angel, so that's typically just fine. Branded Fusion into Sanctifier definitely works, but Triple Mirror Jade definitely works as well, just keeping consistent. And then since it's a synchro deck, things like Draco Stapelia can definitely be utilized in order to stop their synchro plays and adjusting their levels. Next, we have the Elemental Hero matchup. The Hero matchup can be very, very difficult if they go first and they are able to set up a Dark Angel lock, which they typically don't do blind to game one because some decks just don't lose to Dark Angel. So they want to be careful about that, obviously, because lots of link decks can just link off the Dark Angel. So once they know you're on Branded, they're always going to go for the Dark Angel games 2 and 3. So game 1, going second is a lot easier because they can only really set up a board such as Favorite Contact and then also a deep Destiny Hero Phoenix Enforcer, which allows them to get a recursive non-targeting pop on both sides of the field, kind of like Borreload Furious, except it gets to revive itself in each one of their standby phases. For this reason, Bestials can be prioritized in this matchup in order to banish the DPE on top of the Dark Law or the Dark Angel. Speaking of Dark Law, though, they set up a Dark Law, which is a one-sided Macrocosmos on your side of the field, and also every time you add a card from your deck to your hand, they can randomly banish a card from your hand. So you have to be very careful when they have a Dark Law on board. For this reason, board breakers like Evenly Match, Dark Ruler No More, and Forbidden Droplet work wonders. Sometimes they also have access to things like Neospace and Aqua Dolphin, and also Absolute Zero and Elemental Hero Honest Neo, so you just have to be careful of their wide variety of cards. Stopping the Vion is very important with things like Mercurier, so definitely just be wary of that. And also the level 5 is hitting the level 5 with Mercurier is very good. It helps them extend. That goes into a continuous spell. Next, we have the Chimera Fiendsmith matchup, which used to just be Chimera, sometimes Chimera Branded, but I think Chimera Fiendsmith will be the most prevalent combo. Their fields end up usually being a Diabolese, which is a anti-spell essentially on legs that gets to pop a card every time you set a card, which you're forced to do since it's an anti-spell effect. And then also a hand rip off the Chimera engine, and then also they set up a Chimera Fusion, which gets them into a Guardian Chimera. Now the Fiendsmith engine also now adds a Beatrice element to this, so sometimes they'll just be FTKing you with blue tiers, kind of like Fiendsmith Snake Eye and Fiendsmith Yubel. So things like hand traps like DD Crow, hand traps like Bestials are very important in order to stop these FTKs, in order to stop the Bestial, the Fiendsmith cards from popping off. Now also cards like Mercurier go very hard, obviously, in order to stop things like Mirror Sword Knight, which stop their entire combo, because Mirror Sword Knight is usually a normal summon that they have to summon out to start their combo. Now, of course, hitting the Fiendsmith engine could always happen too, so banishing the level 6 before they go on is pretty good as well. Super Poly and Board Breakers go very hard in this matchup, but typically they can run a lot of hand traps. Next, against Runic Stun. Stun is a very tough matchup for us, so you want to prioritize cards like Borreload Furious Dragon and Guardian Chimera. You do not want to be puppet locking this deck because of the fact that they do not special summon, except for maybe once with the Runic cards, which typically they will always have access to Runic Fountain. Come on, they always draw it. So we have to focus on basically getting constant pop spell and trap card removal on our field, on top of maybe even Tri-Brigade Mercurier to stop the Runic Hugin from searching the fountain if it gets to that. Mirror Jade is still a great option because they don't have a great way to out it, as well as not really going into the Gimmick Puppet Lock, but going Branded in red, Branded Banishment, cards that will allow you to target and destroy Runic Fountain, essentially, because as long as you destroy the 2 Runic Fountains that they have, it's very important. But the thing is that Runic Hugin prevents the destruction of a card on their field, so if you use Guardian Chimera to target the Fountain and Hugin, you can get around this protection, or you could use cards like Cosmic Cyclone to banish the Fountain to get around Hugin's protection of destruction cards. Also, Runic's win condition is typically milling you out, so you do have to be careful in your searches and resolving cards like Pot of Desires, or else you could really put yourself in a bind. So keeping your deck count on high is a pretty good thing for this matchup. 60 card Branded goes very hard against this matchup. They do typically side Floodgates like Grave of the Ancient Organism and Synchro Zone, which can really mess up your deck. Synchro Zone meaning you can't attack, and then Grave basically meaning none of your monsters can use their effects if they're level 5 or higher. And if Grave hits the board, it's basically an instant loss. So really, like I said, prioritize the spell and trap card removals game 2, especially with your side deck. Having options for stun, even though you might see it once in a tournament, is very good, because we typically have a really bad matchup. Next, we have the Pure Kashtira matchup. Pure Kashtira is very, very interesting because of the fact they have Kashtira Birth and Kashtira Unicorn, which are 2 very good cards against us. Kashtira Unicorn being able to look at our extra deck, give them knowledge, so we can't really hand trap them. And on top of that, on our turn, it's really hard not to just use a monster effect to out their board. So they're usually going to be able to go Unicorn to banish the Sanctifier, or maybe one of your Mirror Jades or the Lubellion. Typically, it's very correct for them to be banishing the Sanctifier. If they banish your Sanctifier, it's almost impossible to OTK them successfully and keep the OTK. Sanctifier being an untargetable monster means it's a very good matchup into Kashtira because all their monsters target. Something to also keep in mind when you're going against Kashtira is they really don't make any monsters above 3000 attack without Ryzeal. So being able to go into Towers monsters that really can't be affected that are above 33,000 attack is very important against this deck. And on top of that, they only have a rank 7 toolbox, but now Pure Kashtira has been known to go use the Snake Eye engine and maybe even the Nemesis engine to go into things like Appaloosa or even the Thunder Dragon Colossus with the Nemesis flag package. And Proto, so you must be careful of that. Also, the Scareclaw Kashtira is one of their most dangerous cards. It allows them to basically OTK, and it can really play around the whole Gimmick Puppet Lock if they get to it, so definitely be careful of that. And Kashtira Birth should be very much prioritized to be destroyed, and always destroyed, because Kashtira Birth can banish face down 3 cards in your graveyard if you use a spell card after it resolves. So very much make sure that Kashtira Birth is not on the field after you or have Branded lost up in order so that Kashtira Birth can't be activated. Borload Furious and Board Breakers are very important. Gimmick Puppet Lock and Triple Mirror Jade work great. Next, we have the Purely matchup. The Purely matchup is typically a pretty tough matchup for us going second. If you go first, obviously, you just Gimmick Puppet them, or you just set up a board where you keep Mirror Jading their monsters. However, it can be pretty hard to interact with them because they do have a lot of spells, continuous spells, which are hard to interact with us. And then on top of that, they can just keep sequencing to try to OTK us. So they do have a happiness OTK, which allows them to keep attacking into a monster, so putting a monster into defense position if they're going to go for an OTK is very important. They also prioritize cards like Zeus because they are an Xyz deck, so they can very easily go into Zeus or Typhon. But I will say that they do have an Xyz that is an effect negate, but the most important one is the E Purely Noir, which is an unaffected towers that has 4300 defense with 5 materials with Delicious typically, that gives them a draw 4 every standby phase. So you do have to just be able to interact with that card, whether it's with Kaiju's, Herald of the Abyss, so that it makes your opponent send their own monsters or evenly matched, since cards that make it so that they work with against unaffected monsters. Mirror Jade's effect also works against Noir, so if they out the Noir, they will be forced to send their Noir to the graveyard even if it's unaffected. Noir also has an effect to detach to target and spin 1 card, so untargetable cards are very important against this deck, but you can also typically make the Noir run out of materials if you force things like with Branded Loss typically forces the Noir because if not, you can just start gimmick puppeting them, and that's the win condition against purely. If they are just sitting on a fat noir, you keep gimmick puppeting them and summoning gimmick puppet in attack position and then attacking into the gimmick puppet with a 3000 beater, and you do that 4 times in a row and you win the game. Because and if they go attack position on the noir, obviously you just start interacting and killing the noir, so it's totally fine in that case. Cards like Mercurier can be pretty good, also triple Mirror Jade, as I said. Borreload Furious is very good for destroying the My Friend Purely and the field spell giving them a new Purely spell attached to one of their their Xyz cats at the end phase can be really devastating if not dealt with early in the game. Also, cards like DD Crow can target their target in the graveyard, and cards like Book of Moon and Book of Eclipse can be very good when they go Purely Noir into Purely Noir through the trap, because those cards will stop it. They run lots of hand traps, so definitely be on the lookout. Against Tenpai, they usually like to give you going first, even though you can gimmick lock, so this matchup is usually easy. If they don't see one of their 20 plus hand traps or non-engine, they can really mess you up with board breakers if you aren't ready, so have things like Branded Opening prepared, but also make sure to have things like Borreload Savage Dragon to pop their field spell, Dracos Tapelia to negate the Pydra or the Chundra in order to stop their plays, and then also things like Alba Lenatus helps you use Albaz in the graveyard to fuse off their field. Then we have the Fire King matchup, which Arvada can really put a pinch on you, while things like Flamebird's Dragon with the Snake Eyes engine can really push you ahead, can push them ahead of you in terms of advantage, which makes them really hard to crack their board. You have to watch out for the Promethea Princess on top of the Ambler Whale, on top of the Pyro Phoenix being multiple interruptions upon pops, and then obviously the Garunix popping the Kirin from deck, and then Kirin being able to summon from graveyard and popping a card non-targeting, so you always have to respond on that. Things like Mercurier is very good, and Branded Opening is integral for this matchup, so they just can't keep popping your fusion monsters. Things like Cosmic Cyclone is great to pop the Fire King Island under the Sanctuary, because Sanctuary protects, but always you could use things like Guardian Chimera to pop both so that they both can't be destroyed. But that's why Gimmick Puppet Lock works very well in this matchup. Mercurier is amazing. Also things like Mirror Jade to banish their Flamebird and their Garunix is very integral in order to get over their floating effects. The Voiceless Voice matchup is typically pretty easy for Branded because of the fact that Seravis, being one of their main negates, does nothing to our deck except for negate Bestial Lubellion summon, since it negates inherent summons, and all of your monster summons are activated effects, not inherent summons. So this matchup typically really is in your favor because of things like Alba Lenatus to contact fuse off their dragons, as well as Super Poly, Forbidden Droplet, Mirror Jade, also Mirror Jade effect being able to nuke the field. You also have things like Borreload Furious Dragon on top of the Guardian Chimera to pop their back row. You always have to make sure to pop their continuous spells so they don't have other recursion, and also always make sure they have, if they have a spell card in a ritual spell in graveyard, because if that happens, if one of their monsters leaves the field by one of your effects, they will just get another Skull Guardian out. Always make sure that the low has to be on field in order to get the negate. If it's not on field, it does not get the negate. If it's on field, it only gets the attack if it's in graveyard, so make sure that you can use things like Bestial to snipe out of the graveyard as well before it summons off, because when low gets used, it summons back. So things like Bestials are very integral. So Dark Ruler No More, Forbidden Droplet work very well. They can't really play through Gimmick Lock, and Triple Mirror Jade typically is all they need because it's a very mid-range deck, but they can house a lot of hand traps and cool non-engine like Nadir Servant. So there's things to consider when going against them that you have to be careful about. Next, there's Labyrinth. Labyrinth is a deck that usually gives us a run for our money because they have things like Dimensional Barrier in games 2 and 3, and sometimes even in formats where Dimensional Barrier is good, they will main deck it. So you have to be ready and willing to take on the D barrier heads on. So things like Nadir Servant, High Spirit, Branded High Spirits, and Triple Tactics Thrust help you play through the D barrier, even going second. So you have to kind of expect it. Branded can actually play past D barrier a lot of the time, but you have to be able to gain back your advantage through things like fusion duplication and then Nadir Servant, playing on your opponent's third turn essentially, while playing past the D barrier. D barrier isn't the end of the world, so things like Borreload Furious Dragon's very good, and also Gimmick Puppet's way worse in this matchup. So prioritize things like Guardian Chimera, Borreload. Against the Gimmick Puppet matchup, you have to have things like DD Crows and Bestials in order to stop them from getting to their FTK. They can loop cards and use Giant Grinder and their other Machinax in order to keep inflicting damage to you. So using Bestials on the Terror Baby, the Dreary Doll, or even the Machinax is very strong. Also using DD Crow on the rank up spell is extraordinarily strong, so they can't just get it back and keep looping and ranking up in order to burn you to death. So that is very much something that you have to be careful about. Also, their field spell makes them completely unaffected by any monster effects, so anything besides Imperm will not work against them, so you do have to mess with their graveyard. Also, Droll and Lockbird is very good against them, but this deck is very tough if we lose die roll and we don't have hand traps ready for this deck. And last but not least, we do have Vanquish Soul, which has kind of come outside the meta, but this is one of those matchups you have to be ready for because you will get caught with your pants down if you aren't. They are a deck that lose to kind of just like huge boss monsters. Their trap is really explosive, and Xiao Long is one of their biggest playmakers, and they have things like Ryzen, which can pop basically your whole column, and they love to run the card Fenrir, and on top of that, a huge hand trap package in order to have enough attributes such as like Ash Blossom and Ghost Spells so that they have a wide attribute pool. So make sure to be ready for the hand traps. Of course, things like Book of Eclipse is very good against them because they can stop a lot of their on-field effects and also stop bait the Ash Blossom. But as well as that, you could also use board breakers. They don't have any Omni negates, so things like that will definitely be clutch, and just make sure not to play into the Rising column. So let's get into the overview of all the cards. There are kind of like four different categories of hand traps, honestly, that can affect Branded in different ways. So we are going to tackle them all different scenarios. I'm going to show you guys cards that you can use to combat each and single one of them. We're going to do a broad overview and then go one by one. So we'll go Nibiru, Droll. These two are really only affect you as a Branded player when you extend heavily. Droll might not even affect you as a Branded player, and Nibiru is also the same. It just, if you have a lot of gas, they are cards that will affect you, and also if you're playing Allure, Droll is something that can kneecap your deck. So it is, those are two hand traps that you can consider around, but they aren't the most impactful. We'll talk about Ash last because it's obviously, we'll talk about Ash now. Obviously, Ash is the hand trap that stops Branded Fusion. It's the only thing that stops Branded Fusion. So if you want to know where to hand trap Branded, it is on the Branded Fusion with Ash Blossom. Also, Imperm the Aluber. So we've been playing as Branded players, learning to play around this card with different means. So I'll be going over all the different means of how to play around Ash. So because you can honestly, Branded doesn't just lose to Ash anymore if you deck build correctly and see the cards. Obviously sometimes you do, but every deck just loses to Ash. Branded has evolved quite past losing to Ash now. Then we have Imperm, Ghost Mourner, and Effect Veiler. Imperm's the most deadly against you because they can use it on your turn or their own turn, obviously, but Veiler and Moonlit are always there. They are cards that you want to sub for Cartesio with, and we will get into that, but they are very easily played around in this deck. Ash is the one that is probably the hardest to play around. On top of the Crows, DD Crow, Mourner, and Druids, and like Bestials, basically stuff that banishes your graveyard or stops your graveyard effects. These cards are very hard to play around. But that's why there are several different routes that we can take and monsters that we can run in our extra deck to get around these cards. So very much so, Branded I think is one of the best decks this format. I think it's the best rogue pick, frankly. So I would say that being prepared for all these hand traps, knowing what hand traps are currently being played we'll go in order of the most relevant to least, or least relevant to most relevant. So yeah, if you guys, we'll get right into it. For Droll and Nib, there are a plentiful different options to play through them. I'm going to show you all the options and then show you guys a test hand of how to play through them. So we have Crossout Designator as your first and best option, because Crossout Designator, you basically get to main deck this card, and you can also side, like I do, I side deck these cards and then I main deck Crossout currently. I sometimes side deck it even, and you're able to run these cards against your opponents and then also side them in for Crossout Designator, which is very important. That's definitely one of the best ways to play around those cards, on top of just running the one of Called By, but that really doesn't need to be explained. It's basically the same card as Crossout. So those are two of your best options for playing through that hand trap. Then we have Branded Lost, which is an in-engine card on top of Branded Mercurier and Branded in High Spirits. So these cards are all ways to play around Droll, Nibiru, and so we'll get into that. Brand High Spirits, you can use in the draw phase to play around Droll, and you automatically get to search a card on top of sending a fusion monster to the graveyard. So usually your Albion is being sent, which is really important. It's a very good combo piece for setting up going first board especially. Branded Lost searches out the Mercurier and basically lets you go up to the 4th and 5th summon on Nibiru without, or going past the 5th summon under Branded Lost, because they aren't going to be able to respond most likely, and then you can search out the Mercurier to play around the Nib on the 6th summon or something of that nature. Droll and Lockbird can also be outed by Mercurier, but very probably not. It's going to be usually outing your loss, so that's why Branded High Spirit's really nice on top of the Called By Droll. But then you have other options as well. You have Triple Tactics Thrust on top of Talents and D-Barrier. So these cards all are very live once these two cards are resolved on you. D-Barrier, you can search off, you can set off a Thrust even after you've searched or something off of a Luber, and let's just say Tragedy, and then you're going against a deck that loses against D-Barrier, while you can go Thrust, set D-Barrier, and that's a turn skip on their turn. So it's kind of the same thing with Destructive Daruma Cannon against decks like Kashtira too. So that's a card to keep in mind that I don't have necessarily out right now. Talents is also very good because you're able to rip a card. So if your opponent already Effect Veilered you, and then you can go Talents Rip for the Nib or the Ash or something like that. Very good option. Also, when they Droll you, you can go rip a card out of their hand, and then they're only on 3 cards, which is a lot better of a position than not. So definitely all outs for those cards. And then the last card is Duality. Duality is very strong against both Nibiru and Droll, probably the best option actually against both of these cards, because you can go Cartesia and then go into, we'll show you the combo basically, but we can go Duality into a Grand Guignol and basically play around these cards, which is just insane. We'll show you guys that right now. Alright, so I'm going to show you guys a basic hand that you will see while playing Duality that allows you to play through Droll or Nibiru. So on here, we obviously should go into the Shrouded Dragon to send for cost in order to send an Albaz to graveyard. So we are able to special summon the Cartesia, and then let's just say random draw, Branded Fusion, wow. And then just to play around the Ash or just whatever, we can just proceed to go special summon Cartesia with the Albaz in graveyard, normal summon the Aluber, or actually no, and then you go Cartesia effect, and then you get to fuse, you go Albaz Cartesia, and then you go into Grand Guignol. Grand Guignol will then use its effect to send a level 6 or higher Lair Dark, but then you chain Duality to tribute Grand Guignol to the graveyard, and then you get a Dragoon, and then you get the send off the Grand Guignol, and then you can go and search off the Aluber, Branded Fusion, and without fear of being impermed or ashed. So very nice. Or on top of that, Droll and Nibiru. Alright, so for the next kind of hand trap you'll see as a branded player, you'll see the kind of cards that stop you from doing your graveyard plays, your fusions from your Gimmick Puppet lock. These are being Bystials, Crows, and Ghost Spell primarily, especially this format Ghost Spell. So you're going to see actually a similar suite of cards that match up pretty well into these cards in order to play around them. But there are definitely differences. So let's go over the cards that definitely do help you already. The Thrust and the Talents. thrust necessarily, because if your opponent summons a Druid Storm, that gives you a free thrust. However, they're going to probably wait until your next turn in order to banish the Gimmick Puppet, and so that's why it's usually talents to rip one of these cards is going to be one of the better plays in order to play around it. On top of that, you do have the Crossout Designator, which is always there. You can call DD Crow, you can call a Bestial. I mean, you have to call the right Bestial, but that's why it's better for the Crow or the Ghost Spell, especially Ghost Spell right now. Definitely want to have a Ghost Bell target for your crossout currently. Maybe not even Crow necessarily, but Bell is a lot more popular. And then you also obviously have the classic Call By. And then you have Brand Lost and Mercurier. These two cards are very good for stopping these types of cards because you're able to search the Mercurier off of a fusion, and then you're able to basically completely stop Ghost Spell or DD Crow because they go to the graveyard. However, on Bestials, it's not as good because it's going to stay in your opponent's hand, and then he's going to be able to use it the next turn. So if that does happen, and you think that they do have a Bestial because they're on Dragon Link or something like that, you want to wait until, I mean, most of the time, sending the puppet on your opponent's turn so you can get the uninterrupted Gimmick Puppet, and then also so Sir Mercurier actually can out the Bestials. And then the last two options are Duality and Dragoon. So we're going to show you guys the last combo. You were able to use Duality Dragoon. It's basically the same thing with this one. Dragoon plus Duality, you're able to play around all of these monsters. Let's just say you're setting up the Gimmick Puppet and your opponent, here, let's just pull out some cards. Let's just say you send the Gimmick Puppet on your opponent's turn, and then you already have the Sanctifier, but you have the Dragoon as well. Well, you go Sanctifier, target, Gimmick Puppet, and you have the Dragoon, and they go Druid Swarm. Okay, you discard off a Dragoon, and then it's done. And then also, when you make it on your turn, you can do that twice if they have two different Bestials. So it's really nice on top of Mercurier. I think these are the best cards in order to get around these, but Mercurier also comes in a close second on top of Crossout. So now we have the three hand traps that we're getting closer to Ash, folks. We have the Effect Veiler, Ghost Mortar, and Imperm, which you are going to be seeing basically almost as much as the Ash. However, you still need to have options for them. They aren't going to necessarily be turn skips on you, but they definitely can hurt your plans, especially if they imperm your Aluber. So what you want to do primarily is going to have Cartesia to dodge Aluber, but we'll show that combo at the end of this. We'll go over the other options in order to do that. Obviously, you have the Crossout Designator, of course, because you can obviously run the Crossout to have Imperm target or Effect Veiler target. Probably not the Mourner target, that's why it's probably not as effective, but I think it's very good for the Imperm because there's not a lot of options to just get over the Imperm hard in the deck, so I think Crossout's very good for that reason right now. I think you have Branded in red as well, so you're able to target a Elbaz or a Despia monster in graveyard when you use a Luber effect if you can. So you're able to dodge the Imperm, so you go a Luber effect, then they're like, okay, Imperm, okay, dodge it with Branded in red. So very good if it targets, obviously. You can only do that when it targets. Then you also have books. They're very good right now, I think, because Kashira is very good again. Because, you know, Corn's at 3, and then also you're seeing, you know, them win tournaments currently. You're able to just book a Moon or a Luber your or your you know, your Albion when they imperm it, or your Luber, and then you still get your effect, and they also work as board breakers, so very good. Then you have Nadir Servant as well. This card can basically go for every single hand trap. You just get hand trapped. Okay, you're like, great, Nadir Servant anyways. So always will be there. We'll show you guys the one card Gimmick Lock at the end. And then we have Duality, of course, with the Grand Guignol, and then the Dragoon, because you can go into Grand Guignol, and then they go Imperm, you go into Dragoon, and then you still dodge. So very good for those reasons. So I'm going to show you guys now what happens when you guys get Impermed, basically, on the, you know, what to do, basically. So we are going to have, in this situation, we'll have Albion in graveyard, so we're able to spec the Cartesia, and then we're able to normal the Aluber. Here we get either of these three options. Your opponent goes Imperm on the Aluber, you can go Chain Cartesia, go for the Fusion Summon of Grand Guignol, and then you still get the search of a Luber because you're dodging the target. That's what we're trying to all do here. When you're that is the most important thing to remember with these cards. We're dodging the targeting. If the card says targeting to negate the effect, you're able to dodge it with any of these cards, or with the duality or the books, or the Branded Red. So very important. And then also for Nibiru, I did want to just add that this is very good again to Nibiru. They go Nibiru, you're like great Nadir Servant. So it's very good to just hold in your pocket. Even if you don't necessarily need to use it, you could just keep it in hand just in case they go Nib, if you think that they could Nib you, and then you can just still go full combo very easily with this card. Cue the evil boss monster music. We have the Ash Blossom, folks. It is the most important hand trap to have against Branded. It's the most common one. It's the best hand trap right now. Basically is a turn skip, but you have a bunch of options in order to play around it that we're going to go over right now. And I do want to mention for the imperms in Effect Veiler, going second, you can use Super Poly very effectively because you can go normal summon a Luber, and then then they go like target a Luber, and then you can go like, okay, great, Super Poly their board plus the Luber, then you get a free monster, and then you get your search. Very good for offensive. So for the counters for Ash, we have Called by the Grave. Obviously, this is the best option for Ash, on top of the fact that you have the Crossout Designator. In a lot of formats, I normally wouldn't recommend this, but in the current format where there's currently so many hand traps, I think Crossout's very good on top of, because you want to be running hand traps. So it just saves you deck room running Crossout over the Thrust. But on top of that, we do, of course, have the Triple Tactics Thrust, now newly reprinted on top of the Talent and the Duplication. So I'm going to explain this engine a little bit, but we're going to see it in a combo so you guys can see how to play through Ash here. So Triple Tactics Thrust basically is going to be able to be used to search out the talents going second, so you can hand rip an Ash, or you can use it to go first to get the duplication after you've been ashed on the Branded Fusion. So we will show that at the end. You also have the Mercurier plus the Lost. You have to make certain though that Mercurier or Lost does not negate Ash, and you should know that playing against Branded too. If they have Lost, you can Ash their Lost. A lot of people don't know that apparently, but Mercurier can stop the Ash if you already have it in hand, like if you hard drew the Mercurier. So that's always something to consider. Or if you fused before with Brand Lost on board, and then you also have the Brand High Spirits. This is a way to play around Ash because you're able to do this in your draw phase, play around the Droll, and then you're able to send a Albion to the graveyard and still be able to go full combo even if they Ash you on your Branded Fusion. And then you also obviously have the Duality and the Dragoon to play around this. Very easy. You go into the Cartesia Fusion before you go Branded Fusion, and then you have the Dragoon on board to destroy the Ash, and it's very good. Your opponent just looks at you like, what the fuck? That was supposed to do something. And then the most important thing to out the Ash, in my opinion, is the Nadir Servant plus the Maximus. I think you should run the Maximus, but we'll get into this why. Nadir Servant basically, we'll show you two combos basically, because Nadir Servant is a one-card combo to play through Ash to still gimmick lock essentially. So your gimmick puppet, so Nadir Servant's invaluable going first. You know, if you draw a brick hand and you just still have a Nadir Servant, you still have full combo. So and it's very good if they go Ash on Branded Fusion or something, then you're like, great, Nadir Servant, search Maximus, send your Albion Lulu. So yeah, let's show you guys the combos. So basically, you went Aluber, search the Branded Fusion. You have Thrust in hand. You're gonna go Branded Fusion. They decide that they're mean and that they Ash you. Okay, well great. You can go into Triple Tactics Thrust to set the duplication from your deck. Duplication targets a fusion or a poly in graveyard and copies its effect on your opponent's turn. So basically, and in the mirror match, you can also copy their graveyard, so you know. But this copies Branded Fusion effectively, and it has to be belled. It can't be ashed, so it's very good for that reason, and you're able to basically still go full combo. Talents, obviously, just for the hand rip of Ash, if you're going second. Alright, so now we are going to show you guys how Nadir Servant plays through Ash. So basically you get ashed on, let's just say you got ashed on Branded Fusion once again, and then you have Nadir Servant. That's your only other card. Okay, well then you went Nadir Servant. You are going to then send the Garura to graveyard, and then you are going to be able to search out the Maximus. On resolution, Garura is going to draw you a card. Woo. we're not drawing Gimmick Puppet. Woo. And then go Maximus, banish the Garura, and then use Maximus effect, and you're going to be able to send 2 fusions of your choosing to the graveyard. Most of the time it will be Albion and Lulu. It's a 1-card gimmick lock if you have access to Albaz otherwise, guys. So at this point it's not a 1-card gimmick lock. However, if you have any access to Albaz, which you usually will, it's a 1-card gimmick lock. If you guys want the 1-card gimmick lock, you run Bucephalus and Bergrand, and you send Bucephalus, and then you banish the Bergrand or the Bucephalus, and you get to search, or you get the Albaz that way, and then you still send the Lulu Albion. Basically, I have the combo in the description if you guys want to see the true 1-card combo, but I think this is the better way, so you're able to run the Garura, get the draw 1. You're probably going to draw an Albaz or an into Albaz if you didn't already have one in your graveyard, field, or hand.
Branded Law says the activation of your cards and effects that include an effect that fusion summons a fusion monster cannot be negated. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. If you fusion summon a fusion monster, you can add 1 Fallen of Albaz or 1 monster that mentions it from your deck to your hand. You can only use this effect of Branded Lost once per turn. Now, on its face, that seems pretty straightforward, but a lot of the time, Branded Lost, it feels like doesn't do what it says on text, and that comes from maybe a misunderstanding of the card, so we're going to go line by line and explain it. I think immediately the biggest analog is just Magical Meltdown, because this card, if you used it back in the past, it's basically reads the same, and it has the same rulings in terms of what it is doing to protect and giving you an uninterrupted, basically chain link if you chain your fusion summon correctly. So let's get into it. The activation of your cards and effects that include an effect that fusion summons a fusion monster cannot be negated. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when a monster is fusion summoned this way. We're going to talk about the first line and explain why Branded Lost protects against an effect like Baron and it doesn't against an effect like Imperm or Ash. So the activation of your cards and effects that include a fusion summon, an effect that fusion summons a fusion monster cannot be negated, comma. So it's basically because Branded Lost's wording says the activation keyword of your cards and effects that include a fusion summon cannot be negated. Branded Lost only stops the activation of your cards and effects from being negated, but the effects themselves can be negated. So when you read something like Imperm or Ash is negating the effect, whereas you are reading something like Baron and it says negate the activation. So this is why something like Lost will protect against Baron. Omni negates like Skull Guardian, or this card is amazing against those cards and basically forces those cards. However, Brand Lost does not work against very common hand traps like Imperm or Ash. So now let's read the next line. Also, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when, keyword, a monster is fusion summoned this way. This basically gives you a window if chained correctly, if done correctly, that will allow you to have a complete chain window that is uninterruptible by your opponent. They cannot chain anything in this window with Branded Lost, with this line in Branded Lost. Now, how do you do this exactly? Well, this is how. Your fusion summon needs to be chain link 1 in order for this protection to apply. This is because if your fusion summon isn't chain link 1, then the last thing to happen in the chain is whatever was chained before your fusion summon. So let's just say chain link 1 Cosmic Cyclone, they target your Branded in red, and you go chain link 2 Branded in red. This means basically when the fusion summon of Branded in red resolves, your opponent actually will have a window to respond to you with a chain, because in Brand Lost only protection only applies while the last thing in the chain is the fusion summon, similar to missing the timing. For a more complex rundown about this, let's use an example from my friend Sam. Say he activates Marincess Wave as chain link 1 targeting my Albion, and you chain Branded in red, having lost on the field, and I fuse into something using Albion. The last thing to happen, the chain was Wave fizzling. Its activation was not negated. Basically, Branded Lost gives you the protection window in the middle of the chain, and since you can't do anything in the middle of the chain, by the time you're able to do anything, the protection wore off. This basically means that Branded Lost will give you an
huge window of opportunity where your opponent can't even activate a card or effect. And this can keep going, actually, as long as you chain fusion summons. So let's just say you go chain link 1 Albion, chain link 2 to fuse, or lost to fuse. You will go Albion into Lubellion, chain link 1 Lubellion. You will still be under branded loss protection window since you're still under this chain of fusion summons. Now, in your last fusion summon was chain link 1. And then Lubellion could go chain link 1 into Mirror Jade, and actually on the summon of Mirror Jade you can chain a quick effect to the summon window because you're still able to respond. It's just your opponents cannot respond, so you can actually chain Mirror Jade to the successful fusion summon window. You must chain it though. You cannot activate Mirror Jade, you must chain it to the fusion summon because that is a chainable window, right? And this is still under branded loss protection, so if you're doing this, your opponent cannot respond since you are under branded loss protection. So you could go chain link 1 Mirror Jade onto the fusion summon of Mirror Jade, banish a card on your opponent's side of the field. They will not be able to respond. This is one of the most devastating plays in Branded in general. On top of that, you can do this with the Guardian Chimera as well. So it's very devastating and something you need to know. Obviously, brand loss, third effect, you get to search any monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz. This is just invaluable in the grind game. You can search things like Mercurier, which is a hand trap, which you can get around Nib and stuff like that, which you can use this brand loss protection window to do your 5th summon and chain brand loss on your 5th summon, so you can get the Mercurier and you can get over the Nib even on your 6th summon, because your opponent won't be able to respond until the 6th summon, and you have Mercurier in hand at that point. I very obviously want to go first, as
I understand. I mean, it's the reason we roll dice.
Stand by, man.
You're good.
Normal summon a liver.
Oh my goodness.
I know, I'm playing Branded.
Yeah, man.
I'm a dirty Branded player.
Well, actually, you're playing Despia.
I'm searching a Despia card. I also dropped a card, that was my bad.
Oh no, I bore witness.
You bore witness. Matching bearing. Okay, what are we doing here? High spirits. On chain high spirits.
No, please.
Response.
Well, I have nothing on res, so you're doing high spirits. That's fine. What's the reveal?
We're gonna reveal Albaz.
Albaz. You better send Dark Dragon Fusion with 2500 attack or defense. Oh my goodness. Alright, yeah, you can search a monster that mentions Fallen Albaz. I've always liked High Spirits as a card.
So good. It's basically our small world, but better.
Is that a monster that mentions Fallen Albaz? Oh my goodness, guys.
I like how you're keeping the glasses on. I wish everyone could see Sam right now, but he's just bawling out. Attempt to special.
Yeah, it's good.
Like, oh, I completely.
Dissipator Omega.
I completely. But that's okay. We'll go Cartesia effect.
Sure.
Actually, not really. Chain 1, 2.
You're good.
This is going to be off of Grand Guignol, just to save time.
Can I chain Snopios and hand
I'm going to go.
It's because Serenir can send any Bestial monster or branded spell trap.
Yep, I'm gonna go. I'm Ryzeal, go Albion, send for cost.
Yeah, it's good.
Retribution target.
I understand.
Attempt.
Rip, dude.
I kind of did things backwards, but that's okay.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's 100% fine, but.
Oh my god. This dude, Elion. Thank god he's spellcaster.
Oh.
We'll go chain link 1 Albion to fuse.
No response.
Wonderful. Banishing Albaz.
Craziest ghost spell in the universe.
Banishing the Saranir. He's saving it for the puppet guys. Don't believe his words.
I'll target itself.
You just always
Elion.
discard for cost over.
Yeah, that's fine. The second craziest ghost spell in the universe.
It manifested.
I actually would ghost spell right there because Branded needs its zones and you can't just like link your stuff away. So it's actually kind of like you have to work with that. Although it is just an extra fusion material, so I meant to stop the Albion.
Tribute.
I understand.
Yeah, sure. What's
Fuck.
the target for that chain to?
It's tough because Lubellion also discards a card, so if you go into that second, it's like you miss the discard if you go spell the Albion, whereas like if you wait till they Lubellion, you get the extra card out of their
Okay, cool.
potentially.
I'm gonna switch my deck over here because there's no glare over here. This is gonna be a weird way to play, but we're doing it.
That's fine, I don't care.
Yeah.
Just as long as your monster zones are the same.
No effect.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna do that.
It's gonna be so weird to do this, but I'm
You don't have a
left-handed.
field spell, do you?
Target.
Do I have a field spell? No.
Then it doesn't matter if your deck is up there.
Okay. We will go. I basically have everything I need.
Cost vanish, special summon.
Yeah, dude, you could link all that away into an Apollosa, and then link that away into Xanathus and Pass.
That would
Well,
be kind of crazy.
Yeah, you're under Branded Fusion though, so you can't do that. I think you gotta keep your stuff.
I'm gonna attempt to go end phase.
Yeah, it's good. Main phase 3.
Albion.
Yep.
Branded in red. Then we'll go Titan Cloud effect.
Yeah. Oh man, that's so killer. Yeah. The Brandon High Spirits is such a good setup. It guarantees Quem. You enjoy that Quem, brother.
We'll go Climb effect.
Yeah, dude.
I think we need an Albaz. I think that's what. Oh wait, we already have an Albaz. This is crazy. We have an Albaz and Cartesia. We're balling.
That's nuts.
So.
Does this work or Shroud? I'm sorry, did I browse this? This looks so insane.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy actually if I do that, isn't it? Yeah, we'll just undo Cartesia and then add it to hands.
Sure.
Feel free to cut. Pass.
Anything you want.
No,
Stand by.
that's fine.
Begin main. Activate effect to summon from hand. On
Carry the rest of pass holes? Effect is fine.
Blue tank effect to send.
Thank you.
What's that?
That's fine. You gonna have a think on the rest though?
I'll send Bacillity.
Sure. That's the destruction negate, right?
It's the protection, yeah.
Yep. We'll go unres. We'll go Irrigate effect, sending for cost. Sending the Renbrum. Do you have a response? Banish this. Climb effect targeting Cartesia in my graveyard.
Sure. I have nothing on summon.
We'll go Cartesia effect diffuse.
Sure.
We'll go Grangwig. No, this card's like a $30 card now, by the way. It's all one in your binder, so you know.
I was just seeing if you could only control one. You can
That'd be
control multiple.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, just so you couldn't use it to go to itself. You're doing.
I'm doing Grangwig Null and then Burloost.
Yeah, it's good.
I think I'm 3. Or actually, I guess since you technically don't have a response,
Yeah,
that
I
doesn't
have no
really
response.
matter.
If you'd like to add on to the chain link further, feel free.
Targeting Albaz.
Sure.
I will go to that. Okay. I will head into okay. Yep. Yeah, resolves. Take 5.
Why is
And then
my
I'll use it for the card. Sure.
Brave dog.
I had the Nadir just chilling there.
Damn, would have been like 6 draw steps to draw it. That's okay. I'll play first.
How's it going, Raul?
Best of luck.
Good luck, brother.
Anything in draw or stand by.
No.
That's fucking nuts.
Begin main activate effect descend.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I finally figured out how to do this loop. It's been a thing for a while. Now I actually have to sure. Target street, change to attack. Okay.
Anything when I send past hits.
No.
So it now has 1,200. 1,200 bonus.
So you're at 32.
At 32.
Okay. Go. Blue slug effect chain link 1. Target blue tank. Blue tank effect chain link 2.
You're good.
Okay, so I take 2375.
Leave.
Wow.
Sign up my battle bullshit.
He's just nice with it. This is why he runs 3-wave, folks. Because he always hits.
I like blue tank. Anything when I add these cards to my hand.
Yeah. No.
Anything with a special seahorse.
No, besides that's a pretty starlight.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I love your shirt, by the way.
I also appreciate that. Could I search a spot?
Yeah, no.
Did you say no?
No. You can.
Oh, okay.
I have no response.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Activate.
Yep. Sure, leave a like on the stream if you guys have not already.
So I take 3087. Damn. Yeah, no, it's a great
When you summon, I'll activate Battle Ocean real quick.
That's fine.
Do you just get to
Activating
attack
that
every
leaves
time
effect
you
on
attack?
the target monster.
That's fine.
That's supposed to summon the
That's fine.
anything here.
No. That would be a crazy nib angle.
Yeah, it'd be pretty gross.
You would just literally chain Azurine or go Azurine or dive next.
We'll go chain
We're at
1,
10%
target seahorse and
in the
great dad in
original
your hand.
attack. Let's
Chain
go.
2 to equip.
Yep.
Actually, 270 would be 10%.
Anything here.
No, man.
Activate coral triangles effect on field. Send a water to circle when it says
That's such a
primary.
That's fine.
I don't know why they would have ever printed it.
Yeah.
Then again, I'm just bricking, so you know, when you only see one white thing on my field, you know I'm not coming hard enough.
I feel like you
I hope your
made.
stream caught that. I don't want you making me off this one.
Sometimes I rewatch the streams. I'm like, how do I? What?
Battle Ocean.
The shit I hear in the background.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. Sorry about that.
I don't get demonetized, so it's fine.
You were right. I did have the Azurine.
That's crazy. With like 20 cards in hand, that's understandable.
Synchro.
Yeah.
End of main 1.
It's a really good
And
card.
3 spells.
I draw for 2.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, those are cardboard. That's cardboard. We love cardboard. Looking in the draw phase.
Normal summon this. The effect on normal summon. I search a fish and then damage
Read
the
it,
fish.
dog. Oh my god.
It's the Yuri Super Poly too. It's the
way.
English Super Poly. Yuri sends his regards.
My monster. On resolution. Condemning this effect engrave. Target blue tank to add to hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna chain Mud Dragon to make it dark.
That's crazy, bro.
Go main phase.
That resolves.
Oh no. Oh boy.
I made a grave mistake.
What was the mistake?
It's so niche, and I was like, it won't come up, and if it does, I'll live with it. And now I'm like, why did I do this? It doesn't even like really make sense.
Did you play it to super poly?
No, it's not that.
I don't know why I made him dark when this is light, but anyways, I'll go chain link 1, discarding for cost, and then chain link 2.
Imagine the Veiler. You're good.
I would get so punished.
You're good, dude.
Hey, well, I guess I have to spend these back now, don't I?
Rip Albaz. Is that Albaz and a light monster?
It's Albaz and a fusion monster.
I feel like it's Albaz and the light monster. Oh, it was Albaz and the fusion. Okay. I can't ever know what you're gonna summon, and you don't need to tell me. So.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. That's awesome.
Word. How can I kill shot you? I don't know.
I had nothing. Even if I would have drawn 2 cards, I had nothing.
Yeah, you know what? This might help me get there. We will chain.
It's good.
Cards in hand.
4. Brother, you just need super poly.
I know.
I don't know what this is, man.
He's just looking at all the sideboard.
Seriously?
I saw like 4 sideboard cards and like branded fusion.
Yeah. You know what I saw? Not Ash Blossom.
I had the Snake Eye special for non-engine and your 1 card starter.
Yeah, I saw this again.
Oh, I'm gonna use Queb's effect if that's okay.
Fine. I saw this at the YCS, except the dude was doing it in game 1. And I'm like, going second Snake Eye. Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a thing.
Doesn't Snake Eye just break every board, right? Like.
Yeah, I mean it can.
They have a great job.
Yeah, the Zelantis is one hell of a card.
Yeah, like you don't need to be playing like other Despia and stuff. He was playing Dark Hole and stuff too, which was just crazy. Are you using Mirror Jade's effect?
Yeah.
Are you gonna pay the cost?
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm bad at this game.
That was nice.
I'll be playing first.
I'm targeting card. Oh, this is banished, by the way.
Chain Ice Jade to Mirror Age Arena Grid.
That'd be crazy. Oh, can you do that?
Mm-hmm. A card was banished by your card effect.
That's. Can I read?
Yeah.
Completely forgot about this thing.
Super Poly.
I mean, that's.
I had
I'll put it
had
in the
all of the
Geonator
cards that I
transfer
needed
range.
That's crazy.
So I was just like,
Um,
this would have been, it would have been a much better hand going second.
how much? He's just at 3, right? That's so cool, man.
She beat you on at 3K.
Alright.
Oh, that makes things awkward for me, but that's fine. We'll just go
back in?
battle phase. This also should have been attack, but whatever. We'll just. This is 3. Just making sure this is now. Alright, yeah, we're just crashing. Jettify. Sure.
You can give me some monsters to watch me blow up.
Yeah, and then we'll go main 2.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sure. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
I'll activate the most distant
Demir with
deepest
threatening
depths.
roar right there.
I completely forgot about that. I'm such a bozo. That card does not come up enough. We'll go Grand Guignol effect.
Sure. It's gonna come up every time I use it. I just need to open the Ice Jade monster.
Send in Titaniclad. I will set 1, go in face. Titaniclad effect. We are just gonna add a Phantom of Albaz.
Oh my goodness.
And then we will
Fallen.
go Albion effect.
Yeah.
On summon, searching Cody and then banish.
I'm sure you could assume what I'm searching here.
Yeah, the Rouge.
Not the Rouge.
That's its name.
Alright, and then I will pass to you, my friend.
Anything in draw. Resolve.
No.
Standby.
No.
Begin main.
effect engraved?
Sure.
Get those water links back on my board. Anything when these water links are special summoned to my field by an activated effect.
Bash for cost on Grand Guignol.
No response.
Yep, you got it. Yeah. Start with. I am going to change shift. Sure.
Thinking here. We would go.
From deck.
Quant effect targeting this.
What's your target?
This.
Sure.
Thinking here.
I got nothing here. This effect.
Okay.
Banish shift.
We'll just go card.
This effect on field. Search a goatee. Or search a fish monster. And then banish something from face up field.
Elbaz from hand. I'll go Grand Guignol 1.
No response to Grand Guignol.
Result effect.
Lulu
Step
2.
effect.
Could I read Lulu?
It's the German. It's the German version.
So
Whenever a card leaves the extra deck,
it gives all your monsters 500
Attack.
permanently, and then you negate the effects of one face-up monster
card.
card.
Yes.
Damn. Sure, that resolves.
Sure. We will just.
Does it negate them permanently or until the end of the turn?
Yes,
I believe it's permanently.
Do you mind if I check?
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry.
Taste code's like, bro, said what? Said what?
Despian Lulu. Once per turn, if a card or cards leaves the extra deck except during the damage step, you can make all monsters you currently control gain 500 attack permanently. Then you can negate the effects of one face-up card on the field until the end of this turn.
Okay, never mind.
Alright.
So I will be select. This has an activatable effect, correct?
Correct. I have not used
Summons
sun
like
field
chain
effect.
faces. Sure.
I mean, yeah, I guess we'll just use those.
Sure.
First, yeah, that's fine. We'll just stick with it. I should have done the field spell, but that's fine. And yeah.
So you run 2 field spell.
I was gonna. Well, that's what. That's what.
Interact with your one.
That's what came up. I was like, he's just gonna search the others.
Yeah,
Never
dude, I
realized that.
absolutely would. My e-tele can wait. Field spell is epic.
Do you have the ghost spell, sir?
Is that? No.
Area plus effect, I'll banish a fish to search a fish of equal level or less.
Like Latina
I
Plum.
banish for cost. Oh, wait.
We'll go Albion
My target,
effect.
no, it doesn't matter if it's cost.
I have a trigger
However,
effect on something.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, it's Ice Jade Erasure. Because the card was banished by your card effect.
That's awesome.
Is it good?
I'll just chain to chain link too. Targeting puppet and the mirror jid. Oh no, he didn't. He didn't draw the ghost.
No, I couldn't. The worst part is Ymir resolves, but I'm under puppet. I can't even summon her from the grave. It's like, what the hell, dude? GG's. Fuck. I scammed myself by not siding this out.
Oh.
I sided thrust out, but I'm like, we'll keep talents in. If I had just kept this in instead of talents, I would have been able to put totem on board as well.
Oh, that would have helped.
Yeah.
I only had one card. Yeah, you would have stopped me right there. Because my top deck was super poly.
I can't believe
It's standby into the main.
I was like, wow.
my token's the same.
Normal summon the Luber, and I'm going to attempt the effect. It's just a very similar opening to my last.
I gotta protect it. If I lose that
Um,
shit, I'm gonna cry. You know how expensive that thing is? It's 25 cents. I don't have
Yeah, we
order.
could just do that.
My
couldn't we?
name? I just spent $330 this week already on fucking Hades. Whole new world.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Ursula's return pre-orders.
Gonna search for high spirits, and then immediately on resolution, I will chain high spirits.
Sure.
Revealing Elbaz,
But it's only $14.
sending
And I really am trying to hit
Titaniclad.
the Diabells and the Apprentice Illusion. Is it Illusion Apprentice? So I think Nightmare Apprentice. Trying to hit Nightmare Apprentice because that's a Dark Magician Girl retrain.
I'll get a kit.
Trying to hit the ranked so I can finally play Sistina again because I got all the Sistina stuff. It's gonna be live twins.
Feel free to cut if you'd like. We will go try to special summon Cartesia since I have a Albaz in my graveyard.
You wanna know why? Because Returned is
I'll go special summon Kit since I have a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz in my graveyard. Effect to search a Branded Spell trap card and then put one card from my hand to the bottom of the deck.
Sure. 5. Oh, I'll play first.
We will put back to the bottom. I will attempt a Branded Fusion.
Go for it.
No Ash Blossom today.
Nope. Why don't you resolve that? I'm gonna go grab my water bottle.
That's fine. I'll wait for you.
No, like I said, you can resolve it.
Sending Lubellion and Albaz. Also, a few of my cards are foreign now, so if you have any questions, just let me know. We'll go Albion Chainlink 1 to Fusion Summon.
Fish Shark and Hand. Search a level 3, 4, 5 fish.
I'm gonna M from that one because it's fun.
Thinking. We'll chain Cartesia to Fuse if that's okay.
Sure. This is extremely ashable. Okay, cool.
We will go. Or yeah, I still have to Fuse now since I dodged.
I will say it's interesting because I haven't taken a dab in a long time. So.
It happens. It happens.
Ain't playing the best here, Chief.
Okay.
You set me up for failure.
Okay.
I'm just here to have a good time.
We're glad you're here, Nikki. Thank you. It's always nice to duel against you. We'll go Chainlink 1 Lubellion to discard for. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Chainlink 1 discard for cost. Chainlink 2 Grand Guignol. You made it so I won't get a search off my Branded Lost at the very least, unless you have Nib, because Nib would also be a card here.
Nib is also really funny. I nibbed Dana on my own turn last game.
Oh my
Funny
gosh.
enough. Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's actually the first time I've done that, surprisingly.
Oh, the Nib. Yeah, I guess we could just send that, can't we? We will just send Lulu. And then spin.
I forgot Branded has a synchro monster now.
Yep.
It really has been a while since I've played you, holy cow.
Sometimes I don't run it, to be fair.
I just think in general, I think it's just been a really long time.
Yeah, no, for sure. No doubt. We will go. Oh, I can't get Branded Loss now, yeah. That did prevent me from Branded Loss. I guess we will then go attempt to go end phase. No Nibiru. Alright, I'll go Lulu while Lilith effect to spec a light spellcaster with equal attack or defense from my deck or hand.
Sure.
We will spec out Cartesia. And then we'll go Titaniclad effect to spec a Dogmatic or a Fallen of Albaz from my deck.
Oh, I love being fucking.
We'll go Climb effect on summon to send a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz from my deck to my graveyard. I guess we do this, don't we? Well, I need an Albaz in the graveyard. We will send Albaz and then we'll go Albion effect in the graveyard to set her out a Branded Spire Trap card.
Why would I Coral in it? What am I gonna do?
Go Branded in red, and then I will give you my deck to cut and pass to you.
Draw.
Yep.
Stand by.
You're good.
Main.
Yep.
Start with street.
Just drop something. I will chain Cartesia.
Sure.
I will go Chainlink 1, Grand Guignol, and then thinking on 2. We'll go chain link 2. No, we aren't gonna do chain link 2, just chain link 1. I will then. Time to go branded and red, targeting the Albaz in my graveyard.
I'm gonna chain Happy Memory.
Sure, that's fine.
I'm gonna target Street. And pitch Prelude Special.
Yeah, you just have so much access, man.
We'll banish these two. Do you have any effects?
Unsummon the effective search for non-quick play.
I'll just chain Sanctifier to target Gimmick Puppet and the Cartesia.
Oh yeah, my dad is fucking. He's also got. I thought he was fucking.
Yeah, dude, you got it.
We'll start with just.
I got back in the gym. I was barely fucking starting. This is so not joking.
And this isn't the main set. This isn't the
I don't know.
Yeah, Resolve Share Lily.
That's okay.
So this can attack.
I've just never questioned him.
Can you escape a
This give you plus 1,000, right? Or
No, that's pretty memory.
It's pretty.
This first time it would be destroyed by card effect. It's not until the end of the next turn.
Got it. Yeah.
How unfortunate.
All of this I got from Barnes and Noble for Nice.
Norman summons.
They're all.
I'll set one and I'll
These are Japanese ones. They're all.
We'll go in the end phase Mirror Jade effect. I will send Rinbrum, and then I'll just banish Pure Lily. And then I'll get Cartesia back to hand since a fusion went to my graveyard. And then I will draw for turn. We'll go into the main phase and phase to attack.
Do you want an English version of Sanctifier?
No, I had an English version. This is from my friend. I'm actually trying to get
okay.
some foreign cards. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I like how they look. They're a little bit darker ink, so.
Fair enough. I didn't know if you were getting them because they might have been a little cheaper. I
No, I
was gonna
will.
say because I have an English Sanctifier.
Oh really? They're a lot of money now. So.
Are they really?
Do you just have it for your branded core, or do you just have it
I
for your
just drew
trade?
it.
Oh really?
At some point.
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll see if anyone in my Discord wants it, but I'll go attempt to go Balphase.
I'll add this. You may read this. Gonna activate Delicious Memory and target Gimmick Puppet. Cannot be destroyed by battle until the end of the next turn.
Okay. And this is going to be in what, main phase? Or?
Yeah, right before you're going to battle or at some point.
Sure, I'm thinking now if I want to go into battle. I guess I'll go Albion then in main phase, send for cost.
That card made this deck meta. This deck isn't meta.
Would you like to cut before I draw a card?
Absolutely. Good old Genesis Slice.
We will go Retribution targeting
I already normal summoned, so
Branded and Red.
summon fails.
It's like architecture.
Yeah, you have priority in main.
We will go Cartesia effect diffuse.
Sure. Can I change Snowfio's here? You're just leaving? Oh yeah, banish for cost.
I'll go Chainlink 1 Quem targeting Mirror Jade to special summon.
Sure.
We will go Mirror Jade effect on summon to send for cost to banish a monster. And then I'll try to go into Balphase.
Sure.
Game.
Yeah.
He said it was okay.
So it's ammo.
I got exclusive permission from this man.
I love the purely matchup with it's like whoever goes first just sets up a board neither of us can really even deal with. It's just like
Have a good night. Later.
have a good night. Good luck.
Standby. Main. Benveer.
Oh, that's a good card.
Search.
Yep.
If I have one in my hand, I can spec it for the
Actually playing Kashtira Pearly.
I was about to say I'm about to see a unicorn.
I actually saw a build for that on YouTube. I was
Really?
like, huh, that's kind of funny.
Yeah. Have you considered Sprite Pearly? I saw that bit.
Absolutely not.
Really? No.
No, I'm sorry. Making it hard.
Didn't Lucas tell you personally to stay on Twitter rather than?
Oh really?
Yeah,
Because
no.
he brought it to locals a few times.
Yeah, no. Honestly, like, pure is the best way in my opinion.
quick effects.
Happy memory. Target Fenrir.
Sure.
Pitch Fenrir.
Yeah. So why not?
That's what I love.
I feel like Fenrir is perfect in your deck. It
It
gives
is.
you the discard engine, plus it's a board breaker and interruption.
Exactly. Even if he's negated, he's just a fat body.
Yup. Helps in a really simplified game state. It's really good against stun too, which is really popular now. Like, yeah, let's pick this up.
Search
I ain't playing hand traps. Not against you, at least. It's always the nice thing about Purely. It's like, I feel like most hand traps aren't good against you. Like, I don't even think Droll's that good against you because you can just play in the.
I mean, realistically, that's the only card I'm searching.
Yeah.
And then maybe my friend, but I get 2 searches basically.
Most of the time you're doing this in draw anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I'm too lazy to do that. Whatever. My friend, I'll pay 500.
Yeah, that's the CR my friend.
Of course.
That's what the field center is. It's like this, but it's my friend.
Destruction. This one, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's a leaves field or just destroying.
No, if a face-up fire monster I control is destroyed by battle.
How's your game going, Sam?
S-can effect target.
Wait, you were able to have one of those cookies? I saw those cookies. I was like, oh wow. Oh, those are really good cards, Sticky.
I agree. I wish they would print them in higher rarities.
I think I was super sleepy with me.
Just wait for the memory collection. Yep. It's gonna be a product where everything is just old school ultimate rares.
That would be amazing.
Okay. You have common sleepies, right?
I
Yeah.
think you have to. Oh, you can summon it.
You may proceed. I have another one at home that you can just have.
Oh, you are a king.
I got you.
You are a king.
I didn't activate a monster effect. I activated a fish effect. No. See, they're fish.
I'll get fire.
Happy memory.
Yeah.
Target.
You're right.
Or my friend.
Yep.
It's pretty.
Special.
Why would you do that?
Because the person I was playing against, I can almost like seahorse. And they fucking
If you'd like to
But you're wondering
give
how
it a
I got
cut
that.
or a excavate, or possibly excavate.
We'll see if it's a good or bad cut.
Bad.
Can't hit them all.
This was banished when I left the field, though. Sorry, you're gonna have to target.
Per Lily, second effect targeting pretty.
There was no effects on that you had for that leaving, right? Okay.
That's a beauty.
Purely second effect targeting delicious.
Yeah. We're hard making noir here.
Effect to eat.
Yep.
He looks so sad about that.
I'm so glad to see you going to clump again.
Oh, it's so nice.
Yeah.
Ending on a board like this, I just wish I one more item to this board, but I will have to pass.
It's a super nice board anyway.
Sure.
It is.
Oh, fuck.
And so Dana finally
Draw for
gave
turn.
it the
Go
downside
ahead.
of banishing itself when it leaves the field. And Tyler's just like,
Alright, so can I read plump?
Absolutely.
now he's got access to it again.
I will eat all of your spells from your graveyard. Once you get 2, they will be eaten.
Spells from my graveyard?
Yeah, or traps.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll take 100.
That does roll one. We'll go into the main phase.
Yeah.
We will attempt to lure a darkness.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
I'm down, yeah. Why are you gonna run out the clock?
I will banish a Fallen of Albaz.
Sure. On res.
Thinking.
Yep.
Droll. Thinking.
That's okay.
Spinny was already summoned.
It's a pretty good roll.
But
I didn't think your one up in hand was gonna be Droll, but that's crazy.
Droll's always in the hand.
I guess we'll get aggressive with it too. Herald of the Abyss, pay 1,500.
Because you had to get it off against
This was my Noara, but I do not see a Noara on the board. This is effect negate, correct?
Yep,
hey, that
basically
from
it
was
was-
I'm gonna get rid of. I'm gonna call Water Fairy.
And it goes to grave.
Yeah, you basically have to choose a Water Fairy and send it to grave. Yeah, if you have any triggers. No triggers?
Not yet.
Okay.
Let's see here.
That's understandable. Go fall into Valbaz, normal summon, effect discarding for cost.
I have the fall.
Discarding a Luber. Attempt to fuse.
There's the professional.
Normal summon paces for turn.
Yeah, I don't have a response to that. On the resolution though,
Yep.
I will chain my friend.
I don't know if this is the right call.
Also activate.
Yeah, that's fine. If you, I was wondering if you were gonna do
I'll
that or
activate
not.
friend
That's fine. We'll just chain Mirror Jade on chain link 3.
Is it reincarnated?
Just sorry, I'm thinking what I'm sending.
Why does it matter if it's under
Yeah, we'll send this. And then yeah, so that will get banished. This will get banished face down. And yeah, you got your cards back.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Now that we got that out of the
pop
way.
every card I can.
Okay. We will go attempt to special summon Cartesia since I have an Albaz in graveyard.
Yeah.
I'll go Cartesia effect to special summon.
Sure.
Or sorry, diffuse.
Target here.
Oh wait, why didn't I? Oh yeah, that's why. Is I'm under Droll.
Pyro Phoenix. What does that even mean? It's gonna change your monster's attack to 0, and then if I banished a reptile,
I'll go Chainlink 1 Grand Wignall to send a level 6 or higher layer dart from my deck or extra deck to the graveyard.
Sure. That many target. You're
Um,
I never even would have thought.
Yeah.
I'll banish this.
kind of.
So I'll link some.
Okay.
Well, sending the
Are you gonna
Lulu, and
destroy
then
every
I
card?
will go Nadir Servant.
I have priority here, right? Or no?
Yeah, you do, but it's only for like trigger effects.
Sending
So yeah, that
So
results.
if you have like, trigger effects, he can do his trigger effects.
Titan Clad, and then I will get the Albaz from graveyard.
He's got stuff that
Oh
happens.
fuck! I should have changed.
And then I will go Battle Phase and attack for 25. Sure. Did you gain or take any life last turn? Nope. Okay.
Or I lost 500.
Okay. So you're at 5 paid to my 65. And then I will attempt to go into the end phase.
Sure.
Destroy every card.
I'll go Cartesia to add to hand. I'll go Titaniclad to special summon a Dogmac or a Fallen of Albaz. I'll go Poem Effect to send a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz from my deck to the graveyard.
Okay.
Do we have Albaz in the graveyard? We do not. We'll have to send my last Albaz.
Sure.
And then we'll go Lulu Wall Lilith Effect to special summon a light spellcaster with equal attack or defense from my deck or hand. And then we will go Albion Effect to set or add a Branded Despia trap card. Oh, I have to set it. I have to set it. Because of Droll.
Yeah. His son banish. I'll banish Pinopios for cost of special summon.
And if you'd like to cut, I will then pass it over to you.
Draw.
Yep,
Alright. Anybody?
that's fine.
Main?
It is my
Yep.
turn, right? I have. I did normal summon.
I'll play Sleepy Memory. Next battle or effect damage I take is 0. Pitch to special.
I will chain
Cartesia to fuse.
Sure.
Find the white search.
You may proceed. Do you have any triggers?
Effect on summon search.
I will go chain link to Wignall to send, and then chain link.
Resolve effects.
Chain link 3 targeting Cartesia to special summon.
Sure.
Then you may proceed.
Rude.
Can I see your grip?
Hi.
Oh.
Are you winning, son? Man, this card helps you win. Do you ever play Yu-Gi-Oh, Chris?
No.
You should. It's a good game.
Why? Because those cards will look big in my hands?
Okay.
Well, you play Magic, so
Yeah, I'm good. That's enough cards. Money on a cardboard.
fair enough. Yeah, I spent way too much on this.
I mean, at least y'all have
Alright.
your fishies today.
I'll move to my.
Do you have anything here?
I'm gonna use per Lily's second effect, targeting sleeping.
Yo, by the way, did Nikki tell you that she nipped me on her turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
I should have actually just said that before.
Yeah,
I kind of misplayed,
have
but that's
shift
um.
and paces.
I mean, yeah, we'll just chain targeting Albaz.
I'm gonna get them level 1s. I have. What's it do? Chain paces.
Then you may proceed. And then we will go. I misplayed that, but that's alright.
Resolution of that.
Oh no, yeah, I'm gonna go Sanctifier targeting Gimmick Puppet and
Destroy all attacks.
Eluder.
On your field.
Sure.
Anything else for it?
We'll go Liver Effect to switch.
Sure.
2.
I probably should have. That's gonna really bite
That's
me
an
in the ass,
interesting
isn't
effect
it?
of circle. I've never seen you use that. Yeah, I just genuinely forgot
Yeah, I
that
don't
that's
know why
part
circle
of it.
has that effect, but yeah, it does.
Sure.
Activate that.
Oh,
Yeah.
also, I'm sorry. Since we're doing.
Yep.
I mean, it's fine. You can just proceed. I completely forgot to trigger something, but it's alright.
Uh-oh.
Because what? Wait, so we went. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's fine.
This can't be
You may
blown up.
proceed.
White or a whale, I'm gonna banish a fish. Yeah, I special summon it, now it's a tuner. Also, I'm banishing faces off their piss off this, so I'm gonna have a chain 1.
I'm gonna play Pretty Memory.
Piss,
Okay.
banish,
Both
shift,
gain
this
1,000 and I'll chain Noir to attach.
Sure.
Yeah.
When a material is attached, I can set a trap from deck.
Sure.
Piss to search and then banish from.
Oh, I just got myself into way more of a grind game than I needed to. I just had to chain Albion before you go into that because you kind of just declared that. I was like, oh, I meant to declare Albion before that, but it's alright.
That would have been so like, holy
Yeah, that's fine.
It just would have been Joker, honestly.
To piss.
I will use Noir's effect,
At least for like what?
discard 1.
Yeah.
I will spin those back to him.
Which ones?
And
how are you spinning?
it is the effect of each really one.
Oh yeah, the mini one. Target 1 or up to 2.
2
So
if I
which
have
ones
sleeping.
these are?
Have this.
This is untargetable.
Oh, it's untargetable? Then yeah, those 2. Sure.
Back to Mexico.
Back to hand.
And sorry,
So
do
you're...
you not detach for that?
No,
Okay.
this one does not detach.
none of the rank 2s detach.
Yeah.
They only attach.
Alright.
And then in my, I'll attempt to go to my end step.
$40, 40 cents.
Sure.
I'll attach a material to Noir from Street.
Sure.
I will attach it.
Oh, it tanked when they printed the silver
Draw.
out of it.
Stand by into main.
Sure.
Standby.
got it.
I have a draw from Sleeping Memory.
Yup.
And then you.
Kaiju, fuck out of that thing.
And then I get another draw.
Yep. This is at 43, right? Yeah, because it has a delicious
Stop.
color.
I'm gonna judge call. Should this have been banished
We will
before that?
go into the main phase.
Sure.
Discard to search
But you did that
as
earlier
Bastille.
in the game. Do you have 2 of these?
Okay.
No, I used the Ryzeal.
We will then go.
Oh, so it didn't technically leave the field? Holy shit. Yeah.
Normal summon Quem effect to send a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard.
Nah, don't worry. All he has to do. I'm gonna take a bend at this. Can't believe you're not destroying the depths. I'll draw for turn.
Targeting Mercurier to special summon.
Sure.
Mercurier effect to search a monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz in Spanish.
Anyway,
Sure.
I'll activate most distant evil steps. Action this for call. Search a goatee. I'm gonna ash this.
I should probably. Well, I'll go tribute. Effect to start near to send when it's sent to the graveyard as a spell trap card that mentions Fallen of Albaz.
This is for cost. Just special summon
I'll go anything here.
You can detach to send Retribution back to your deck.
it. Piss effect search.
Retribution is the target.
Yeah.
I will chain Retribution to target Branded and Red and add it to my hand.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll search kit.
And that means how much does it gain for each material?
300. So it's now.
It's at
a gain of
37.
900. Yeah.
37. And it is affected, got it.
Just not targetable because of street.
Got
Because
it.
of some of this turn.
We will go Send for Cost and Shrouded. I'll just send open it. And then.
It's been such a long time since I've played against or with Branded.
Yeah.
It's such a different deck now.
It's very technical. Yeah, I agree with that. Would you like to cut or?
Yeah. I'm just sitting here thinking like, damn, this shit's so much different.
Not your Papa's Branded deck. Let's see. I guess we'll attempt
Hello.
a Branded fusion.
Heck. Still need to war with it on my board.
Yes. I'll attempt a Branded fusion if that's okay.
And you got it. Enough FTH. Been pretty low luck on my hand traps this game.
Yeah.
Considering half my deck is filled with them.
Can't actually make that. We will send from deck.
Sure.
Yeah, I know, right? I'm very like, where are the hand traps? Oh my
I've
God.
literally had droll. That's it.
Ugh. We will go discard for cost, one chain link 2 tragedy to search.
Okay. You're fusing with?
Yeah, chain link 1 to fuse. I discard. Oh, sorry, I have to discard for cost. Discard for cost a Lubra, and then chain link 2 a tragedy when sent to search a Despia monster.
I'm gonna chain link 3 Noir.
Sure.
Gonna send Lubellion back to your deck.
Target
Thinking
exceeds
on that.
special summon.
We will go
Banish it and flop these two.
chain link 4, branded in red, targeting Albaz.
Mill is a thing. If you're playing green,
Probably
sometimes
should
even if
confirm
you're not
that's
playing
correct.
green, well, outside of command phase, if you're not playing green, you know what? Just put it in your shuffle.
Exactly. Yeah, man.
It's like, oh, you're gonna mill me? That's cool.
Okay. Was it ever wrestling? You look at it.
And then tragedy resolves. If I have it, yeah I do. And then Lubellion resolves. Putting back Lubellion, I guess. Do you have anything that's preventing destruction in your graveyard or attached to Noir?
No.
I literally said,
Did I put that back? Yeah, I did. We will go into Stapelia. And then on resolution, we will go guiding Wham effect to target the Cartesia to special summon. Oh, sorry. Chain link, yeah, chain link 1, chain link 2, Guardian Chimera to pop 2, draw 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I will draw 1, and then I guess I will pop this in my my friend.
These two.
Yeah,
Understandable.
understandable. Oh, is this not destroyed now? Oh, I meant this
sorry.
instead of the field spell. My bad.
Okay. Is that a targeting?
No, it's not targeted.
Not targeting?
Yeah, I had to go into that for a reason.
On the resolution, I think there's an effect for the stream.
Sure. What will that do?
It special summons a monster because it's a purely Xyz monster.
Sure. Are you gonna?
Oh, I didn't know if you had any meat.
Oh no, you're good.
Sorry, I'm fucking.
No, you're good.
Effect on search to summon.
I'll just chain Stapelia to negate.
It lives.
Stapelia targets, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. So that does get resolved. Let's go. Also, this was in with my graveyard. My bad.
Drop the turn.
Right back where we started.
We will then go. Gosh, am I playing into Nib? I can't even tell.
Activate the most distant, deepest depths. Banish Piss for
1, 2,
cost.
3, 4.
Nice or Jacob.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I guess we'll
Piss
just.
effect. I'll banish whale and special summon Piss.
Yeah, that feels to me.
Search a fish monster and then banish one from face up field or from hand.
We'll just go into the battle phase.
Okay.
Attack over small cat. Attack over gimmick puppet. And then I have you at after you gained 1,000 because you were at 5,000, and then you get 6. So then I'll attack for 33 and 3.
Yeah.
That will be game.
Sounds about right.
GG's, Nicky.
GG's. Sucks I didn't see like any hand traps.
I was gonna say.
Literally, if I saw like any of my hand traps, like
Ban it out.
DD.
Where
Crow-
are they?
Yeah, where are they?
Face up monster, I will banish.
Oh look, I was about to draw
All hanging
all of
around.
them.
No,
I was
they're
about to-
all just clumped.
They're all
No.
clumped right in the middle.
All the hand traps are all
DD
part of a big club,
Crow,
and
Ash.
unfortunately, Nikki, you're not in it.
No.
Yeah, Sam didn't see the hand traps against me either.
Not seeing hand traps against you is dead.
We will go Stand by mid.
Yeah.
Sun for cost.
That's fine.
No, what people really won't be expecting.
Would you like to cut on the draw? Or do you have a response? His response is to cut. God, that top deck sucks. Effect. On normal summon of a looper.
It's fine.
My mascara is running and burning my eyes. Holy shit.
That's fucking hilarious.
We'll go branded opening, and then I'll chain branded
Goodbye,
opening.
gamers.
See you, Nikki.
Have a good night.
Great dueling with you. Great seeing you. Thanks for the deck profile.
Oh, of course.
Peace. Drive safe.
Stop in sometime.
Effective Quem to send a card that mentions Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard.
That's fine. Oh man.
Makeup alright is
Do
everywhere.
I want to do that? I mean, yeah, I do want to do that. Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
You have to play first.
I'm sending for Lust. And then we will go Retribution targeting Lust.
Sure.
Activate.
Yep.
Try Branded Fusion.
Yeah. Dog, what the fuck?
I'm getting away with murder
Dude,
today.
that setup was nasty. That's disgusting.
You should see the rest of my hand.
I should probably. I'm probably going to. Cartesia. Okay.
We'll go into Albion. Oh, thinking. Yeah, we'll do Albion. We'll do Chainlink 1, Quem targeting Cartesia, Albion 2, Lost Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
I'm like, I have to play around Nib here. Nikki caught me with my pants down with a droll. I was like, oh.
Why were your pants down at locals?
This man was trying to flex.
It's probably the same droll that I kaiju'd.
Lamo.
Left it for the 6.
And then banishing these for.
Yep. No.
Yeah, why not? And I searched out Mercury. We'll go Cartesia effective fuse.
Sure.
We'll go Grand Guignol 1 to send.
Okay. Can I just read this card's materials?
Yep, you're good. It is quite literally so generic.
That's so insane.
Sam was gawking about. He's like, why is Grand Guignol a spellcaster?
It's solely to play around Secret Village, and we all know it.
It is.
Nadir.
Even though they have like Cartesia.
Come on. No! Can you draw a card?
I know.
Stop.
Happy birthday to me. Garura to draw a card.
Yeah. Can I draw a card?
No.
Okay.
Mill, if you have a Garura, you can. I'll use Maximus effect. You guys should just start running Garura for me. I'll send like Lulu and then Titaniclad.
I'll just send 2 Heat Leos.
Highly beat Leos. Set 1.
Okay.
Attempt to go end phase.
Yeah.
We will go Titaniclad effect.
Okay.
Thinking.
I hit 2 roots, that's correct. You take 400.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Yeah, actually, it does not matter. We will go Lulu. And then I'll go Albion effect.
Okay.
It was, no, it was 400. I typed in 200 because I was like, oh, that's usually what I take.
Where the fuck is my Marquean Rogue?
Okay.
In thinking.
This is basic.
We will get then Cartesia back to hand.
Sure.
Okay.
And then I will pass to you.
Draw.
Yeah.
Draw phase.
You are good to proceed.
Yeah, we'll go randomly effects.
Moving to standby.
Yep.
Sure.
Target mining, pitch mining.
Yeah.
Super
Sure.
Anything you missed?
Nope.
Normal reason.
Chant, Cartesia.
Okay.
I got all the way open and then dropped it.
Yep.
I'll go. Branded Lost 1, Sanctifier 2, targeting Puppet and Eluber.
Yep, you got it. I just can't play through it.
I apparently have a buff on right now where no one sees hand traps against me today because no one has seen a single hand trap against me in game 1. At least game 1.
Damn, at least you got that buff for the 5-person.
I know, right? Like, fuck me. I could. You're good.
Normal summon.
Yep.
Go. Effect.
That's a gazelle.
Spinning effect.
Yeah.
Mirage Stallion.
Sure.
Stallion effect.
Sure.
Spec Jack.
Yep.
Phalanx 1, Gazelle T.
Sure.
Would you like it? Okay. No.
Summon.
Sure.
Yeah, you got it.
Jack Jaguar, target Mirage Stallion.
Sure.
Wolf effect.
That's fine.
Prometheus.
Yeah.
Prometheus effect.
Yeah. That's a nice QC.
Thank you. Special setting.
He's jacking.
Phoenix.
So
Yeah.
go to the PV onto the list. Cards
Activate
like
field switch.
Yeah.
I'll reincarnate.
Okay.
Phoenix effect.
That's it.
Yep. Okay. Spell. No, not at all. Read that.
I have not opened a pack that I was like, wow, I hate this pack. I really can't be mad at that.
I'll hit circle.
That's fine.
Activate it.
Yeah. That's typically a
I'll
good
get
one.
Weasel.
Yeah.
Spec Weasel.
Yeah.
2 more.
That's fine. I know what this is going. Hell yeah, dog. Let's go.
Force Prince effect.
Yeah.
Spec level 3 fire.
I was just having this happen to me in hat format the other night.
Spec Coda Soul.
Oh god.
I'll activate Coda Soul's effect.
Yeah.
And I'll get to
What does Coda Soul do for the people at home?
Oh, it just gives me an extra reincarnation of a salad monster.
Got it.
Use these two. Only Wolf.
Oh my god.
Unsummon Weasel. I'll target Spinny.
Okay.
Here you go. Put Weasel on the bottom.
A big puppet.
And then draw a card. On Res, Promethea.
Yeah.
Target Spinny.
Target Sunlight Wolf? Yeah. I'll banish Valence to protect my monster.
It's so broken.
Pyro Phoenix.
Okay.
I'll set one to pass.
Draw. Going to the main phase.
Okay.
Yeah. You're just going for it.
Fuller.
Sure.
Yeah.
Chain opening.
And then in my prize
Okay.
pack, I got villain as well. And I'm like, oh, so they're like, please improve the mob man. That's what they wanted me to do. Wizards and stuff.
You're choosing to add it to hand?
Splash major effect.
Would you like to cut before I draw?
That came out with the energy deck.
Do it. Please go for the V-Lock, dude.
We will banish said tragedy.
Just put a split.
On resolution, I'll go
Put a
tragedy
splash
effect.
mage right here
To add
somehow.
Despia?
Put a monster
Yeah.
here.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
you the one that's winning right now?
I watched it.
Angle looper. And then carries parrot.
Yeah.
So pretty.
I know.
Okay.
Okay. We will go fusion deployment.
Yeah.
Revealing Elbaz target.
Okay.
That's fine.
We'll then go Elbaz chainlink 1 discarding for cost. To attempt to fuse.
Icebergs that are above the water. And someone's like, trying to say like, oh, icebergs can't exist.
Chain Rage, which Falco. Target Long Valves.
That's fine.
Okay.
On res, Falco Chainlink 1, target Rage. Gazelle Chainlink 2. Yeah.
It's a miracle I lasted.
Sorry, it's resetting rage?
Yes. I can't activate it.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Gazelle effect?
Yeah.
Send it. Good to proceed.
Attempt to special summon Cartesia since I have an Elbaz in graveyard.
That's fine.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Good.
Normal summon Aluber effect.
Yeah. When is that all planned out?
Yeah, that's fine.
I did. My mom thought computers were the devil. She was right.
Confusion?
That's unnatural.
Targeting edge.
Okay.
Like I said, it should have been, I submitted it within like 48 hours. They go, got it, we're good. Said it was 6 months.
Yeah.
Alright, we got it, we'll start right
I
here.
want to save that for the princess, I'm not gonna lie.
Don't worry. I believe you.
I'll go for the Lubellion and Elbaz into the Albion. And then I will go Chainlink 1 Albion to attempt to fusion summon.
I have to find a new place to live pretty soon. The girlfriend's dog got right in my apartment.
Yeah.
So they try to make my pet free. Which when I told them they were gonna do that, I wanted my 2 pets paid back. I'm like, oh no, your grandfather.
I don't know card in hand, right? Or do I?
No, you don't.
New pets.
Oh.
So she was supposed to. She gave me
I'll
like
get rid of 2 Elbazes.
Yeah, that's
She gave me
fine.
another, like, alright, can I just pay another pet deposit? You can throw one of these stupid things.
Alright,
Thank
He
you.
just told me, no, but okay, cool, he'll be gone until I have the registered as a motion for 4 hours. Do the VA, at which point, we won't get the $200, and I'll have it on.
Huh.
But she didn't even show up.
That does do that, doesn't it?
The property manager, she heard the dog. She goes, yeah, I know that's not how you're going. My girlfriend is different. Well, I'm home here. Just for you. I'll be back next Monday. Make sure.
So where's the dog?
Probably messed that up. It's okay. We'll go on summon effective mage.
Currently, I think just my neighbor across the hall.
If you have a response.
She also
I'll
lives
change
in that
code of
crazy
soul.
cat lady that
Second.
finds strays and goes and gets some like.
During your main phase, quick effect, I can banish it to link summon and link through your higher cybers.
Sure.
Yeah.
Chain Promethea.
Can you chain Promethea as the chain?
Oh wait, no, I
too?
can't. No.
Do you want to line that up differently?
No.
Okay.
We'll use Promethea at some other point. I'll reincarnate the effective sanctuary.
Wait, sir, you don't pay costs.
Okay. And then I'm thinking on banish. You have this in graveyard, correct?
Yes.
I will banish this.
Of course, the first time probably this entire time here, the property manager is on site was with the mailman. Wait, where?
I'll go thrust.
And then
Search.
she came and knocked on
Yeah.
the door.
Oh, wait,
Opened the door. He immediately was like,
As you can see, this is why I couldn't have gone into Rebellion.
Right, sorry, Dean, yeah.
He happened not like, oh no, he doesn't park at all.
Yeah.
Really, he doesn't.
This is at 28, correct? Yes.
This one's the tuner.
No, I actually think it's
Oh, I forgot.
No.
I guess that's not horrible. I forgot. I messed up.
I'm gonna reveal it with
It's alright. We will 2 cards.
Yeah.
I know you have rage. How many cards in hand? 1?
One.
You have Baling's engraved, right?
Yes.
Okay, whatever, that's fine. I'm really bad at this game.
It'll be Arion. Arion plus effect.
We'll go.
This effect on banish. I'll banish this white sardine special summon.
I'll just go Feather Duster.
Piss effect. Add a fish monster to hand, then banish one
Thank
from
you.
face of field or hand.
Oh wait, no, I don't have Valence.
I was gonna say, I thought you used it
No,
once, but I didn't
no.
know if you had the second.
No.
Alright, and then we will attempt to go, Cartesia effect.
Sure.
Arion plus.
Chain link 1, anything?
Normal summon shift.
No.
That's okay.
It is.
Attempt to go
shift
battle.
500 attack this turn. What?
Doesn't really matter, so yeah, I guess we'll go.
I have to banish both. I don't have a choice, right? I can't just banish.
Oh, that doesn't actually matter. Yeah, we'll just attempt to. We'll just leave battle.
Okay.
I messed that up. We'll go into try to go end phase.
Yeah, Harpooner.
If you want to
using,
say graveyard, feel free.
A level 2 and then a level 4.
I do have Albion and Titan Cloud and a activatable Cartesia.
Getting an
for
effect
end phase
negate, even
effects.
if you negate this, is ridiculous.
Chain Crow. I will target
Okay, I'll pass here.
Here, I'll just give you the graveyard.
No, thank you.
It'll be easier.
I have a shift. I'll put him there.
Anything on summon of that monster?
Nothing on summon of that monster.
Anything that stands right?
No.
We're used to it.
I'll target the town clock.
You give me
I cannot give my queen.
That's understandable. Go end phase? This stand?
Sure.
Albion?
Yeah, I'm gonna change it.
I just can't give you Quem. No way.
That is understandable. I also definitely messed up, but it's alright. No, Quem actually gets me a lot here, so I understand. Quem does everything. That gets me a Gimmick Lock. Oh yeah. This.
Okay.
Probably goes off of that, but it's alright. We will pass you.
Draw.
Sure. You're a good person.
Stand.
This is something I've sent. Chain since something was being
Jack Jaguar and graveyard target Rage Machine.
To what?
Shuffle Rage Machine, deck and summon Jack Jaguar and design that one of my satellite monster points to.
That's fine. Unrise, I'll chain Wigmal.
online whenever you want.
Unless you have a trigger on the deck.
And it's
Oh, no. Sure.
Oh, well, I guess I get Clem that way.
Sometimes you just get sent the game free.
Go Clem effect to Sun.
Sometimes it's just what happens.
Thinking here. You may proceed.
No,
I hate it.
I play them.
I hate having to play them.
Is Latina Quem clean? Yes, it is, Raul.
Spinning effect and draw.
Dude, I thought my hand
It's
was
going to do
unplayable.
what?
I almost
Special summon himself.
and then I realized a play line that just genuinely
Yeah,
went
that's
full
fine.
combo.
Thinking here.
Okay.
You may
That was
proceed.
really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, using the
Mirage.
I'll go Quem effect
yeah,
targeting
using
Cartesia.
the white, the white mirror to put another water monster in my hand.
To add to hand.
And
No,
it-
it's spec, since the card left the extra deck.
It's just fucking.
That was
That's a wild line.
I knew it! That's so good, bro. Nice. That's nice.
Get that out of here. Sorry.
Oh, that's so good. Thinking. Yeah. We'll just go. Targeting,
Yeah, that hand was like genuinely a brick, except
Albaz.
it's like if you hashed that white reincarnation.
Thinking on
It would jump out.
no Balinks
And I know
engraved,
you had
correct?
the hash,
No
because you
Balinks.
hashed this, but which is proper. That's when you hash.
exactly.
But it was
It's ash
Joker.
to, it's ash to stuff with the moves, not ash to anything. Just add on
Well-
never ends. Like it's so statistically.
We will
and it's the first thing you did.
Sir, anything I can. Oh, you yeah, you crowd Quem. Got it.
Well, I did have the harpooner and another water monster in hand still, but it was just like
No cards in hand?
that would have just been that.
One body,
Is this actually the play? I think so.
Also, by the way, just so you know that
Maybe
those
not.
white cards says you may treat them
We
as
will
two
go
teams as a synchro, so you can treat them as a non-tuner.
Guardian Chimera to pop one draw
I'm
two.
assuming you're gonna play first and I'll just
Sure.
dib.
Stalia.
Rip.
I own
You may proceed.
No.
Do you have any triggers or anything?
No.
Can you only control one of these?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Sure.
Weasel effect engrave.
Yeah, you got it.
Target Falco.
That's fine.
Bottom. Draw a card. On res, Promethea, target Balance, target Falco.
That's fine.
On res, Falco, target Sanctuary.
That's fine.
I'll activate Sanctuary.
Yep. I do have opening in the graveyard, so you know.
That's fine. I'll reincarnate.
Yep.
Effect.
Yep.
See if we're inside the chamber. No, Rise already gone, right? No, it's not. Switch up Salvador.
That's fine.
No.
I'll activate Prometheus effects. Sparkify.
Yep.
I'll bring back Pyrophoenix.
Sure.
I'll move into the battle phase. Was it a 3,000?
33 and 3.
Prometheus gonna attack. Yeah, Prometheus gonna attack Mitsurugi.
Sure.
Hater as
I'll take
cyber
300.
Yeah.
Interesting. Phoenix effect on res.
Got it.
Target Prometheus.
Yep.
Special summon.
He goes to 56.
55.
55.
55 in Jade.
On Rose, we will go Chainlink 1, Jade, Chainlink 2, Aluber, targeting Pyrophoenix.
Sure. It just negates its effects for the turn.
Yeah.
And it, what else does it do?
That's it.
Oh. Pyrophoenix is gonna attack Aluber.
Besides specking itself.
Yep. And then main 2.
Yep.
Set 2. Pass.
We will go into the end phase and then use Mirror Jade effect.
I'll protect my field.
Yeah.
You could do it.
We will go
Drop a turn.
into the main phase.
It's fine.
Go Retribution, targeting Branded Fusion.
Sure.
You're so kind.
I like to believe I am.
Aluber effect.
Jinzo and then proceed to golden fish stuff. Alright. We're going into standby. Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Normal summon lifeless leaf fish return. When it's summoned, send one fish monster from my deck to grave.
Oops. I draw. We will get Branded opening.
Understood.
We're just gonna chain Branded opening here.
Hey, babe.
Okay.
Notice the new doorknob?
Yeah,
It's the same key for downstairs.
Unfortunate year, about 10 years.
Go Quam 1, Tragedy 2.
There was a tingle I felt, and that must have been it. It was just like, I was crazy.
Fish shark in hand.
A fish shark in hand? Oh.
I actually don't have an applicable target for Tragedy to even trigger.
Oh, okay.
Does that make a difference on anything? Okay, fun effect.
I'll explain to you why after, but it's may I hold?
I do still want that off.
Huh. Well, I guess that works out actually how I wanted to then.
Oh, okay.
If you want to check my deck, I actually don't have any targets.
I trust you.
Yeah. We'll go tragedy, targeting, branded lost.
To add it to hand?
No, it sets it. That's why it worked out. I'm like, oh, that's actually why I wanted to do.
Yeah, that's.
I'll activate.
Sure.
Unfortunately, babe, I will save them for
You have some space, not enough for a whole deck.
No, I don't have enough for a whole deck, and they're starting to get really sticky.
Are those like limited edition?
Justin bought me these for my birthday.
It's the German version. You'll have to research it. You'll have to look it up. Here, I'll get the translation.
Yeah, I just need the translation.
They're like some of the nicest shufflings. Wow.
I definitely have the picture on here from the YCS. Oh, no, I don't. I'm a bad branded player.
Well, in that case,
Well, just give me 1 second. I'll get it. We're in no rush. I mean, I guess we are.
I mean, regardless of what happens, even if we do go to time, you're probably just winning. Unless I find some way to burn you with Pyro Phoenix.
I've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, you're right.
When I was on break at work, I discovered.
Here you go.
I have.
Activations are good cards in effect.
It's not actually a rescue race card, but it is just way too convenient.
Yeah, depending on how
It's not a fire.
Roar is worded, I might have misplayed.
But everything about
It says
is
negate the
just like,
activation.
This is filling
Okay,
in
so it does
all the
actually.
holes that rescue is
Or
missing
this gets over it
fundamentally.
then.
And with it, I can probably just go ahead and drop some guy.
It's funny, I opened that was for the second box. Both boxes I opened that as a snake.
Yeah, because Ash only says
Oh,
negate
really?
the effect.
Yeah,
that was
nice.
awesome.
They're not even expensive. which is
No,
the
they're
funny
like
part.
they're moderately expensive. but-
My singular Albass.
Yeah, they're like
That's fine.
Okay, they drop down. Sure. Because they're just desperate. Okay. So
Just
they're
have to do that.
Sonic or Ultra. Like people that are running them only need it. So that's why
Yeah.
it's not like
Do they have any effects?
crazy expensive. But like if you're playing
Sorry,
Snake
sure.
Eye, you're playing Snake Eye. She's just
Chainlink 1 Quem targeting Mirror Jade, Chainlink 2 branded lost.
Yeah.
Snowbill's effect.
I believe that was uninterrupted. You might be able to chain something if I did that in No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So yeah, this is uninterrupted right now.
almost nothing building.
Oh, not the Merc.
Yeah, that's fine.
I still had one left.
Centurion's gonna be doing pretty well.
This effect.
Chain Mirror
It's funny,
Jade.
I opened
Banish. Kip.
the card.
Yep.
He got that
Just
special
special
summon. I opened.
We will banish, I got... Is it 56 permanent?
Yes.
The one with 56. Which I believe is that one.
Yes.
Yes.
Um,
Special summon.
But the cards he needs are like, he needs 4 cards and they're $150.
This was summoned this turn. We will attempt to go into
I guess.
battle phase.
Oh wait, this won't.
28, 28.
I can't do this. Sorry.
Attack for
I can't
2.
activate this as chain.
In Centurion.
On Centurion.
He needs the OG Centurion stuff.
Oh.
Some apparently some of the OG stuff.
Sure.
They're like $35 a piece or something.
This activates when something is banned.
Nothing here.
Oh, yeah. This is fine. Yeah, you're good.
Attack for 2.
Yep.
Now you're doing it too.
Chain like 1 to search.
Right now, I'm kind of wishing that
That's
I
fine.
was a.
Damaged up.
Yeah, Snake Eyes.
Drop.
Yeah, it's optional. So this will be chain 1.
That Albion off the field.
Then I banish from face up field or hand.
What did I just take from that? 15 by 13?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Get hit for 13.
I hit for 5.
Yeah, sure.
Attack for 18. Oh yeah, what does Phoenix? Oh yeah, it just revives.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up to 56.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind if I? It's up to you, but
Oh, no.
I'd like to mark on
No,
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. No attack for 18. Go. into the end phase. Add this to hand and pass.
Draw.
My top deck was different there. And that's it, guys. That's the complete tutorial on Branded Despia. I hope you guys learned something here. We went over all the combos that you need to know for Branded, all the cards that you needed to know for Branded, and every minute detail. We even went to all the matchups. We went into why Ash Blossom doesn't matter against the deck. We went into why Brand Lost is a really broken card, and even more, showing you guys locals experiences with the deck, even with hand traps in there. Want to show you guys a unique experience with Branded. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a comment down below what you guys thought about the video. If you want to see more content like this, highly edited content. I didn't even script this, to be honest. This was all off the head because I just love Branded and it's all in my head. I've been wanting to make this, but you know, if you guys want to see more highly edited, even scripted content or stuff like this, I will make more in the future. So please, everyone, have a great day. Check out the links down below. Sign up, become a channel member today. Click the join button and you get all the amazing perks, and check out the TCG player affiliate link down below. With that being said, have a great day, guys. Mad Games GX signing out. See you later, Branded Gang.